Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It is my pleasure to call to order this meeting of December 9th, 2025, meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Thanks for accommodating our late start here. Many of us were happily attending the ribbon cutting of the Regional Fire Communications Center. You probably will see it in the news tonight. So thanks again. And with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
And Chair Capps.
Here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next up is approval of our minutes from the last meeting, which was November 18th.
Move approval.
There you go, Supervisor Hartman. There you go. We're quick on the draw here today. May I have all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Madam CEO, your report, please.
Good morning, Chair Capps and board members. I have two announcements this morning. The first is my pleasure to announce that Assistant County Executive Officer Tanya Heitman was honored this past week with the California State Association of Counties Circle of Service Award, which recognizes members who demonstrate exceptional commitment to partnership, service, and support for California counties. Tanya has been instrumental in strengthening coordination across public safety and health and human services, expanding data sharing, improving service connections for the county's most vulnerable residents, and her leadership has advanced major initiatives such as CalAIM and the CARE Act, drawing on more than 3 decades of experience that began in the probation department in 1990 and included service, as you know, as the chief probation officer here. She continues to support statewide efforts through her work on issues like the incompetent to stand trial process and by providing valuable insight to counties and CSAC on complex legislation. Her dedication and expertise have made a meaningful impact both locally in our county and across the entire state. So we want to give a big, huge congratulations to Tanya Heitman. My second announcement is, it's that time of year, and the county is collecting toys for the annual Toys for Tots campaign with donation boxes at county facilities in Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, and at county fire stations. The community is invited to donate new, unwrapped toys through December 17th. This morning, we're pleased to have Unity Shop Executive Director Angela Miller-Bevan here to tell us more about the drive and who benefits. But before we have Angela come up, our Board of Supervisors every year participates, and why don't you go around and say a little bit about your toy, and then you can drop it into the box.
Well, why don't we start with Supervisor Hartman?
Okay, well, every year this is a little bit of a competition who can have the best toy.
Okay.
And this year I'm determined to win because we as Chair Capps mentioned, we just cut the ribbon on the Regional Fire Communications Center. And so what I have as a gift is something parents are going to really love for their kids. It's a working intercom, lights, and sound dispatch system. So we can't start recruiting too early for staff. Dispatching is a difficult job. So let me just...
Win. All right, Supervisor Lee.
So I like Legos. I like Star Wars. So I love this toy. Plus, it's Darth Vader with a candy cane, so I couldn't resist. So
Yeah,
this is a toy I bought.
That's pretty great.
Well, I wasn't aware as a competition, and I let my opponent go first, but but I was aligned with her on the fact that we all have fire on the mind here with bidding farewell to our fire chief yesterday, Chief Hartwig, and welcoming our new fire chief, Huff, and doing this with our dispatch this morning. And I went very low tech with a puzzle, because puzzles are great. And where I do most of my Christmas shopping, holiday shopping, is at Chaucer's, which is in District 2. I don't know if many of you do your shopping there, but it's a wonderful local institution, so shop local. And here's a puzzle of fire. Supervisor Nelson.
And I see both of our supervisors were in red today, and
We
I
are.
have that too. So you guys are on the spot here. So 4th District, the home of our farming community, one of our many farming communities. And so like most years, I have something that's themed around that, or maybe oil exploration. But this year it's farming. Up in the 4th District, we have a lot of agricultural, use, and it's over a $2 billion industry. It's our number one industry in Santa Barbara County. And so I have some toy John Deere tractors from Cal Coast Machinery, one of our local dealers.
All right.
And I walked into the store and just went to what I wanted, right? So I would really love to have these as a kid. And I'm gonna tie it into, you went low tech fire, this is high tech fire. This is how we're gonna be looking for fires in the future, is drones. So, and you start here, end up at Vandenberg Space Force Base. So a couple of drones for the kids.
All right.
Don't they come up?
I should just give it to Rachel.
Everyone look this way. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
I am Angela Miller-Bevan, the CEO and Executive Director of the Unity Shop, and I want to thank you. These toys are definitely going to go to all the deserving children in the community. Councilwoman Hartman, I'm not sure I'm going to give you the award for the best one, because when you're at Unity Shop and no one's there, those are the toys that always go off, and I'm by myself. I'm like, somebody's here. But thank you. This year, there are so many families coming in. Thousands of families are coming to get toys, and so those children are going to be very happy this year, so thank you very much.
That concludes my report.
That sounds great. Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Madam Clerk, are there announcements or changes to the agenda today?
Chair Capps and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. An addendum was posted on Friday, December 5th, 2025, amending administrative item number 34 on today's agenda. Administrative item number 34 on the administrative agenda has been amended to include the Board of Directors of the Flood Control and Water Conservation District, along with the Public Works Department as sponsors. It is regarding a summary of final quantities for the Lower Mission Creek Reach 2B2 debris rack repair project, and this is in the 1st District. The amendment included in the addendum has been posted and made available online to both the board and the public. With no requests to speak on this matter, the board may add it to the balance of the administrative agenda. And lastly, for information on the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and instructions on how to provide public comment on items listed on today's agenda or during general public comment, please refer to page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Great. Okay, next up is the administrative agenda. Any board members like to pull any items? I already have pulled A17, A24, A28, A41, and A42.
A15?
A15, okay. Any others to that list? Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we also have requests to speak from the public on A16,
Okay,
17, 18, 20, and 21.
Okay, so as you might have heard, I have one announcement. There is a long list, and we have a long meeting, and we did get a late start. So for those who have come here to speak on A17 from the public, we have quite a few of you. As I gave a preview to, we're going to allow comments. Anyone can speak, but it will be a minute and a half each. So just as you're thinking through what you're going to say, a minute and a half, okay? Okay. So I will now entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda, except for those many items that were just listed. I don't think we need to list them again.
And the addendum.
And the addendum that you referenced.
So moved.
Okay, thank you
Second.
Supervisor Nelson, and thank you Supervisor Levenino. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, next we have our wonderful resolutions to be presented. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please read administrative item number 1.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution honoring the impact of 100 years of service to the County of Santa Barbara Health Department. And receiving this resolution today, we have Dr. Mohamed Hamami, our Public Health Director, and whoever else joining you today, please make your way to the podium.
Our team makes us who we are, connected and united to fulfill the needs of the community.
I think their greatest contribution has been through our employees, that there really is a sense of deep mission and caring for the values and for protecting the health of our community.
I really like it here so much because of the people. I drive a really long way to get here, and I don't mind the drive because I really look forward to coming here.
It makes me feel like I'm in the right place, like I'm a part of the right team. I feel like we're all really amazing, really dedicated to what we want to do.
It's an honor to be here serving the community. It's good for my heart and it's good for my soul because I know at the end of the day I'm helping people.
I hope that Santa Barbara County Public Health continues to do what it's always done. Be nimble, flexible, adapt to the needs of the community, making sure that we are reaching out to communities that oftentimes have challenges accessing services, making sure we are as diverse in our strategic strategy as the diversity of those that we serve.
Public health and SynCal rely so heavily on each other. We are so interconnected and our work together can be amplified. I mean, we have an ability to create a collective impact that's far beyond what either of us can do alone. And that's really inspirational to me.
I think we're facing some uncertain times, and whatever political headwinds may hit us, I know public health will stay true to their mission and their values. They will continue to serve the community with excellent care in the next 100 years, just as they have in the past 100 years.
My hope for the future is to build on the successes from the last 100 years so that the next 100 years would be even better. This means the team working together with innovation and skills in partnership with the community.
We value people. We value partnerships.
We value quality.
We value communication.
We value integrity.
We value respect.
We value health.
At County Health, we believe in and we are committed to healthy people, healthy community, and healthy environment.
County Health is the quiet heartbeat of a community, the unseen hands that keep us safe, the voices that guide us through crisis, and the compassion that reminds us we're never alone. From public health to county health, we have been that heartbeat for 100 years, past, present, and future. one team, one community, one purpose. A healthier tomorrow for us all.
I'm honored and I'm privileged to be chosen to serve the people in Santa Barbara County and to lead such a team that is so dedicated and so passionate and believes in what we do with the ultimate goal of serving the people in Santa Barbara County.
And I'll go ahead and...
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors for the resolution. This was a segment of a much longer video that chronicles our journey in the past 100 years. And it would be definitely naive not to acknowledge that we have encountered a lot of challenges over the past 100 years, and where we are now is impossible to achieve without the dedication and a team that really stands together and addresses challenges as they come on, with a lot of dedication, devotion, as well as sacrifices. And it is also not a secret that challenges will never stop, and we are looking at more challenging times. And the only way to go through the next 100 years is for us to be together as one and to come together and stand as a department, but also as a community and as one county, and ensure that we serve everybody that need our services. So thank you again for your support, and thank you for all our partners who were part of the past 100 years, but definitely are more important in the next 100 years, and I'm honored and privileged to be part of this team. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, 100 years. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee. It is to adopt a resolution honoring the 125th anniversary of All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church in Montecito in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Reverend Channing Smith, Senior Warden Sally Peterson, and Junior Warden Simon Sutton. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas founded as a mission in 1896, the current church was constructed in 1900 and has become a cornerstone of the Montecito and Santa Barbara community by serving generations of parishioners for over 125 years. All Saints has conducted baptisms, marriages, and funerals for thousands of residents and is a focal point of the community with numerous services and social events. And whereas All Saints by the Sea maintains a strong tradition of giving back to the community, supporting many initiatives in the area, including Transition House, Dignity Moves, and Olive Crest, among many others, and has provided more than $2 million in charitable contributions and countless hours of service and ad hoc needs, such as offering provisions and shelter to victims of the LA fires. And whereas All Saints by the Sea maintains a strong music program offering concerts and a choir that collaborates with other Santa Barbara institutions, such as the Music Academy. And whereas the All Saints by the Sea Sanctuary is a recognized state historical landmark containing beautiful stained glass windows and a tranquil place of contemplation. And whereas All Saints by the Sea clergy and staff have gone on to work across the country and around the world. Their time spent locally helped to establish critical programs such as the parish school that has educated more than 3,000 children over its 60 years, the Friendship Center that offers adult daycare and hosts 12-step programs, and numerous other community events and programs over its 125-year history. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby acknowledge and congratulate All Saints by the Sea in its 125th anniversary and celebrates its many contributions to the community, passed and adopted today.
Thank you. Sally Peterson, Simon Sutton, and I are so proud to be able to receive this award on behalf of our community, All the Saints community, celebrating our 125th anniversary. And we're grateful for Commissioner Lee for sponsoring this distinction. The resolution describes so well the heart and passion of All Saints. Central to our purpose, above it all, is that all are welcome. In fact, we keep our sanctuary open in the mornings during the day so that anyone walking by can simply find a place to pray or simply a quiet place to find themselves in the busyness of life.
We recognize that we stand on the strong and capable shoulders of our past and are excited and inspired to continue to increase the difference we make in the Santa Barbara community. The need is great, and the experience of genuine goodness of people grounded in love, working to make things better is heartwarming and healing. Thank you so much for this honor today. We are so grateful for this recognition from the county.
Supervisor Lee.
I just want to say that All Saints by the Sea is a pillar of our community. It has done so much. A lot of people will not have realized, but I thank you for all you do, and 225 more years. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful. All right, thank you so much. Administrative item number 3.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of December 2025 as National Impaired Driving Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have DA John Savernock and Victoria Plasencia, MAD Program Specialist. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Santa Barbara County reaffirms its commitment to promoting roadway safety by preventing impaired driving and increasing awareness around the dangers of driving under the influence. And whereas from January 1st, 2024 to January 1st, 2025, Santa Barbara County experienced 318 alcohol-related crashes, resulting in 10 fatalities and 457 injuries. And in the first half of 2025 alone, 122 alcohol-related crashes led to 1 fatality and 157 injuries. And whereas the physical, mental, and emotional consequences of driving under the influence are far-reaching, causing preventable injuries, loss of life, and long-term devastating impacts on victims, families, and communities, underscoring the importance of prevention and advocacy efforts by organizations such as Mothers Against Drunk Driving, MAD. Whereas December is recognized as National Impaired Driving Prevention Month because holiday travel brings increased risk, including 23 alcohol-related crashes resulting in 36 injuries in Santa Barbara County during December 2024. And whereas the purpose of recognizing National Impaired Driving Prevention Month is to educate drivers, encourage responsible choices, and raise awareness about the dangers of driving under the influence of any alcohol or substance throughout the month of December. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares the month of December 2025 as National Impaired Driving Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County and recognizes Mothers Against Drunk Driving for their ongoing efforts to reduce impaired driving. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. It's always a pleasure to serve the Santa Barbara County community. I live in Ventura, so I love our little Central Coast family, really near and dear to my heart. And it's an honor to protect and support public safety. Everyone deserves safety. All families deserve to be together this holiday season, especially from something 100% preventable from an impaired driving crash. So I hope to continue to work that. And then also thank you so much for the collaboration from you, Supervisor Capps. You've been amazing. And obviously District Attorney Savernock, thank you too also for your partnership. And we'll continue to go into classrooms, be prevention, school-based, and also adult prevention on what a .08 is. It's a lot to, operate from a shame-based perspective, and we're shifting from that. And we're wanting to spread knowledge and spread those tools that are tangible for us to really make responsible decisions and to support everyone's safety. So thank you so much. I gladly accept.
Chair Capps, members of the board, Chair Capps in particular, I thank you for your continued support in attempting to eradicate the public safety risks that impaired driving presents to all citizens of Santa Barbara County. Your family is a perfect example how the completely innocent suffer as a result of this violent crime. DUI continues to be the second most prevalent crime type that we face at the district attorney's office. While most of those are misdemeanors, every misdemeanor impaired driver is a tragedy waiting to happen. I could talk about how my office aggressively prosecutes driving under the influence cases, which we do. I can talk about how my office will file murder charges aggressively when the law and the facts support it, because we do. I could talk about the financial component, the loss of income that may result, the loss of a driver's license, sometimes the devastation to a family. But as Victoria said, in this season, we don't want to go with threats. I want to appeal to everyone's humanity. When we take the wheel of a motor vehicle, we are surrounded by the other people in our community. And we owe a duty to those people to drive safely, to be capable of driving safely. So if you are celebrating the holidays and that involves alcohol or other substances, make a plan. Have a backup plan. Don't wait to make your plan. Plans made under the influence are notoriously bad plans. And let's keep each other safe.
All right. Thank you so much. I just want to thank the district attorney. From day one, you've made this a top priority. I want to thank MAD. Victoria, thanks for being here, and thanks for all the work. You all just do so much for a small, mighty organization. And this is a message. I mean, you do a lot of messaging for kids and for students, but really with the holidays, this is really a message for adults who get to enjoy the holidays and all the holiday parties. But as was said, this is an entirely preventable. We just have to make a plan. In today's day and age with Uber and Lyft, there's no excuses. So thanks for the reminder. Really appreciate it. Okay, moving on to administrative item number 5. Number 4.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 4, sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino, is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Assistant District Attorney Kelly Duncan upon her retirement from the District Attorney's Office after 22 years of faithful and dedicated service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, again, DA John Savernock and Kelly Duncan. And if you can please make your way to the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Assistant District Attorney Kelly Duncan will retire in January 2026 after nearly 22 years of service with the County of Santa Barbara, including more than 13 years with the Santa Barbara County District Attorney's Office. And whereas Kelly began her legal career as a deputy attorney with the California Department of Transportation, in 2004 she joined the County of Santa Barbara's Office of County Counsel, where she represented the sheriff and district attorney in civil rights and employment matters. Kelly joined the District Attorney's Office in 2012 as a Chief Deputy District Attorney and was appointed Assistant District Attorney in 2023. And whereas Kelly vigorously prosecuted some of the most significant criminal cases in state history, including the multi-county prosecution of the Golden State Killer, who committed 13 murders and over 50 sexual assaults across 11 jurisdictions. In 2022, Kelly served as one of 2 lead prosecutors in a 10-defendant MS-13 gang homicide and conspiracy case involving 24 victims, for which she received the Thomas H. Gary Award for superior performance in the largest gang trial in California history. And whereas as Assistant District Attorney, Kelly provided essential administrative leadership, supervised the homicide and gang units, oversaw Brady and ethics, training and policies, led the officer-involved incident team, established the conviction review unit, spearheaded the office's first recruitment video, and was instrumental in developing and publishing the office's values and goals. And whereas Kelly is widely recognized for her professionalism, integrity, judgment, and unwavering commitment to public safety, throughout her career, Kelly demonstrated exceptional leadership, determination, and unwavering perseverance and passion in fighting and preventing crime, and committed her career with the District Attorney's Office to enforcing the law while seeking fair and just outcomes for the community she served. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors does hereby acknowledge Assistant District Attorney Kelly Duncan for her faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, and congratulates her upon her retirement and wishes her and her family many years of good health and happiness, passed and adopted today.
There was no way I was not going to add to my record of the most tears shed by a district attorney at the podium on this one. I am very happy for Kelly in the direction her life is going, and kind of sad for myself in the department, but we move on. But a little bit about Kelly that I will tell you all. She is here receiving her retirement proclamation today and spent all day yesterday preparing for other presentations to this board. And that is what Kelly does. Kelly gets stuff done in a professional, thoughtful, accurate, and timely manner. As a supervisor, if an attorney or any other staff member needed support, and Kelly said they would get them the information, the support, the equipment, whatever they needed, it got done. Her word was a promise, and it was a promise that was always fulfilled. Outside of professional competence, Kelly cares. She cares about this county. She cares about law enforcement. She cares about prosecutions and prosecutors. She evidenced that no more so than the MS-13 case. Kelly was an administrator. Kelly identified not only a need given the serious crimes that had occurred in Santa Maria and the need to protect the public, but there was a dedicated employee in the office that needed help. Kelly sacrificed her time. She put her career on hold, all to benefit not only the community, but her coworkers. That is who she is. Since I became an administrator in this office, Kelly was the one that encouraged me to apply for the position. Kelly has been my partner. I have relied on her. I have counted on her. She is a valuable member of the office who I wish nothing but the best for. But to me, more importantly, she is also a dear friend. And I will miss her. I will call her. She is not done with us yet. And I can't thank you enough, Kelly.
Thank you, John. That was very kind words. I prepared some remarks because I didn't know how emotional this would be. This is a lot of you have come up to me and said, you seem too young to be retiring. And to that, I would say, please continue to think that. But in all seriousness, when I was in law school, I knew without hesitation that I wanted a career in public service. And over the past 25 years, I've had the privilege of serving in 3 different public agencies. And I can truly say that I've lived the career that I've always dreamed of. One that was defined by doing the right things for the right reasons, by making our community safer, and by improving the way government serves its people. The majority of my career has been here in Santa Barbara County. And I began, as you heard, with the Office of County Counsel. And for the past 13 years, I've had the great honor of serving in the District Attorney's Office. Working in criminal justice has truly been the highlight of my career. I've had the opportunity to work on cases of profound importance, to help victims find justice, to shape policy, and hopefully to leave a positive mark on this community that I so deeply care about. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to District Attorney John Savernock. John and I were colleagues and friends before he was elected DA. And when he became my boss, that friendship grew into a rare and trusting professional relationship. And I know how fortunate I am to have experienced that type of relationship at work. Under John's leadership, the District Attorney's Office has become a place where employees report an extraordinary level of job satisfaction, and I just feel grateful that I was part of that chapter. Now, to my colleagues in the District Attorney's Office, it's really hard to leave you all, but I want to say the following things: that we're united by a clear and noble purpose. So never lose sight of why we do what we do. And always remember that justice is achieved through teamwork. Whether you're a support staff, IT, investigator, or in the courtroom, each of you is an essential part of the mission. And I'm so grateful to have worked alongside all of you. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge our partners in the criminal justice system. This system's not just about arrests and prosecutions. It's about prevention, about innovation, about building safer communities. And I have immense respect for the partners across Santa Barbara County who embrace those differences while never losing sight of our great responsibility to protect the public safety. As I reflect on my career in local government, I'm reminded that in times, particularly as of late, of national turmoil and difficult budget times, Santa Barbara County has remained a place where values matter. This is a community that stands for what's right, decent, and just. And I'm profoundly proud to have been able to serve here. And I leave with gratitude for the trust placed in me and for the friendships and partnerships that have sustained me. Now, I'd be remiss not to take a moment to thank my family, my partner, Craig Hunter, and my son, Aiden Scott, who's a student at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Without their support over the course of my career, I could have never made the commitments that I've been able to. They've always understood the calling of working in government, and for that, I appreciate and love them very much. So thank you all for allowing me to serve in this county, and it's really been a privilege of a lifetime. I appreciate it.
Congratulations, Kelly. Okay. Administrative item number 5.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 5 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Sheriff's Custody Commander Sean Lamer upon his retirement from the Sheriff's Department after 27 years of faithful and dedicated service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us today, we have Sean and Under Sheriff Bonner and whoever else you would like to join with you at the podium. Whereas Sean Lammer retired from county service on Saturday, November 29th, 2025, having faithfully served the Sheriff's Office in the communities of Santa Barbara County. Sean, having previously served as a Reserve Deputy Sheriff, Utility Worker, Custody Officer, later classified as Custody Deputy Special Duty, Custody Sergeant, Custody Lieutenant, and Custody Commander. And whereas Sean started his career as a Reserve Deputy Sheriff at the Goleta Police Department on January 12, 1998, and became a Correction Officer Custody Deputy on March 22, 1999, assigned to the main jail located in Santa Barbara. During his almost 28 years of service, he has worked in various capacities, which included jail operations, Special Operations Response Team, SORT, Classification, Transportation, Custody Support, Risk Assessment Unit, RAU, Administrative Investigations Team, AIT, Health Services, and numerous temporary duty assignments. And whereas Sean throughout his career provided the employees of the Sheriff's Office with positive leadership and professionalism, allowing him to excel in the duties in his various assignments, attaining the rank of Custody Commander. And whereas Sean provided the citizens of Santa Barbara County with extraordinary professionalism and sensitive correctional law enforcement service while dedicating his life to the pursuit of justice. And whereas Sean's knowledge, skills, and experience contributed greatly to the overall professionalism and the goals of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, as well as the objectives of the county. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby acknowledge this resolution of commendation for Custody Commander Sean Lamer upon his retirement from the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, passed and adopted today.
So on behalf of our Sheriff's Office team, I want to thank the board for this resolution recognizing 28 years of service to our Santa Barbara County community. 28 years of walking the toughest beat in our entire county. I also want to quickly recognize Sean's wife, Julie. This level of service doesn't happen without our family along with us. And I know that Julie and the entire Lammer family has sacrificed on behalf of Santa Barbara County. But again, today we're here to celebrate 28 years of service. And I think last time I came up and I talked about how some of our folks begin their public service volunteering. And Sean is another one of those folks, right? He began his career as a volunteer deputy sheriff. And that's something that doesn't happen anymore, but really shows that level of interest in serving the community and just exemplifies who Sean is. And I want to thank Sean for those 28 years of service. I want to thank Sean for being a key member of our team and leading our organization through some incredibly tough times. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sean.
Thank you. So I have many people to thank. Kind of took a village to get me here today. Growing up in Carpinteria, small town, you always dream big, and to be here today is an honor. First, I would like to thank the people of Santa Barbara County, Sheriff Bill Brown and the Sheriff's Office family, Board of Supervisors, and all county employees, my parents, Tom and Christy Lammer, who are here, my siblings, Brian and Julie, my in-laws, Bob and Gail Smith, my brother-in-law, Jason, his fiancee, Erica. And then we kind of joked about this on Friday, but I have a lot of friends in the city of Moore Park where I currently reside. So I'd also like to thank the Gonzaleses, the Suarez family, Barones, Barreras, Reyes, Gomez, Moores, the Vollmer family, Garcias, Dearborns, Westfalls, the Ordelheids, the Gutierrez family, a good friend of mine, may your soul rest in peace, and to the families on Shakespeare Place. In Carpinteria, I absolutely love Carpinteria. I know I've been to your family's restaurant many times, Supervisor. But I would like to thank the Delwich family, Tremblays, Hardy, Thompson, Hastings, Rubio, the Shamblins, Codas, and Diablo families. I'd also like to thank my best friend Daniel Gonzalez, who couldn't be here today. He works at Adventist Health Hospital in Simi Valley on the graveyard shift. And I'd also really like to thank my beautiful wife, Julie. Thank you for everything. Don't get me emotional. And my sons, Zachary and Jacob. I'm very blessed to be here and very grateful. Thankful for your dedication and love and support to me and my family. To my successes and the opportunities I've had within the county, to all the good and tough times. I will say that there's been many times where we missed family events, as have all of you, because of some emergency that was happening within the county. But I wouldn't change that for anything. Thanks for believing in me, especially in times where I necessarily didn't believe in myself. And thank you all for staying strong in the face of adversity. This is truly a beautiful, wonderful county that I really enjoyed working with, and I love the entire Sheriff's Office family. So with that, thanks again for my career that I have so truly enjoyed. And I love working for the Sheriff's Office, loved everyone who worked there, loved the work, and we'll miss all of you. And for Chief Wazalewski, who couldn't be here today, I wore this special purple tie for him, and he'll understand. Thank you so very much.
Supervisor Lee.
Sean, I just want to say, so the first time I met you, I saw your name, Sean Lammer. I was like, this guy has a perfect name to be a custody deputy. Like Sean Lammer, Slammer.
Oh, Slammer, yeah. I have a few nicknames, yeah.
But since then, I have nothing but respect and trust in you. And thank you for all you have done for our community. So I congratulate on your retirement.
Thank you all. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our next administrative item.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 6 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Julie Hagan upon her retirement from the Public Works Department after 28 years of faithful and dedicated service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Julie Hagan and Chris Sneddon. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Julie Hagan began employment with the County of Santa Barbara in the Auditor Controller Department in December 1997 as an Audit Division Manager, and through her exceptional performance was promoted to Financial Accounting Operations Division Chief, Payroll Division Chief, Projects Division Chief, and ultimately Chief Deputy Auditor Controller, providing leadership in auditing, payroll, and financial management, during which she earned her CPFO certification, taught a UCSB extension course on auditing and internal controls, and led the team that implemented the county's current payroll system, a transformative project still in use today. And whereas Julie became the Public Works Chief Financial and Administrative Officer in September 2016, leading fiscal teams across all divisions and overseeing human resources, payroll, safety, information technology, public information, and administrative services for the Public Works Department. And whereas Julie's deep understanding of financial systems, commitment to excellence, work ethic, and collaborative leadership earned her the respect of colleagues, county departments, and leadership, while her trademark optimism in the face of adversity reminded everyone to always ask, what if it's great? And whereas Julie's sharp sense of humor, friendly competitiveness, and keen eye for detail are lasting legendary, and she has likely already spotted a typo in this resolution. She is also known for the love she has for her family, Harry, Melissa, and Amanda, her many animals, and for cleaning house at the Cal Sacca poker tables. And whereas Julie's professionalism, integrity, mentorship, and dedication to public service have left a legacy on the county and its employees, and she stands as an inspiring role model for women aspiring to be county leaders, an exemplary example of leadership within county government. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby acknowledge and commend Julie Hagan for 28 years of outstanding service to the residents of Santa Barbara County and extends its sincerest appreciation and best wishes for a well-earned retirement. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Capps, members of the board, thank you for having us here today. And the resolution, it's hard to talk about Julie in a condensed way. There's so much to her, and she's so unique in what she has brought to the county and to the department over the years. And on the one hand, you know, she runs this really complex business operation, and it takes really tight fiscal controls, and it takes a high level of detail-orientedness, which Julie has. But then we operate in a high-risk environment in public works, and we constantly have challenges that we're taking on, and we always want to be raising the bar and pushing the status quo to be better at what we do. And Julie embraces both of those aspects of the job fully. And I think about how does somebody get the ability to do that, to take on these really complex, controlled, detail-oriented things, and also be able to embrace kind of risky, adventurous type of undertakings that we do. And I was thinking about a story she told me one time about when she was 15 and she used to ride her horse across the 101 in Gaviota to go to the beach. And I thought that's where a person comes like who can do this job. It comes from that can do this job. So I think it kind of boils down to Julie is really just fearlessly capable. She's got, and I think it comes from the expertise and the confidence and the competitiveness of always wanting to be better and to be the best at what she does. And I think the Post-it note that's in her office that's mentioned in the resolution also brings that home, where so many times we've been in had these difficult challenges we're grappling with, and she just kind of says, well, what if it could be great? Or what if it's great if we go down this road? And so I feel like Julie's a person who kind of wakes up every day, and that's kind of what she's thinking about, whether it's going on a family vacation or the day-to-day routine or taking on some big challenge, just approaching everything from this angle of what if it's great. And so with that, thank you very much, Julie. Really appreciate everything you've done for me, for us, for our department, for the county, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words, Chris. You're too nice. Standing here today is both humbling and bittersweet. After 28 years of service with the County of Santa Barbara, it's time for me to say thank you to everyone I've worked with. We've shared challenges, successes, laughter, and as Chris mentioned, even some friendly competition. I've had the privilege of serving in roles that challenged me, inspired me, and allowed me to grow alongside the most dedicated professionals I've ever known. Any success I've had has been because of the people around me. My colleagues with their talent, creativity, and commitment every single day. I am proud of the work we've done and even prouder of the people I've had the honor to work with. Throughout my career, I've led with integrity, collaboration, and optimism. And as you just heard Chris say, my favorite question is, what if it's great? That mindset has carried us through challenges and reminded us that even in adversity, there's opportunity. But it was the collaboration and hard work that made it possible. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their recognition, my colleagues for their partnerships, and the residents of Santa Barbara County for trusting me with the responsibility of public service. I want to thank my family, Harry, our daughters, Melissa and Amanda, and my many other family members and friends for their support. You've been my anchor through long hours, big projects, and every challenge along the way. As I retire, I leave with immense gratitude and pride. Okay, I can do this. And I encourage all of you to keep asking, what if it's great? Because with the talent, dedication, and heart, I know the future of Santa Barbara County will be great. That's the end.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations, Julie. There's a lot of negativity out there right now about government employees and people that work in government. I hope anybody that's watching or is in this room has felt the people that work for Santa Barbara County care.
Yeah.
It's important to them. They're people that are full of integrity and are very principled, none more than Julie. And it's interesting because I told Bob today, I said, when I see Harry and Julie together, that's my Santa Barbara County Ozzie and Harriet couple, right? A lot of you young people won't get it, and it meant to be positive, that just wholesome, principled, full of integrity people that are there to do the right thing. And so anybody out there that wants a job, in 30 years, this could be what you're doing. So congratulations. Enjoy your retirement.
Okay, last but not least, we have administrative item number 7.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 7 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Larry Harrow of the Planning and Development Department as the December 2025 Employee of the Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Larry Harrow and Lisa Plowman. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Larry exemplifies the county's organizational values of accountability, customer focus, equity and inclusion, innovation, trust, and ethics. And whereas Larry models the department's values and standards, which include integrity, quality, creativity, respect, initiative, and collaboration. And whereas Larry supervises the building and safety public service counters in Santa Maria and Santa Barbara, and his leadership has helped to ensure that the department's processes are consistent across both locations and counters. And whereas Larry exhibits and demonstrates an excellent customer service approach and works well with staff and the public to troubleshoot issues with permits and has become the go-to person for applicants seeking assistance. And whereas Larry is approachable and friendly with staff and members of the public and exudes a positive attitude that is infectious to everyone he interacts with. And whereas Larry was a key member of the Acela team that worked tirelessly to transition the department to an online permit system and to develop streamlined on-demand building permits for minor improvements. And whereas Larry's can-do approach and willingness to tackle difficult and complex process improvement assignments, his focus on reducing processing timeframes, and his efforts to improve the application process has made him an incredible, valuable asset to the department. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby acknowledge Larry Harrow as Employee of the Month for December 2025, passed and adopted today.
I am so relieved this is not a retirement resolution. Everything in that resolution is true in spades about Larry. He has been a real department superstar. He was a contractor before he came to the county in 2017, so he really understands both sides of the public counter, which is I'm partial to, because I've had the same experience, but I think it's really a good thing for our applicants. He has worked diligently as a building inspector, so he was in the field, and then we promoted him to a supervisor because we saw the potential in Larry and we were really excited about it. And he has been overseeing the building counters in both the North and South County. He drives back and forth, he supports his team, he works really hard to make sure our intake process is smooth and our permit issuance is smooth, and he's done an amazing job. And as we said in the resolution, he's worked on our Acela process, he's worked on our fee study update. Anytime I ask Larry to do anything, he is ready and willing with his superhero cape on. And so with that, I just want to say thank you so much for everything you do every day, Larry. I mean, when the public comes to ask questions, you're there with a smile and helpful hand. So congratulations, you've deserved this award. We really appreciate you.
Appreciate it. I'm glad I didn't have to read any of that because I'm horrible at these things, but thank you. I appreciate the recognition, especially considering all the wonderful people I work with. So I'm honored. Thank you.
Okay, that was a wonderful set of resolutions, and now we'll move to the administrative items that have been pulled by either the public or the board. We have a long list. We'll start with, I believe the first one is A15. Is that correct? Oh, no. Supervisor Hartman had A15. Let's read that into the record.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 15 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a grant agreement between the County of Santa Barbara and the California Arts Council for fiscal year 2025 through 2026 state local partner SLP grant.
Thank you. I pulled this just because I wanted to call out the what it took to get this grant. Wonder if Sarah York Rubin would come up and explain that. And while she's coming up, at the opening for the new regional communication center, we heard from EOC Director Kelly Hubbard how important the arts are and how you've worked with visual arts and calming and also poems on a boulder that came from the debris flow. So art can enrich all aspects of our lives, even things we might not think of initially.
Good morning, Chair Capps and members of the board, and thank you so much for your support. We're really proud to be recognized by the state as one of the top arts agencies. And the rankings are based on meaningful community engagement, geographic reach, breadth of communities served, quality of services, I think, and consistency of accessibility. Our staff works really hard to make this possible. And I especially want to thank Hannah Rubalcava, our grants manager, who leads our state engagement efforts. But it's a holistic measurement, and I think speaks to the grant-making practices, the cultural and community engagement, and I think the visual arts that's most easily seen.
And so we were a top scorer among...
We were. There's the highest ranking in the state of California. There are a few counties that received it, but Santa Barbara County was one.
Congratulations.
Thank
well
you so
done.
much.
Yes, congratulations. Thank you. Thanks for pulling it. Okay. Okay, with that, I guess we need a motion there, Supervisor Hartman.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. A16.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 16 is from County Council. It is to consider recommendations regarding a First Amendment to the outside counsel contract with Myers-Nave, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item. We're going to Zoom with Rennie Strong. Rennie?
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. So First Amendment, right? That's supposed to be, since it's a First Amendment, so I'm sure there's a lot of silver lining in that. But most people, human beings, do not use their First Amendment correctly. Why? We ask, why do we have that? Why did our forefathers give us the First Amendment? Well, if they would have known that we were going to be psychologically operated on by the branch of government, also known as Operation Mockingbird Media, that they were going to be brainwashing us, and through their media, the most dangerous weapon is media, is narrative, is what we feed ourselves in our minds and what's being fed to us. Most people don't know this. They don't know Operation Mockingbird. They don't even know how to research Operation Mockingbird to show how the Guten Press and how the different war on us has taken over our...
Excuse me, Mr. Strong. This item is not related to this. You're welcome to speak in public comment about things not on the agenda, but I believe that you pulled several items on administrative items, which you need to speak to those items. You're welcome to speak about anything.
Well, if you had them clear, then I could understand that. But you get them the night before, which doesn't give us enough time to study it. So, and I know that's all part of the program. So, null and void government you have up there, and
Well, if you're speaking on this item, you're welcome to speak, but if not, we're going to move on to the next item. Thank you.
Okay, well, what's the item about then? Thank you.
This is an item related to outside counsel, an expenditure item. So we're going to move on to the next item, but thank you. You're welcome to speak in general public comment about anything you'd like. Okay, we will move on to item A17.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 17 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding Assembly Bill 1243 and Senate Bill 684 in support of polluters.
I'm sorry, we do need, I apologize. Supervisor Nelson reminded me that we do need a vote on A16 since it was pulled. Sorry to cut you off there.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Now back to A17.
Chair Capps and members of the board, I will go ahead and reread that item into the record. This is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding Assembly Bill 1243 and Senate Bill 684 in support of Polluters Pay Climate Superfund legislation. And we currently have 20 requests to speak from the public on this item.
So we're going to close public comment on this item now that it's on the docket here. And why don't we move, can we move to public comment first? Or did the public pull this, or did one of us pull this? I believe the public did.
The public, 20.
Yeah. We'll start with you all since you've been patiently waiting. We'll start with public comment, and as mentioned, it's a 90-second limit here, so we'll move quickly.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we will begin on Zoom with Bill Woodbridge to be followed by Heidi Harmon. Bill?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hi, supervisors. Thank you very much for the time.
Sure.
I'm not going to reiterate or restate everything that everybody else is going to say. All I want you to think about is Sable has proven itself to be an unlawful criminal organization that doesn't abide by any of the Coastal Commission requirements. They haven't paid their fines. They don't abide by anything that the other agencies or the county requires them to do. They just throw it back in your face. So this is not an example of an organization that I think you would want to have in charge of cleaning up oil spills or maintaining pipelines or platforms. They're just completely irresponsible. So please think about that in determining whether or not you would grant the transfer of the permits from Exxon to Sable. It's going to be a disaster. They have no finances left. They don't have any money to clean up any oil spills. They've proven themselves to be completely inept, uncooperative, criminal, disastrous organization. So I don't think this is the kind of company that you want to give permits to operate in this county.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you. You know, Madam Clerk, I wanted to get to our public, but maybe is there someone from our staff that could speak to this topic? That speaker did speak generally to the subject matter, but who's the staff person who would speak to the legislation?
Legislative staff is not here in the room. Oh, she is. Brittany, why don't you come up?
Just if we could just have a broad overview so that we can stay on topic specifically to the legislation. Because maybe the first speaker was thinking about our item next week, which is on Sable.
Thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board. This particular item is to adopt a resolution in support of a couple of bills, one from the Senate and one from the Assembly, Assembly Bill 1243 and Senate Bill 684. These bills are meant, they're known as Polluters Pay Superfund legislation. Yep. And what they're meant to do is to create a fund that Cal Environmental Protection Agency would administer of funds paid by companies that have contributed to pollution due to fossil fuels. Yep. And so these bills were heard last year in both houses, and were continued as 2-year bills. And so we are looking to ask the board to adopt a resolution in support of those bills or some future form of those bills in 2026.
Thanks, Ms. Oderman, for explaining. And now we'll resume public comment. So comments should be related to the two pieces of legislation that the board is discussing whether or not to adopt a resolution in support of those pieces of legislation. Thank you.
We will continue on Zoom with Heidi Harmon to be followed by Thomas Rebecki. Heidi?
Good morning, Supervisors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Heidi Harmon. I'm former mayor of San Luis Obispo and now a senior organizer with Greenpeace, and I'm here to urge you to pass a resolution in support of the California Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act. As a longtime climate activist, advocate, and native of the Pasadena-Altadena area, I've seen firsthand the costs of climate change and how they fall hardest on our local communities, especially often in low-income neighborhoods. Meanwhile, the fossil fuel companies that knowingly cause this crisis continue to profit, while our taxpayers are left to cover the immense cost of recovery and response. And so the Make Polluters Pay climate legislation would finally change that. And as a former mayor, I know how challenging it can be to keep a community functioning, even in the best of times. And so the escalating costs of climate impacts are overwhelming our cities and our counties. This policy is designed to bring long overdue financial relief to help communities like Santa Barbara rebuild stronger and more resilient. So thank you to those of you who have already signed on as individuals. And while that matters a lot, passing a resolution is one of the most powerful actions that you can take. And it sends a clear message to your colleagues in Sacramento that local governments expect and deserve meaningful support. So please join the 26 cities and counties across California that have already taken this step by voting yes on this resolution for fairness and accountability and the well-being of the people that you serve. Thank you for your leadership and thank you for considering this important action.
We will now go to Thomas Rebecki to be followed by Eric Bershinger. Thomas?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. My name's Tomas Morales Rebecki, and I'm the Central Coast Organizing Manager for Food and Water Watch. And I've worked with Food and Water Watch for over 10 years on the Central Coast, and I've seen the damage that the fossil fuel industry has done to our community, from the 2015 Refugio oil spill to the Thomas Fire, where my family and I had to evacuate for over a week here in Ventura. And we've seen there's a history and pattern of polluters abusing our community and then leaving us with the bill to clean it up. And just at our border of Ventura and Santa Barbara, we see Rincon oil, the oil field on Rincon Island. And as we remember, those wells were left and abandoned by a bankrupt company, and the state had to take them over to prevent another oil spill in our area. And we have a long history of other onshore producers like Greca leaving us with the bills to pay up after they drill as much as they can. So Make Polluters Pay will make sure that these corporations are paying the true costs of their climate damage while they still have the funds and can't hide it in shell companies or pay out to their shareholders. So this will benefit our area the most, more than other areas in California. That's why Oxnard overwhelmingly passed it, and so many other cities and counties are in the process too of passing in our area. So this will show our local state legislators that there's a growing demand for this bill locally, and we need to stand up for it in Sacramento. So thank you for your consideration of this bill today, and hope you will pass it.
We will now go to Eric Bershinger to be followed by Rennie Strong. Eric?
Hello. My name is Eric Bershinger. I'm a UCSB alumni. I'm a lifelong resident of the Central Coast, and I now work in wildfire resiliency in Santa Barbara. I'll keep this very short because I think a lot of my colleagues and friends there will share a lot of great information. And I don't want to repeat anything, but I'm here in support of the resolution today. And I've already shared my reasons for that with some of the supervisors already. So yeah, I just hope you'll pass this resolution today to make polluters pay and make the companies responsible for wreaking climate havoc on our region, make them pay their fair share for their damages, like every other company does, such as with the federal Superfund with the EPA. A lot of chemical companies and manufacturing companies already pay into Superfunds, and this is a very normal thing, very legal thing. And it's time that fossil fuel companies give back some of their record profits to the regions that they have harmed with their business practices. So thank you.
We will now go to Rennie Strong, then we will return here in Santa Barbara with Katie Davis. Rennie?
Hello, everybody. 805 constituents. So yeah, this is Rennie Strong. Also on Facebook, Stop Geoengineering California. Anyway, we are talking about fossil fuels. So all the different vehicles and people getting in their vehicles to go drive them to places. And how about those people that are part of the DARPA program? How about those that are part of the Vandenberg Air Force Base and Edwards Air Force Base and Fort Hunter Liggett and Fresno Air Force Base around us, that go and drive, and then they get in their airplanes, and then they fly these from the Air Force bases and Air National Guard bases. They fly over our head and leave big old condensation trails, right? No, condensation trails dissipate. When they leave lines across the skies, also known as solar radiation management, stratospheric aerosol injection, weather modification programs. We didn't have it done today, so which is, of course, because we have council meetings and they don't like when light is beamed on them, just like these politicians, polytricians that are here. Pushing these agendas, well, those need to be paid. Big make polluters pay. Yeah, let's make the geoengineers pay. The pilots that in Florida that DeSanto tried to get it passed. We need to do that here in California. But we all want to keep our heads in the sand and just think about what's going on in the water instead of what's going on in our air and what's going on in our bodies. And how about dementia, Alzheimer's, metals that are being sprayed?
Thank you, Rennie. That is your time. We will now return to Santa Barbara with Katie Davis to be followed by Ethan Madej. Katie?
Hi, Katie Davis. I just want to thank you for having this resolution in support of climate Superfund legislation on your consent agenda. I think it falls well within your proposed, your county legislative platform, not only your climate resilience platform, but just having a way to help out communities when they're most in distress. I do want to take this opportunity to point out that while we're distracted by various crises, climate change is not slowing down. 2024 was the hottest year on record, breaking the prior record of 2023. Indeed, the 10 warmest years on record have all occurred in the past decade, as have 15 of California's 20 most destructive fires on record, and the trend is projected to continue. We're also seeing more intense storms and flooding due to climate change. More than 7 million Californians, 1 in 5 residents, live in areas at risk of flooding. Every county in California has flood risk. Climate models show that flood risk is growing as atmospheric rivers become more intense, as well as sea level rise, and as we know, slope destabilizing wildfires. On the Central Coast, there are $64 billion worth of structures in a floodplain. Climate change also poses risks to agriculture, as Supervisor Nelson pointed out, one of our most important industries, through increased droughts and water scarcity, extreme heat damaging crops and reducing yields, pests, diseases, wildfires, and disrupted chilling hours. This legislation is a modest step towards creating a climate fund, calculating damages, and apportioning costs to those most responsible for the problem. Thank you for hearing it.
We will now go to Ethan Madej to be followed by Brooke Ballfacer. Ethan?
Hello there. As you know, I'm Ethan Madej. I'm here representing the 100+ students that walked out in October supporting the Make Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act. In October, Santa Barbara High School walked out, joining 2,200 students across the state of California. Among our chants and incredible speakers, one of which is here on this board, was this one that I really want to highlight. It goes, "We are unstoppable. A better future is possible." Thank you for your hard work to ensure that future, our future. Leaders like yourselves are truly an inspiration, and we are grateful every day to have you standing alongside young people. As the great speaker, Jenna McGovern, said at the walkout, if you make a mess, you clean it up. That's what this legislation is doing. It's a one-time fee that's holding the top polluters accountable. It's not taxing local businesses, it's not taxing local companies, and it's really to hold the top polluters accountable, the top corporate interests that are putting themselves above us. Thank you again for leading the Central Coast into a sustainable, affordable, and bright future. Thank you and happy holidays.
We will now go to Brooke Balthaser to be followed by Lauren Leyland.
And just a reminder, we don't clap. We did during the resolutions, but during this portion, we keep it quiet so we can move along. Thank you.
All right. Hi, supervisors and county staff. My name is Brooke, and I'm here on behalf of local nonprofit Seafrog. I'm here today to ask you that you adopt a resolution in support of the Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act, a piece of legislation that over 75% of voters support. In the 1950s, scientists and fossil fuel engineers began uncovering evidence that the fossil fuel industry largely contributes to climate change and negatively impacts human health and our environment. But rather than trying to mitigate these impacts, the industry chose to cast doubt and disinformation so that they could continue polluting our communities and destroying our planet in their relentless pursuit of profit. We know that the fossil fuel industry is aware of the role that they play in the climate crisis. It's just a matter of holding them accountable. When disasters strike, the cost falls on to taxpayers and stretches our state and local budgets thin. The Climate Superfund Act aims to shift this burden to those most responsible, the fossil fuel industry. It's a simple concept. If you're responsible for making a mess, you're responsible for cleaning it up. We don't think it's too much to ask that polluters are held to that same standard. The Central Coast is one of the fastest warming regions in the lower 48 states. And with climate disasters projected to increase in severity and frequency, we desperately need another source of state funding to be able to prepare and respond. That's why the Climate Superfund Act is so important and why 20 other cities and counties across the state have passed resolutions in support. Your neighbors in Oxnard and Port Hueneme were some of the first to pass these resolutions, and I encourage you to follow their lead today. Please adopt this resolution in support of the Climate Superfund Act. Thank you.
We will now go to Lauren Leland to be followed by Carol Miller. Lauren?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lauren Leland, and I'm with the Santa Barbara Polluters Pay Coalition. I'm here today to ask you to pass a resolution in support of California's Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act. The simple reality is this: we cannot afford the cost of climate disasters as is, let alone into the future as climate disasters are becoming both more frequent and more intense. Santa Barbara County's Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment outlines all the things we can expect. More extreme storms, more flooding, landslides, and debris flows, combined with rising sea levels and an increase in areas burned by wildfire. Much of our transit infrastructure, including crucial evacuation routes, are extremely vulnerable to coastal hazards, and our water and wastewater infrastructure is susceptible to malfunctioning due to coastal flooding. Our agricultural sector and our recreation and tourism sector, two major economic drivers in the county, have been found to be the most vulnerable to climate change hazards. This legislation provides not just an opportunity to mitigate the worst of these impacts, but also to build a better future. A climate superfund will allow us to invest in the transition to clean energy, create well-paying green jobs, support small businesses as they rebuild from disasters, and restore our ecosystems that not only protect us, but make Santa Barbara County such a beautiful place to live. I also want to emphasize that this bill assesses fees from only the very largest fossil fuel companies who have emitted more than 1 billion metric tons of CO2 over the covered period, not local industry. Let this be a solution. Let those who have spent decades making billions of dollars while knowingly fueling this crisis be held accountable. Thank you.
We will now go to Carol Miller to be followed by Eva Youngling Bean. Carol?
My name is Carol Millar. First, I'd like to thank the Legislative Committee for recommending this resolution and staff for drawing up the analysis showing how it fits very tidily into the county's climate platform. According to the State Legislative Analyst's Office, California will face a nearly $18 billion budget deficit in the 2026-27 fiscal year. I don't have to tell a panel of California politicians that there will be excruciatingly hard choices to make. Those choices will be somewhat less fraught if funding from big polluters is available to mitigate the costs of the climate disasters we know are in our future and to bolster investments in resiliency. It's only fair that companies that have been making extraordinary profits of many billions of dollars pay for the result of their decades-long campaigns of deception regarding the effects of greenhouse gases. In 2024, Exxon made a net profit of $33.7 billion. In addition, corporate America, including oil and gas companies, are getting substantial tax relief from the big ugly bill. As the Trump administration works to undo the corporate alternative minimum tax that the Biden administration put in place, that tax relief will only increase. Lastly, I'm a homeowner with children. As is the case for most homeowners, my home is the largest asset that my husband and I own. As insurance costs increase and insurance for new owners becomes increasingly difficult to obtain, the value of my largest asset goes down. I saw this quite clearly in the case of a friend whose large house on the Riviera sold for much less than she expected it would. And like all parents, I'm concerned for my children's present and future in a world where the climate crisis is accelerating.
Thank you,
And so I'm
Carol. That
eager
is
to
your
see
time.
funds go into resiliency and mitigation. Thank you.
We will now go to Eva Youngling Bing, to be followed by Sherry Higgins. Eva?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ava Yingling Bean, and I'm here asking you all to vote in support of the resolution regarding the California Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act. I moved to Santa Barbara in 2018 from Albany, California. Over the past 7 years, I've heard stories from people that I consider family about the devastating effects of the 2017 Thomas Fire and the resulting mudslides on their homes and their community. Over the past 7 years, I've witnessed the devastation of annual flooding events on the infrastructure and homes here in Santa Barbara. And over the past 7 years, I've witnessed wildfire threaten not only my friends' homes here, but also my grandparents' home of over 50 years in Sonoma County. With our changing climate, these disasters will only get worse. According to the California Natural Resource Agency's fourth climate assessment, the state of California will face $113 billion with a B dollars in annual climate costs by 2050. With the current administration's cuts to FEMA and the California General Fund in the red, we cannot rely on the status quo to combat disasters in the future. And the science has long been clear. Big oil is largely responsible for the carbon emissions associated with human-induced climate change. As they continue to pollute our planet, oil companies are making record amounts of money, with ExxonMobil reporting $56 billion in profits last year. They are the problem, they have the money, and they should pay for the harm they've caused. I'm fortunate to stand here as a master's student at the Bren School for Environmental Science and Management at UCSB. At Bren, we're trained to solve environmental problems. Climate change-induced disasters are not only a problem, they're a crisis. The Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act is the solution, one that my hometown has already decided to be a part of. It's time for Santa Barbara, my new home, to follow suit. Thank you.
We will now go to Sherry Higgins, to be followed by Doug Norton. Sherry?
My name is Sherry Higgins, and I'm here to ask you to support the resolution, which also supports the Polluters Pay Superfund Act. Our climate is out of balance, our environment is out of balance, and this act and this fund would provide some action to resolve the damage done by the companies to our environment and our climate. So please approve the resolution and support the Climate Superfund Act. Thank you.
We will now go to Doug Norton, to be followed by Alex Borjas. Doug?
Hello, Supervisors. My name's Doug Norton. I'm here on behalf of the Santa Barbara Green Party County Council, representing over 1,000 Green Party voters in our county. Please vote to pass a resolution supporting the passage of the California Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act. This act holds the largest fossil fuel corporations accountable, those responsible for billions of tons of carbon emissions since 1990. These companies are not struggling. ExxonMobil made $56 billion in 2022, and together with the rest of the industry, have raked in trillions in profits over the last 3 decades. Asking them to cover cleanup costs in damages is a fraction of their gains. This bill is good for the poorest and the most affected members of our community by reinvesting the funds from these corporate polluters into clean, renewable energy jobs and reimbursing affected communities for disasters created by climate change. Every $1 in climate preparedness saves $13 in avoided disaster costs. That's a smart investment in California's future and the youth of Santa Barbara counties. The Green Party platform.
Thank you. That is your time.
Okay, thank you for my.
We will now go to Alex Borjas to be followed by Jake Twomey. Alex?
All right. Hi. My name is Alex. I'm a student at UC Santa Barbara. I'm also a member of the California Public Interest Research Group, and I'm here to speak in support of the resolution. First, state-wise, 3/4 of Californians support a resolution to make polluters pay in some way, shape, or form. Also, 26 of the largest counties have already, districts have already supported it, so it makes sense that we follow on as leaders of the Central Coast. Second, logically, when you have the few largest companies polluting many times more than individuals or public industries, it makes sense that they should be the ones to clean up and the onus shouldn't be on the public. This is something that I even learned as a kid. You clean up after yourself. You don't leave it for other people. So ultimately, it's a bill based off logic and justice. The third reason, economically, as was mentioned before, every dollar we spend now in climate resilience is $13 later. Additionally, 40% of the fund would go to disadvantaged communities who are disproportionately impacted by climate change. And this includes things like investments in infrastructure as well as jobs, bolstering the economy. And it's also money that the county and the state doesn't have to spend, which means freeing up spending for things like policing, healthcare, education. And ultimately, it's a drop in the bucket for these trillion-dollar companies. The last thing is legality. Climate attribution technology is extremely advanced. We know what polluted by who. And also, when it comes to legal precedent, this is something that we've seen before, especially when it comes to for example, cleaning up lead. People were held responsible even though lead paint was legal in the past. It wasn't legal then. They were held responsible. So yeah, thank you.
We will now go to Jake Twomey to be followed by Hunter Mayer. Jake?
Everyone, my name is Jake Toomey. I'm the state board chair for CalPERC students, and I'm here speaking in favor of the resolution. CalPERC students has been working for the last 50 years to protect people from huge companies who don't care about us. And I think the fossil fuel industry falls in that category. We have 30,000 dues-paying members across the state that have been working to help pass the Make Polluters Pay Climate Superfund. But I don't think that this needs to be seen as merely something that is good for the entire state of California. I think Santa Barbara is uniquely vulnerable to the effects of climate change and uniquely needs funding to help prevent climate change and invest in programs that help make us less susceptible to some of these effects. Between wildfires, our position on the coast, but also the fact that Santa Barbara County and Ventura County are warming faster than any other place in the lower 48 states. I think we should join San Francisco, San Diego, Berkeley, and Los Angeles in passing a resolution in favor of the Make Polluters Pay Climate Superfund. Thank you, guys.
We will now go to Hunter Mayer to be followed by Amber Miranda. Hunter?
Good morning. I'm here today to urge the supervisors to vote in support of the resolution in the Make Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act. I'd like to testify that current college students are the first generation that have grown up having to deal with the effects of climate change firsthand, with wildfires and flooding. Many students are scared, are fearful, and are looking for elected officials here in the county to stand up for them. Over the past year, I've spent meeting with students and professors at UC Santa Barbara And we have over 500 students signed on a petition to support this resolution, and dozens of professors as well. To me, this is a common sense resolution. Companies like big oil companies have been profiting off of Californians and the environment for decades, and it's time that they pay their fair share. Just last year, the County of Santa Barbara voted to spend over $300 million by 2030 for climate mitigation, and municipalities around California can't keep affording to spend money protecting the climate when it's the big oil companies that are causing the damage. Thank you.
We will now go to Amber Miranda to be followed by Izzy Sistek, who is our final speaker on this item. Amber?
Hi, good morning. I'm Amber Miranda. I go to school at UCSB, and I'm a member of CalPERG, who just spoke. I'm asking for you guys to please vote to pass a resolution supporting the passage of California Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act. And as you guys have known that because of the climate crisis, we are facing unprecedented storms and flooding and fires, longer summers, drier seasons, shorter winters, creating perfect conditions for these fires. And as you guys have seen before, last year you guys haven't had, you guys had a very dry winter, and then now this year, this past month, you guys received a year's worth of rainfall, which, you know, we're heading towards an unknown future, which we need to be prepared for. Every dollar invested in climate resilience and preparedness can save $13 in cleanup and damage costs, which would otherwise been costed to the general fund, which, you know, this goes to residents here that, you know, can receive healthcare, can receive better education, and instead that money is going to paying for other people's consequences, their damages from the polluters, the real polluters, the companies. So yeah. This act also aims to protect 40% of the funds through this act is dedicated to benefit disadvantaged communities, which I think is very important. This is 15,000 individuals of these disadvantaged communities here in Santa Barbara County, and they shouldn't be left behind. So thank you.
We will now go to Izzy Sistek, who is our final speaker on this item. Izzy?
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Izzy Sistek, and I'm a UCSB student and with the Environmental Affairs Board at UCSB. I'm urging you to vote yes on item A17 and support the Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act. As a young person, I'm deeply aware that the climate challenges we face are only becoming worse. Our county is already investing in emergency response, but the reality is that local taxpayers, including students and working families, are bearing the cost created by the world's largest fossil fuel corporations. We face an issue of basic fairness and justice. The people contributing the least to this crisis are the ones paying the highest price. Isla Vista, where I live and where most students at UCSB live, is included in one of this county's low-income communities. The Polluter Pays Act is a fiscally responsible solution. It asks the companies most responsible for climate damages to pay a modest proportional fee over 20 years, just a fraction of the more than $2 trillion they've earned since 1990. Those funds would directly support the kinds of resilience and infrastructure projects this board consistently prioritizes while protecting our general fund and essential services. This is an opportunity to stand up for fairness, fiscal responsibility, and for the long-term well-being of young people like me who will inherit the consequences of today's decisions. So I respectfully urge you to vote yes on A17. Thank you.
And that concludes our speakers for A17.
Okay, thank you so much for our public speakers. Are there any questions from the board to Ms. Oderman, or other questions? I
have a question.
Yes, Supervisor Labanino.
If I could ask staff. So this is a look back at emissions from 1990 to now, or 1998, and then assigning a value to that and requiring them to pay in a look back?
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. That's correct. In the current form, these bills do a look back, and it's retroactive, and I believe it's 1994.
Okay.
I'll double check that. But so it is a retroactive.
And it's not a look back and saying you were emitting more than you were permitted for. It's saying, regardless if you were permitted for it or whatever, this is how much you emitted, and so this is what your bill is. Kind of, that's the way it works.
I think the details of exactly how it works out still have to be figured out, and that's part of the bill, is to have that study done and worked out.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the county supporting this resolution. If you look at the damages that the U.S. is now experiencing from disaster losses, it's $183 billion last year, and it averages over the last five years $150 billion a year. And these are huge, huge costs that households, insurers, and governments are having to pay. And I think about what this means for Santa Barbara County. We've got to protect harbors, wastewater plants, and low-lying roads. We've got to elevate bridges and critical roads that are needed for evacuation. We have to figure out how to keep the power going if we're fire. I just recently spent a lot of money trying to harden my home with windows and roof and enclosing eaves, and it's not cheap. So we need to find a way that these costs aren't just thrown onto the public and onto local government. And there's just, we've done this with Superfund, where the various chemicals, the companies, you've got to go back, you've got to clean it up if you're found liable for a proportion of a site. And I think we need to do that in this case as well. It's basically, how do you pay your fair share and reduce taxpayer burdens and accelerate these resilience projects and protect lives? And so I'm really looking at this from the lens of local government, and we have just begun the planning, let alone trying to put a price tag on what resilience is going to mean in our community. And so how are we going to fund it? And as I've said before, the federal government is increasingly reluctant to have FEMA fund these disasters, wants to put this cost on local government. We're going to hear next week about what this means in terms of our county budget. So I'm very supportive of this, again, from the county local government lens.
Supervisor Lee.
So I'm going to be supportive of this item based on Supervisor Nelson's report on abandoned oil wells. I feel it's important that we find funds to cap these oil wells. So what I want to see is that our lobbyists push for money that come back to our county to do such projects. That's good. So I'm supportive of this.
Okay. Any other comments? I can speak. If not, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I actually, at first when I saw this on here, I was a little, I thought maybe disappointed. I didn't necessarily thought that this was something that we needed to discuss here, but actually upon further reflection, I'm glad that the Legislative Committee brought it to us, because I don't think it's a no-brainer in our legislative platform. Yes, it's connected to some other things, and I appreciate that you guys gave me an opportunity to be able to vote on this instead of just taking a blanket vote for the entire county. So I do want to thank you guys for doing that and giving me that chance to take it. I'm not going to be supporting this. I have some concerns about this. There's a lot of blame out there, not only from companies but also users, and I don't necessarily see this as the proper way to accomplish the goals that are before us. And so, again, I won't be supporting this. What I understand with the legislation is it's probably got some real challenges at the state level as well. But again, I do appreciate at least the opportunity to take a vote on it. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm also supportive of this. I appreciate the advocates. This is a big turnout for an administrative item here and a resolution, and I'm not surprised. the majority of folks in Santa Barbara County, not just in South Coast, but throughout the county, want their leaders to lead on a transition to renewables. And so I'm not surprised by this strong turnout, and that's what I believe this board is doing, and by taking this stand and joining the many, many other jurisdictions that are in favor of this state legislation. And I believe that this is something that California should do. I also want to make sure that that this fund, if it does become a reality, is fiscally prudent, and that it's run in a way that funds do come back to counties like ours that have seen really serious damage from climate change, from pollution derived from fossil fuels. And that it's run well. That fund is run well. On the flip side of Supervisor Hartman's point, I am supportive of this legislation because of the historic subsidies that the oil and gas industries has received. A conservative estimate is $31 billion a year that the industry receives in subsidies. And that's just something that isn't right to me. That we all know the power of the lobbyists and the ways in which tax breaks and things that they've been able to achieve, not just recently, but for decades. And so I see this as just and overdue time for some of that to be back into counties like ours that have been paying the price, and individuals and residents that have been paying the price for the damage. So. With that, I think we can take a roll call vote unless Supervisor Lavanino would like to speak.
I just wanted to add on so that folks know, our local producers, offshore producers, did pay into a fund while they were active so that we could do things like land acquisition on the coast and those types of things. Of course, now they're kind of defunct, and so those funds have dried up as well. But there was a fund up until last year that the oil companies did pay into locally that allowed us to do projects, coastal projects that had coastal relevance.
You're referring to CRUMF?
Correct, yeah.
Great. Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please. Oh, we need a motion.
I would make a motion that we adopt the resolution.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's take roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
No.
And Chair Capps. Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, and again, thanks to our speakers from the public. Let's move on to the next item, which I think it's A18.
Oh, wow. Still
We're crawling along here today. Might want to get that second cup of coffee, or maybe the third.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 18 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the approval of an application of destruction of records and certification of approval consisting of clerk of the board records. And there is a 4/5 vote required on this item. And we have 2 requests to speak from the public. We are going to begin with Rennie Strong on Zoom and return to Santa Barbara with Karen Howenstein. Rennie?
Okay.
Hello. Hello, everybody, again. This was about also what it's air pollution control district type topic, or
Actually, no, Mr. Strong, this is not. This is about destruction of records. If you want to speak to that topic, you're welcome to. If not, you can save your comments to public comment.
yeah, well, destruction or blotting out things should not be taken away. We the public need to have access to all that. We need to be able to not have we don't need to have individuals that are in the government signing things off so we can't have access to seeing it. So that's my piece on it. So that's it for right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to our final speaker on this item, Karen Howenstein here in Santa Barbara. Karen?
Thank you. Karen Howenstein from North County. I'm just speaking from a personal perspective on this issue. I'm telling the county, do not destroy any records at all having to do with me or my family. with APNs 099330004, APN 099060011, or APN 099060006, associated address 3333 Avena Road in Lompoc, California, 93436. Anything at all associated with those properties. I don't care how old it is, because it is currently the subject of litigation. Don't destroy any records at all, especially in custody records or sheriff's records. Law enforcement in any way concerned with the lawfare that's been heaved upon my life. That will be the subject of litigation in the future. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, we need a motion and a second, please.
I move staff recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes. Okay. We will move to A20.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 20 is from the County Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Santa Barbara County Drought Resilience Plan. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item. We are going to Zoom with Rennie Strong. Rennie?
Again,
Okay, everybody. Hello. So we have these agencies that are about air quality, and they don't talk about what I've been talking about today. They don't talk about the geoengineering, cloud seeding, weather warfare, manipulating of the weather, creating climate change by climate changers of the Air Force, the Air National Guard, where they have runways, air, they have runways. Most people don't know this, that it's DARPA programs, and they're polluting us. And guess what? Your government agencies, all these pathologists, psychopath, sociopath, politicians, and those that are on these boards, they're not going to speak up about this stuff. So it's up to our human eyes to see, not pick up what's been told, what's going on on the Mockingbird media. They're all in on it. So if you look it up, Operation Popeye, my dad was in Vietnam, Richard Lee Strong, 2 times in Vietnam. I spoke about that before. So he even, the MK Ultra brainwashing, he even said, oh, Ren, I'm his firstborn. Well, that's a lie, what you're saying. I go, no, Dad, go look it up. He doesn't know how to look it up, like most people that are listening to my voice right now and watching you guys just do your puppet politician trickian thing. You guys don't have any, no, you guys need to cease and desist. All of anything that's going forward, I did not vote for it. I do not welcome it. If the other human beings want to speak up about it, connect with me. Rennie Dean Strong, Department of Justice of California. My uncle Steve Stavely was head of Department of Justice, and he didn't want to talk about that either. So I go, okay, I guess I'm that person. I didn't want to do this role. I didn't want to be the voice, but I will. So anyway, yeah, quit spraying our skies, quit creating climate change, quit direct energy weaponry, lasering, starting fires, and the HARP program, which is also about directing weather. So if you guys aren't caught up on this, people at home, constituents, look up hashtag 805 or 805 constituents, and I put all your guys' name on that stuff in Facebook. And I'm going to keep speaking on it until we can speak up. The whole COVID 1984 about pushing their agenda to get us to mask up, be quiet, take their jab. Same thing. That's also in the air of your breathing, the air of your bodies, and all the depopulation agendas that they're doing on us. And the biometric scan face and the digital IDs, they want to push all this through.
Thank you, Rennie. That is your time.
Okay, I need a motion for this item, please, and a second.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next item.
Chair Capps
A21.
and members of the board, administrative item number 21 is from the County Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Emergency Medical Care Committee, EMCC, appointments. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going back to Zoom with Rennie Strong. Rennie?
Mr. Strong, you have to speak to item A21, please.
Okay, well, it's again,
If you're
just
not,
so that we're clear, what is A21 about? Can you have clarity around that, please?
A21 is from the County Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Emergency Medical Care Committee, EMCC, appointments.
Okay, so the Rockefeller Medicine Men, that's what this health is about, this health death system. Keep you sick, keep coming to them. They're in business to keep you sick. I do not consent to this. I don't want another 100 years of it. I heard you guys, those people they're speaking about, Santa Barbara County Health Department and the Rockefeller school system, which prepares them to be good old big pharma doctors. So yeah, I do not consent to it. Again, cease and desist. This is a null and void government. These political puppets their masters are big oil, and big pharma, big tech, technocracy, eugenics, depopulation, and that's what they're about. So wisen up and please don't comply and stop stealing people, sheriff and police, and participating in that fascist regime. Again, it's all part of the air of what we breathe. We are not being free human beings. We are being manipulated, and we are being deceived beyond what we see. So you better know this. Get a hold of me, Rennie Dean Strong, renniedean@proton.me.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
okay. I'll move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Let's move to A24, I believe.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 24 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Haven Energy Battery Energy Storage System, memorandums of understanding.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I know Director Lagerquist is here to answer some of my questions. When I first saw this, I was a little kind of confused because we went through this big procurement process to do these other projects throughout the county, and then now we're going to be doing battery with this vendor. And I guess I was just trying to figure out how they were selected, and was there a procurement process that went through, or are we sole sourcing this? And is there still an opportunity to potentially put this out for other vendors to potentially apply for the same program to deliver this for our county?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So we went through the Government Code 4217, where we can go straight to a company. This is what we're approving today is a memorandum of agreement in order to then negotiate anything further. So they would work on our behalf, this Haven Energy, to install battery energy storage systems at two facilities that we looked at, the Schwartz Building and then Social Services over at Kelly Real. So, I mean, this isn't agreeing to do any actual work at this time. It's just to negotiate to see if this actually pencils out and then take advantage of the self-generation incentive program incentives.
Yeah, I'm fairly familiar with Government Code 4217. We actually tried to, with your predecessor, to use that to move some of these projects forward, but then we went through this RFP process, and then now we're kind of going back to that. So I guess there's must have been a policy change that now that we're going to go ahead and move forward Government Code 4217 for these types of projects, because it makes sense that we be consistent with the other energy projects out there and put this out for bid. I just called a few other energy companies out there that are in this space, and all of them were interested in this, and we're curious on why they weren't noticed that this might be an opportunity. They asked me to go ahead and look at the accreditation organization for energy companies. Haven's not on it, so that's some concern there moving forward. I looked at the MOU. We're prohibited in the MOU from contracting to do these sites with another vendor if we agree to this. So those are all concerns I have about moving forward with this under the current circumstances, and I think we should make sure that we're getting the best deal possible with this. It looks like we're only going to save about $12,000 a year over a 10-year period. It's not a whole lot of money, so I'd like to see what other options would out there with other vendors.
Right, but we have no cost as part of this.
Yeah, no, I know. We're going to save $12,000 a year, right, at no cost.
Right.
Yeah, and we're going to have the reliability of the battery, which I know that's
right. So it takes, we don't have to have backup generation. We'll have battery instead.
Sure. So I know there's some positive there, but it could be potentially better as well. And we could also make sure that we had a company that had the accreditation that others go through. My understanding is Haven's a little bit of a smaller group, and maybe doesn't, we don't know if they're going to be here 10 years from now when we need this to be disposed of. And again, I don't want that liability ultimately on the board and the taxpayers at that time. So those are things that I'm concerned about with moving forward with this MOU. Is there an opportunity to open this up to other vendors before we move forward with this MOU?
Well, so, we're taking advantage of the opportunity by the end of the calendar year, so this month, to take advantage of the SGIP incentives.
So that, we know that expires at the end of this year?
Correct.
Okay, and we haven't been working with any other vendors on this, or?
No, we've been working with Haven. They were recommended to us through the Sustainability Division with CSD, so we reached out. We looked at a number of facilities, and these two kind of came to the top as being the right fit for what we need.
And they will own these as well?
Right, they'll own them. That's correct.
And they'll be responsible for 100% of the maintenance?
Correct, for 10 years. At that 10-year point, we can make the decision to either pull them out, they'll remove them at their cost, or if we want to hang on to them, they become the county's responsibility at that point.
So, do we know what the cost would be if we kept them in year 11?
The annual maintenance is minimal. We'd have more savings than we have for actual maintenance cost.
And what's the actual disposal cost of those batteries?
Do not have that figure.
Okay, I think those are all things that we need to have before we can make a decision on this type of stuff. And again, I still think that we should have gone out to available to other energy procurement companies. Again, I'm really concerned about this one in particular because they're not even an accredited group, and so I think that we should do our due diligence. It's also changing the pathway that we've been going for the last 3 or 4 years. If we wanted to use 4217, we would have used that a long time ago with these other processes, and we would have been able to hit the NIM 2.0. We would have not missed that window if we would have gone through that process previously, and we went down another process, and now we're changing it up. And I just don't understand the logic here, especially for a company that isn't accredited. So again, I would prefer this to go back out for some type of RFQ on this moving forward. So that would be my preference. And I'd like to get a little bit more information on that grant to make sure that it's the end of the year as the only option, because if maybe we can continue this to next week. If it really is the end of this year, then it might change the dynamics. I'm not sure that that's accurate. So I would like to get that information.
Supervisor Hartman.
I wouldn't mind waiting till next week, but I'm absolutely certain about the battery subsidies that expire at the end of the year. And that's meant that a lot of companies have been working really hard, and a lot of people, even who came in late, couldn't do it. So I think you raised some really important questions. They're ones that should be explored, but I'm not sure I'm willing to hold up this project longer than next week to explore them. I do think what happens with batteries at the end, there's a huge recycling business. Some are used, and some are actually disassembled, and they have valuable metals and are used again. So, but I think it's hard to know in 10 years exactly what that market's going to look like. So that's my piece.
Yep, Supervisor Nelson.
So if that grant doesn't expire at the end of this month, would the board be open to putting this out for request for proposals on this type of project and potentially look at other vendors? Well, even on this, if it doesn't, you're pretty certain that it is, and I believe you. I'd like to just get that confirmed over the next week. But if in fact that grant is still available into 2026, it seems logical to me that we'd open it up to other opportunities. So I guess I'll make a motion to continue this item to next week, and then we could potentially get the additional information. And if I can get some verification on that grant, like I understand why you guys might move forward, but if it does go into 2026, I'd like to see us maybe amend this to open it up for additional proposals.
Supervisors, can I just, to be clear, I just want to ask our director, do you have a problem? Is there an issue? We believe the deadline is the end of this calendar year. Do you have an issue with waiting for one more week? Can we bring this? There shouldn't be an issue, correct? So we just.
Yeah, we can continue it.
Okay, so we can continue. And Supervisor Nelson, just to be clear on what information you'd like back, so we're making sure that we're giving you the information you want. You want confirmation that the grant does end this calendar year?
Correct.
And there's some other things you wanted confirmation on, is that?
Well, I'd like to get the calculation, well, first of all, the process. If it does move into 2026, I think it opens up the conversation for us to say whether we want to open this up to other vendors to get some proposals on it. So that's, I mean.
And that would be board direction, I think. That would be board direction next week, if that was the case?
Next week.
Okay. So, but just to make sure we're getting what you're asking for, what confirmation on the grant deadline. And then if the grant doesn't expire at the end of the year, we can have the conversation about the next process.
And I would like to know some additional costs in the year 11 and disposal costs, and that'd be helpful for us as well. And then maybe some more information on this vendor, what kind of bonding do they have, how long they've been in business. Again, if they don't have an accreditation, I know that some other CCAs have used them, but my understanding is they're a smaller operation, and I just to look into that a little bit further.
Okay, so I think those three items. And just to let for the board's knowledge that we are coming back on the energy assurance plan in the new year with the climate action plan for an update. And I think if there are things you want to see in there, that would be the best time so that staff is clear on what your direction is in the future.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to continue it with those 3 questions to come back to us next week.
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Okay. I think we are now at 8:28, which was pulled by Supervisor Hartman.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 28 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an update on the Isla Vista Rental Housing Inspection Pilot Program.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to express my appreciation to staff and to Supervisor Capps, who was really her leadership that got this long overdue thing going. And I wonder if you could give us just a snapshot of the kinds of inspections that are occurring. I'm particularly interested in the issue of occupancy and whether we have any kinds of regulations about how many people ought to occupy a bedroom. Because what you see in Isla Vista is that they may be permitted for 2 or 3 or 4 bedrooms, and you would think that that would be double that would be the number of occupants. But then if you look, so I assume that we have some county documents saying how many bedrooms. And then you look at the advertisements, and they're advertising for twice that, and that pushes the price up. That enables the landlord to command more money, and it drives up prices. And then if the property sells, of course, they say you can get this much revenue, you get a mortgage on that. And so it's really a perverse system. And I don't know if our And then we see lots of jury-rigging in buildings to accommodate more students, more occupancy. So could you elaborate that for me?
Sure. Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So I've asked Jeff Wilson to join me up here because we do have some standards regarding bedroom size and occupants. So I'm going to have him talk to you a little bit about what those regulations are and then talk to you a little bit about what we're doing in our inspections.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Hartman, one of the purposes of the pilot program is to get at the overcrowding issue. That was one of the purposes and intent, was to be able to get inside and do inspections and determine if there is an overcrowding situation occurring. Currently, the codes that are in effect at this time is the 1997 Housing Code. In the 1997 Housing Code, in connection with the Residential Building Code, it does have design guidelines for a bedroom, which is 70 square feet. The Housing Code then, under the umbrella of the Housing Code, in the current 1997 Housing Code, it indicates that in that bedroom size, you could have up to 2 occupants. Any person over 2 occupants then would require that bedroom to be increased by 50 square feet. The caveat on that is recently the board adopted the recent building code updates that included a change to an updated housing code, which is going to be the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code. In the International Property Maintenance Code, it takes that occupancy standard and adjusts that to allowing for 1 person at that 70 square feet, and any person over that 1 requires an additional 50 square feet. So by doing that and looking at the permitted bedrooms and the bedroom sizes, we can get at the occupancy of a residential structure and address overcrowding. So that's currently, we're in that in-between stage between the codes of this year and then moving over to 2026. So those are the regulations that would come into play when we're looking at overcrowding.
So if I may interpret, the occupancy is going, it's going down. The rules are going to require fewer people and more space. Okay.
And then in our board letter, we reported on sort of what the activities have been with our inspections. And I don't believe to this date we have been able to identify particular occupancy that exceeds those standards. We don't get access to every unit. And my guess is the units we don't get access to are the ones that have that more significant overcrowding.
Here's one thought. I mean, we know from what documents you have in the planning department how many bedrooms these units have. So we've got that baseline. Mm-hmm. So if you look at that address and what's being advertised and compare it to what is really allowed, I think you will find a big discrepancy. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you're able or willing or the program could include that, but I think that would be a really important piece of information as you go about this program.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair, we can certainly look into that and whether or not that's something we can include into the program. We've been looking out for it. Our inspectors that we hired that are implementing this program have information on the permitting records, and so they know what's been permitted in the unit. So we look for dining rooms that have been converted and those types of things. So we'll examine whether or not that's something we can use. But also still getting into the units has been tricky.
Yeah.
And that may continue into the future with some of the ones. But I did want to say that we're starting to see a lot more cooperation, which is great.
Yeah. And I would just conclude, in my mind's eye, I see, what's permitted, what are they advertising,
right,
and what are they charging?
Right. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Hartman, for pulling this, and thanks for the 6-month report. I know
it has been tricky, is a good word for it, and I appreciate, again, the board's support of this, and just to provide the context, this program is paid for by UCSB, and the settlement that this board thankfully went into litigation in order to get. I did note a Newshawk headline today that the Regents approved a new student housing building, so there is some reprieve, hopefully coming along, fingers crossed, to that overcrowding issue that you raised. But we are seeing some good progress here. And just another piece of context, we did so much advertising ahead of time before this program started with landlords, with property owners, meetings that we'd held so that a lot of these repairs would be hopefully addressed before the program started, so that we didn't need it, really. But one interesting development that's noted in the report here is the fact, and something that I didn't anticipate, and reveals just what are these tenants, probably some of whom spoke today, are up against, is the power of these landlords, and the fact that there's been a real concerted effort to get tenants to refuse the inspections, landlords telling them to the point of some property managers actually putting it in their leases, which is probably not legal, but it's hard to know what we can do about that. And so we've seen some refusals, a lot of refusals at the door, by tenants who potentially are getting misinformation. There was rumors being spread that our inspectors were going to check immigration status. I mean, just some really nefarious things going on to show really what Isla Vista tenants are up against. They're fearful, which is why we need the program, because they're fearful that they're going to get evicted, or they're going to not get their security deposit back if they report mold. So it's been, again, the fact that this program has been tricky to work only affirms to me why the program's needed. And I know that we've had an interesting development just in recent days after the storm, and I was hoping Director Plowman could describe that, of an actual group of tenants that had listened to their landlord. And in fact, we have a UCSB Student Affairs Legal Affairs Center that is actively telling students to refuse these inspections. This person is telling students to refuse it, and she had done that to this group of tenants. They refused it, and then perhaps Director Plowman can explain what happened, because it's pretty interesting.
I think, so we had the storms.
Yeah.
And I think because of all the advertisement and all the information that's been available to the students had a pathway. They had pretty severe leaking into their units, a number of their units, and so we got a complaint that was filed, and so we investigated, and we knew that there were probably problems in more than just one of those units, and so our inspectors went out, did the inspection, and then they knocked on the doors of the rest of the units that are in that building, and they got access to several of them and found a number of problems. And so this is a real positive outcome. This is one of the Oceanside Del Playa properties in the first block off of the university, and I'm really glad they called, because they were living in pretty terrible conditions.
In fact, you have a photo, I think. I
Yeah,
don't know
we
if
do
could
have
put
some
that up.
photos that
Do we
we can
have the
share.
photo? Yeah, so this, again, the tenants originally had refused our inspectors, and then the storm happened, and they thought, oh, we should probably let that inspection happen.
Yeah.
So, and now thankfully the property owner is working with the county. So it's a good outcome.
Yep, that's correct. The property owner's been cooperative, and the improvements are getting made.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, once again, kudos to the staff, kudos to Chair Capps, and to all the landlords who are cooperating.
Exactly. Good point.
That's terrific. I can't let the opportunity go by to say that I saw the Newshawk article too about the new housing, and this was housing that was supposed to be built long
Of course.
ago.
You're right.
So
you're right.
we're glad that they're moving forward, but we hope that the new chancellor will take this seriously, that housing on campus, because it's driving up the rents and it's creating intolerable conditions in Isla Vista. So can't miss a chance to say that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, well, thanks to our Planning and Development Department. Any other questions from the board? Okay, I don't think we have any public comment on this one.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this
Okay,
item.
well, I'll move to support staff recommendation on this report and appreciate the work. We got to keep it going.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. You know, we've been going for about 2.5 hours. We're going to take just a quick 5-7 minute break.
Couldn't we just finish the AI agenda, or can't?
The clerk recommended it.
Oh,
How many more?
Just to your one, and then there's one.
Oh, I'm going to not pull 42. We're good.
Okay, so we just have one more? What's that? Oh, it's for the translator, so we're going to just take a 5-7 minute break.
And put me back down.
Okay, everybody. We are moving right along here. Supervisor Nelson, we are moving right along. Administrative item number 40, you said 41. I thought it was 42, 41. 41.
Was that
Chair
right?
Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 41 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to consider recommendations regarding the contribution of $50,000 for collective cultures, creating change. C4, combating youth violence project, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity to share with the board what I've been using my discretionary board money for the last few years. And it's been going to an organization called C4, Collective Cultures Creating Change. That organization was formed after a 2019 shooting of an Army Sergeant Marlon Brumfield on the streets of Lompoc on Ocean Avenue. And really that kind of violence was more common in Lompoc then, but the organization formed just what can we do about the trauma that people experience? And when I came in, I'd been much influenced by ACEs, the Adverse Childhood Experiences. And then Laura Porter came to our community and talked about communities can be traumatized by violence. And so we put C4 and Laura Porter together. She's been someone advising the community. And one of the things that she believes is that communities, especially communities that have suffered a lot of trauma, need to build leadership from within. And one way to do that is C4 has been doing it. They've been going into neighborhoods, especially violence-prone neighborhoods, and having block parties and inviting people to come to some of their sessions that Laura Porter has helped them devise. And they developed a mini grant program to give small grants to people who have ideas about how they can make their community better. And so there's a Circle of Caring that provides every Thursday high-quality meals for homeless. There's Voces que Sanan, Voices That Heal, where Latina women get together and share all of their ideas twice weekly. To elevate the voices of women who otherwise, especially in this immigration environment, feel pretty isolated. Excuse me. Grandparents raising grandchildren, a support group. Bilingual and bicultural mental wellness course for adults. Awakening Giants in Lompoc, which is for foster kids, former foster kids. A multicultural arts center, and another, the Spirit Song Experience. So there's a whole bunch of different things that are bottom up, people taking responsibility for their own community, and it's tremendously rewarding. And we have the executive director here today to talk about it.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. And I just wanted to take this time to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the county and then especially Supervisor Hartman for investing in C4 and the Self-Healing Communities project. Your support has transformed a local initiative into a community movement. Because of your leadership and belief in our work, residents across Lompoc are healing together, building resilience, strengthening connections, and making a lasting change possible. We are seeing families supported, neighborhoods connected, and stronger sense of community taking root. Your partnership has been instrumental in making this progress possible, and we are deeply thankful. Together, we are creating a healthier, more connected, and a hopeful Lompoc. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And one final word. The Tobes Foundation, the McCune Foundation, and the James Bauer Foundation and the Fund for Santa Barbara have also contributed to this.
And then also, if I could say just briefly that working in the community and working with the individuals, it has really empowered me to see the growth and to see that it's possible that when we all come together that we can make change. And so that has been impactful for me and my family and other families in Lompoc. So thank you again. Appreciate it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Any other questions on this or any requests to speak on this item?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no further requests to speak on this item.
Well, I certainly appreciate knowing more about where your funds are going and to this
So I'll make the motion.
And I'll second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then on our final item of the administrative agenda is A42. We just need a motion and a second and take a vote.
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 42 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson and is to approve the appointment of Linda Kessler to the Commission for Women, term ending December 31st, 2027. This is in the 4th District. It was previously polled by a supervisor but is no longer needed, so we just need a vote to approve.
Well, now that we went through all that, I just have 2 seconds. I just want to say I have an opening coming up in March, I believe, for Women's Commissioner. So if anybody is interested out there, especially if you live in the 5th District, be happy to have you apply. And Bob, you're getting a great new commissioner.
One of your friends, right?
I know of her.
You
I know of
you
her.
take her credit? Okay, well, thank you. Well, I'll make a motion to appoint Linda Kessler to the Women's Commission.
I'll second.
And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries with gratitude to our Women's Commission. Okay, that concludes a very lengthy and robust administrative agenda. So we will move on to public comment on general non-agendized items.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 5 requests to speak from the public on general public comment. We're going to begin on Zoom with Rennie Strong to be followed by Frank Attree. Rennie?
Aloha, everyone. This is Rennie Dean Strong, also known Mr. Soloflex by Phil Donahue. Also, Captain Planet, according to my February 15th cousin in Goleta there, Sean, who talks to the AI, talks to about the sentient beings that we are, the soul that is in us, that we are soul life human beings connected to the great grandmother earth here and to the heavens and God and whatever your faith is and believe, creator, Great Spirit, Allah, God, many names, right? And the super best friends, again, I like to call them, you know, Christ, Buddha, Krishna, Muhammad, they're friends. We're the ones who've created the divide and conquer, or I should say we've forgotten who we are and why we're here. So I'm speaking on these things because I've had a very interesting life. And February 15, 1971, I was born in Covina, where the mayor of Santa Barbara also lived many years. There's a lot about me I'd love to share with you, but I just want to let you guys all know that I am here for the earth. I am here for you and all of the natural life that has been forgotten what it really is, and us our connection to it. Building soil, growing amazing, powerful food, medicine. These are the things we've forgotten our connection to. So Soil Harmonics and Soul Life Services in San Luis Obispo County, Cayucas. I've lived there. I've lived in there in Santa Barbara. Goleta took care of an Army colonel that spent 5 years in the Pentagon. I was asked by his son to care for him for 6 months, James Waisel. I am super qualified about learning about the things that we have within us, what has been happening, what things that you are not being told, and what things you need to know about. So again, reach out to me, Rennie Dean Strong, Rennie Dean at proton.me. And Cayucas got Edward Jones, president, Scotty's going to be helping. You guys are going to be helping the council there. We're going to be getting some things changed. National Guard Armory on Milpas and Cannon Perdido across from the high school, Santa Barbara High School and junior high. I lived right a block from there. We transform these places into super community centers for we, the people that know each other, and bring back the old ancient indigenous knowledge and also games, compete for peace and stop the genocide. So thank you, Steve Stavely, Uncle Chief Steve Stavely, head of Department of Justice of California, my mom's only brother-in-law, and who is paralegal, Johnny Lou Pirtle Slowoski of Levitt, Yamani, and Soldner on Oahu, and the fires that went on in Lahaina that John
Thank you,
Yamani
Rennie.
took
That
on.
is your time.
Connect with me. God bless everybody.
We will now remain on Zoom with Frank Attree, and then we will return to Santa Barbara with Craig Abbey. Frank? Frank? Oh, Frank Attree?
Oh, no, Abby, I'm sorry.
Frank Attree? We have unmuted you on our end.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, thanks. First of all, I don't know what you called me initially. It's Mr. Attree to you folks, not Frank. Okay, you need to get that straight. Secondly, you know, I mean, I don't know how much time I have. It's just simply not enough. I logged in at 10:05. It's now almost 1 p.m., 10:05 a.m. 3 hours to wait while you wasted all kinds of precious time talking about your stupid shopping sprees, all these retirement ceremonies that, thousands of residents retire each month in the county unceremoniously. How about them? But, you corrupt charlatans have completely commandeered these meetings and have turned them into events for yourselves. And this isn't just you. It's not just the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. It's across the boards throughout the nation. The most important segment of the meeting, which is the public comments segment, gets the least amount of time and attention. We got to wait till the very end. How about we speak first, and then you can carry on with your, song and dance at your own time. But I actually had a significant and worthy matter to talk about. But in light of all these shenanigans, this is my general public comment, and I hope you're listening. How about a big FU to you people for your shenanigans? Especially to that undersheriff who was there earlier. I can't see the hall through Zoom. I don't know if he's still around, but that also goes for people like Justin Schroeder, Frank Vasquez, Garrett Tesla. They're all with Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department office. And finally, to that the Pillsbury doughboy himself, Bill Brown. Okay? Yeah, happy holidays. I hope you choke on your Christmas dinner, especially the two charlatans, the corrupt charlatans who voted no on the anti-pollution resolution. Bye-bye.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Craig Abbey, to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Craig?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's my first time doing this. A little disturbed by what we were just following, and
Yes,
so please
welcome.
forgive me if I'm a little
It's only up from there.
disorganized.
Yeah, welcome.
I'm here to request, to make you aware of and request that you try to take action against the unregulated sale of opioids in Santa Barbara County. And I'm talking specifically about the opioid 7-hydroxymetrogenine, 7-OH. It's the active ingredient in the kratom leaf, but it's now being concentrated or directly synthesized into pill form that is much stronger. I'm not an expert on drugs or drug addiction, but I have a report here from the FDA that's called, I'm looking at the wrong thing. It's called 7OH, an assessment of the scientific data and toxicological concerns about an emerging opioid threat. And in the executive summary of this document, it says 7OH produces respiratory depression, physical dependence, and withdrawal symptoms characteristic of classical opioids such as morphine, fentanyl, oxycodone, and hydrocodone. In July, the FDA recommended that 7OH be classified as a Schedule I controlled substance. The DEA is currently reviewing that recommendation. In the meantime, according to the California Department of Public Health, products containing 7OH are illegal to manufacture and sell in California. Other counties and municipalities in California have banned it as well. But there seems to be a gap in enforcement of these bans. I can attest to the potential for physical dependence. My son got addicted to 7OH that he bought at the smoke shop up by Trader Joe's on Delavina. He's had to drop out of college, come home, and he's now in a rehabilitation program, and we've been through multiple cycles of relapse and recovery. I'm not trying to deny or relieve my son of the consequences of the decisions that he made. But as a matter of public policy, and unfettered access to a potent opioid like 7OH is insanity. Selling opioids has been a fantastic business model for centuries, so this problem is not going to go away on its own. There's just too much money to be made in it. So until there is better enforcement of the bans or new bans or whatever you can do, I really don't want to tell you how to do your jobs. I would just request that you do what Chairwoman Capps, you suggested earlier, which is lead on this topic and make it more difficult for people to access this in Santa Barbara County. Thank you for your time.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman has a question.
Are you saying that this is over-the-counter available?
Yes, you can buy it on the way home. You can go almost any smoke shop that you go to, you can buy it at.
So would you be willing, it looks like you have a written report, would you be willing to send it to the clerk of the board or the board member so we can at least use your research as a platform?
Right, yes.
Yeah, thank you for that request. Thank you so much. Yeah, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Capps. And also, the Sheriff's Office has a task force that that Sheriff Brown has been working on, and it might be good to connect with them to make sure this is on their radar and talk to them about the enforcement efforts that they're leading or not leading on this issue. So one of my assistants is in the back, and she'll make sure she'll catch you on your way out and get you some information on that as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay.
We will remain here in Santa Barbara with Karen Howenstein to be followed by Molly Troop, who's our final speaker. Karen? Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped over Craig. Abby.
No, that was me.
That was him.
That was, okay, thank you. And we will now go to Karen and to be followed by Molly Troop.
Good morning. Karen Howenstein from North County, from Lompoc Valley. I am Coast Audits on YouTube. So one thing that really stood out to me at our meeting today is the fact that you introduced the information about the farming industry in Santa Barbara County has just over $2 billion a year of industry in our county. Yet the county of Santa Barbara's budget is $1.7 billion. That's a big problem that our county budget is over 80% of the entire farming industry. Okay, that's a big problem. Our farming industry should be way bigger than our county budget. Joan, how much of our county budget do you get from property taxes that come from property owners in Vandenberg Village, Mesa Oaks, Mission Hills? Those are Lompoc Valley residential areas that are underrepresented by the services being offered by our county. I see you guys talking a lot about Isla Vista and how it's so densely populated because we're attracting so many out-of-county people here to go to school. The people who live and own property in North County want to know that we're important too. I know I've been up here talking a lot over the years. And I told you that I'm obsessed with Sue Grafton, which I am. I'm a huge Sue Grafton fan. I have been since I was a teenager. Z is for Zuniga, as in Liliana Zuniga. She was a little gang girl, a beautiful woman who lived in Lompoc Valley. She died in custody at the Lompoc Police Department after being held there for 4 days. She was found unresponsive in her cell 15 minutes before she was supposed to be taken out to see a judge. Liliana Zuniga. It won't be a story of fiction.
We will now go to Molly Troop, who's our final speaker. And before Molly begins speaking, I did just want to make a brief announcement to the audience. There was a phone that was left in the women's restroom. So if anyone is missing their phone, please go to the clerk of the board's office. Thank you. Molly?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and Supervisors. My name is Molly Troop, and I'm the Science and Program Manager at Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. I wanted to provide an update to you this afternoon regarding the over 1 million gallon sewage spill that occurred nearly 2 years ago. In mid-October, the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board and Goleta West Sanitary District released a proposed settlement agreement for the spill. Channel Keeper has several concerns about the agreement's details, including how the penalty amount was determined. As you may recall, in February 2024, over 1 million gallons of untreated sewage spewed from a corroded 24-inch force main owned and operated by Goleta West Sanitary District. The sewage spill occurred over the course of 14 hours before it was identified and stopped by district staff. The untreated wastewater discharged to an unnamed tributary to Tecolotido Creek, the Goleta Slough State Marine Conservation Area and its estuary, and the Pacific Ocean. There are several big issues with this incident, including that the notice of the spill took several days to reach appropriate public health and conservation staff of the county and state. Estimates of the size of the spill substantially increased several times, from 1,000 gallons to 1 million gallons over the course of 6 days. And the early underestimation of the spill volume, combined with the breakdown in communications between agencies, led to a 5-day delay in closing beaches and notifying the public about the contaminated coastal waters. In total, nearby beaches were closed for 22 days due to the spill, which was 100 times larger than any other sewage spill in Santa Barbara. In 2024, the Regional Water Quality Control Board initiated an enforcement action against Goleta West for violations of water quality laws. And last year, Channel Keeper testified at a regional board meeting, encouraging staff to conduct a thorough investigation and administer adequate penalties to ensure accountability. In October of this year, regional board staff presented a proposed settlement agreement for the violation. The proposal calls for an administrative civil liability of just over $1.5 million, which will be used to support a 4-year supplemental environmental project to monitor domestic wells and small drinking water systems and address contamination in Santa Barbara County. After reviewing the proposed settlement agreement, Channel Keeper submitted a letter to the board expressing some concerns with the staff's application of a high volume discount in determining the fine. Our hope also is that the board would provide more clear details about what happened before, during, and immediately following the spill to help the community understand the changes that are necessary to prevent future sewage spills and delayed public notification. The regional board is currently reviewing comments to the proposed settlement and may consider the proposal to the regional board members for adoption in February of next year. Channel Keeper will be attending and share concerns at the meeting. Thank you.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
Okay, great. Thanks to our members of the public for speaking and for your patience. We are going to move to our departmental items, and we'll take the first two, and then we'll take a break for lunch. So D1, and then we'll go to D2.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding extra help services and retirement waiver for the Community Services Department.
Chair Capps, members of the board, Jesus Armas from the Community Services Department. We're here to request your consideration and approval to enable us to bring back a 35-year employee who has immense knowledge of our Parks Division and our financial operations in the department. As we head into the upcoming budget cycle, we're all cognizant of the need to look very carefully at the revenues that are available to lessen the impacts to county operations. We had anticipated being able to bring forward an analysis that was in an environment that wasn't as critical as the one we anticipate facing in the near future. We'd like to avail ourselves of the knowledge that Mr. Hansen brings in terms of being able to analyze all our parks revenue, our development review fees, as well as undertake the implementation of an upgraded reservation system. The reservation system is critical, obviously, to be able to secure and respond to requests for services and requests for camping as well as RV sites. We are in the midst of recruiting for Mr. Hansen's position, and obviously the recruitment is underway. Whether we'll be able to fill it is a question of what our financial position is like ultimately. But we are committed to a vigorous review of our financial system from the standpoint of parks revenues. And so with that, we ask your consideration and favorable approval of this request.
Thank you, Director Armas. Any questions?
Yes.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Thank you, Mr. Armas, for your presentation. So if we don't extend this and adopt this today, what is that going to leave you with in your department? How are you going to handle these fiscal situations that you are dealing with this pending in retirement?
Excellent question, as always. We need to take a look at how we can essentially set other elements aside, because the analysis that's identified in the report to you is something that needs to be performed. We need to identify opportunities to balance our revenue against our expenses, and that analysis needs to be performed. So we'll need to look at how we make other adjustments in our department.
I guess my question is, who's coming up behind Sherman to do this type of work? Because eventually, this period of time, if this is extended, you won't have that experience and talent in your office that's why you need to move forward with this now that Sherman's retiring, correct? So,
Sherman has retired, as you know, and so what we are anticipating is through the recruitment process, we'll identify either someone internal to the county or an external individual that has the requisite skills that will help us conduct the rigorous analysis that I've suggested to you.
Well, I think that begs the question, is there somebody internally that has that skills at this point?
Not at this point.
Okay. So there's a clear necessary need to move forward, understanding also the budget circumstances you're in, and maybe some hesitation on rehiring that position at this point. Again, I always want to ask questions about these just to make sure we keep you guys honest. The reason why we do this now is because there was legislation passed to try to make sure that we're not having people having this revolving door of retirements coming right back into public service and trying to daylight it. Makes sense on why you're doing this. Encourage you and other department heads to make sure that when we know that we have people with such talent like we saw today retire, that we need to be thinking months in advance about whether, maybe they might not be able to come back immediately. And what does that mean for our organization? So I think these are good exercises. I will go ahead and support the recommended action.
Okay. Any other comments on this? Any questions or comments from the public?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay. Would you like a roll call vote? Okay. Looking for a motion and a second on this, please.
So I move staff recommendation A, B, and C.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank
Okay,
you,
moving.
Chair Capps and board members.
Thank you, Director Armas. Moving to departmental item number 2.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Probation Department. It is a hearing and consider recommendations regarding the Community Corrections Partnership, CCP, Jail Data Analysis Report.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. I'm Chief Probation Officer Holly Benton, and I'm here before your board today in my capacity as the chair of the Community Corrections Partnership to bring the first of 2 items to your board today on behalf of the CCP. At the April 1st Board of Supervisors meeting, your board requested that the CCP analyze data on the jail population and develop recommendations related to the effectiveness of diversion programs and the need for new facilities. As the chair of the CCP, I referred this request to the work group, and as a result, a subcommittee specifically devoted to this task was created. The group was chaired by Probation Deputy Chief Spencer Cross, with representatives from the District Attorney's Office, Public Defender, County Executive Office, Behavioral Wellness, the Board of Supervisors' 2nd District Office, and a variety of community members and advocate groups. Subcommittee meetings were open to the public and covered a variety of topics, not just an examination of jail data itself, but these meetings were also an opportunity to share information on bed availability, housing, and other topics which were of interest. Today, you'll hear a presentation on the subcommittee's report, which has concurrence from the full CCP. This report delivers data analysis, details the potential impacts of key focus areas, and discusses other initiatives which are already underway, such as the countywide diversion study and strategic plan. It's our hope today's report provides some insight into the population which remains in custody at our jails, as well as the projected impact of key recommendations. The presenters on this item are Deputy Chief Spencer Cross for Probation, Chief Deputies Ryan Sullivan and Brad Welch from the Sheriff's Office, and Probation Research Manager Karen Milligan. In addition, there are representatives from the offices of the District Attorney, Public Defender, and Behavioral Wellness here to answer any additional questions as needed. Before they begin, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge Deputy Chief Cross's leadership of the subcommittee. He led the group through a series of highly informative and productive meetings to quickly produce a report for your board. I'd also like to acknowledge the Sheriff's Office for its production of data and Karen and Spencer for co-authoring the report, which is before your board today. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the contributions of all of our subcommittee members, but particularly our community members and advocates who attended subcommittee meetings and provided input and recommendations for consideration. And with that, I'll turn it over to our presenters.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. As Chief Benton mentioned, I am Deputy Chief Probation Officer Spencer Cross, and I'll be starting off today's presentation. Over the course of 7 meetings, the CCP's Data Subcommittee reviewed a variety of statistics regarding jail operations. Everyone at the table was focused on understanding the key partnerships which allow the jail to function, and also on producing actionable strategies and solutions that could potentially reduce the jail population. To that end, we had robust discussions, often making our meetings longer than anticipated. Some of the original suggestions overlapped with current projects, or were already embedded within existing strategies and solutions that could potentially reduce the jail population. However, during these discussions, we took the time to help increase community awareness, interagency education, and overall transparency. For instance, you'll find a section in the report that includes a definition of terms because not all phrases and terminology were broadly understood. This can be found on page 29 of the report. The group also heard presentations and education from county department staff and leadership on existing strategies, operations, and programs. For example, Dr. Serena Sear presented on the Sobering Center data, and Director Navarro presented on county capacity for substance abuse disorder and mental health beds. At the end of the process, the jail analysis report was prepared by our department to summarize the findings and recommendations for your board. The report includes an in-depth look at jail data from the full 2024 calendar year, as well as an additional snapshot day for more specific populations. The CCP reviewed the report and endorsed some broad recommendations, which include strengthening data collection and analysis, updating and enhancing policies, supporting and expanding existing strategies, and lastly, the establishment of a jail population review and advisory team. Chief Deputy Welch will cover this in greater detail later in the presentation. Commander Sullivan will now provide an overview of some of the key findings in the report.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Cross. I was promoted to Chief yesterday, but I won't hold it against you. But Chair Capps, members of the board, Ryan Sullivan on behalf of Sheriff's Office Custody Branch, and I'm going to walk you through some of the data that we found during our analysis. First and foremost, we examined a full year of data, so we did calendar year 2024, examined that entire calendar year to come to some general conclusions. And what we found is that in 2024, most admissions to the jail were male and Hispanic, aged 30 to 49. The jail population throughout 2024 was relatively stable, averaging slightly above 745 incarcerated persons during 2024. However, this has increased slightly to an average of 779 individuals in jail during 2025, with our population this morning at 783. In 2024, there was an average of 343 of those incarcerated people at the Northern Branch Jail and 403 at the main jail here in Santa Barbara. The majority, or 87%, were incarcerated for a felony offense. One key area of focus for us was the number of sentenced individuals, that's those that are convicted of a crime and serving their court-ordered disposition, versus unsentenced, which is individuals who have been charged with a crime or booked based on probable cause, but are still awaiting a court-ordered disposition. It should be noted that many individuals have multiple cases, and some individuals have been sentenced on one or more cases, but may still have outstanding cases, which results in them being classified as unsentenced. In 2024, the population averaged 73% unsentenced and 27% sentenced. We did do a snapshot from July 1st, 2025, and that actually showed an even higher proportion of unsentenced individuals, with 607 unsentenced for an approximate percentage of 82%, and 137 that were fully sentenced, or 18% of the population on that date. The implications of this is that the majority of individuals remain in jail pending adjudication of their charges, and that this can impact their length of stay. Approximately 11% of the jail population was designated as having a serious mental illness, or SMI, and the average length of stay for individuals within the jails was approximately 23 days, with those arrested for Part 1 violent felonies staying the longest, or an average of approximately 58 days, so much longer stay. One thing was clear from the data reviewed by the group: there's not a large population of individuals that are eligible to be released. And I'll now pass it over to Karen Milligan.
I have a quick question on that. I'm sorry.
Supervisor Lavanino.
A question, Chief Sullivan now. On the average length of stay, so I thought we had folks in there that were from the state that were in there for quite a while. How does that average out to only be 58 days? So is people just rotating through real quick on one day?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair there's a high proportion of people that get arrested on a site releasable offense, and they spend anywhere from 8 to 12 hours, and that really skews those outliers that we talk about that may spend, for some serious offenses like the MS-13 case you heard about earlier, some of those defendants stay in custody for 3, 4, 5 years.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes. Chief Sullivan, you mentioned that if you're waiting sentencing on another charge, you count that as unsentence, but they may already be sentenced on something else. I was trying to understand that. So if we flip those numbers a little bit, what would that data look like of those that are actually sentenced but still have another charge? Because I think that actually be more helpful to the general public.
Yeah.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we tend to defer to whether they're fully sentenced or not, because that gives us the option to be able to let them serve the remainder of their sentence or funnel them into our electronic monitoring program, or potentially some other option when they're fully sentenced. When they're still in the technical pretrial phase, even if it's only on one of their 10 cases, there's not a lot of discretion that the sheriff's office or probation have to release this individual or do anything differently with them. We're essentially waiting on the courts and the judges to make their determination as to their suitability for pretrial release, or whether they should continue to be remanded to our custody to finish out their court proceedings.
But they might be remanded to your custody for a previous charge that's already been adjudicated?
No, sir. Those would be a separate case. So some instances we have individuals with up to 10 cases and maybe even more.
So if a case is adjudicated and there's a sentence, but there's still some additional charges that have not been adjudicated?
Correct.
Is that unsentenced or is that sentenced?
That would be, that we would consider that unsentenced. We would still have them serve, if case A was a sentenced case, let's say, and they have 3 months to do on that, they would serve that sentence. concurrently while they're still working through the court system on case B.
Totally understand. I think the problem, though, from the general public's view is that there's this due process piece where we have people that are incarcerated that we don't know whether they're guilty or not, right? Yeah. We have people that are guilty, that are serving sentences, but we consider them unsentenced. So I think that's where that communication to the public on that number is a little skewed, and that where I think it'd be helpful for us to better understand that who's in there, because those people, whether their case, if they're found not guilty, they go through their trial, they still should have been in your jail because they had committed another crime that they had been found guilty of. So I don't know, in the future, when we look at these numbers, that would be helpful for us as board members, and I think the public to better understand those numbers moving forward. Because I think can become a very troubling number. And so, and a lot of the advocates out there say, hey, 82% of the people that are sitting there have not, been, haven't been found guilty yet. Well, they may have been, and that's what I'm seeing here. And so, anyway, just some feedback.
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson, we can definitely take a look at that, and we'll talk about our future plan here in a few minutes.
Yeah, no, I know. We'll keep moving, but that was the exact kind of nature of the question that I had when I got to this data, is that number 73%, which actually that snapshot increased, because not only is it the point that Supervisor Nelson made, which is the potential of not being guilty, but also that speaks to a potential backlog in our court system, that they're just waiting, and we've heard the narrative that potentially folks are in jail, and then when they do get sentenced, they just get sentenced with time served. And so I guess I would just ask the general question, it can be stated now or later amongst others, did this data confirm, this number, which is hard to parse out, that we do have a problem with those who are unsentenced in our jail, too many, or not? Or did this help shed any light on how to do what we can do? What did we learn from this number, I guess is the question I have. Because it's hard for me to tell.
While they're looking at that, Supervisor, and in the several years of looking at the jail population, I think the unsentenced has always been hovering around 70%, even looking at other counties. I think at some point, one year, we were at 60%, but when we looked at other counties, about 70% was, as I recall, an average of the unsentenced population. So good or bad, I don't know if that means that we're doing a better job or a worse job, and I don't know what recent data says. But I think do we have a way of gauging what that means?
Can we just go forward? Okay, moving forward.
Let me see if I can answer that question.
Yeah, if that's a analysis that if you want to wait till we get through all of the numbers, I'm
so
fine with that.
to the members of the board, I think that question is something that we will have to look deeper into the data, and we have our data specialist here, and so we were specifically looking on sentenced versus unsentenced as far as who can move on to sentenced, who can be released. You can't be released if you have unsentenced cases, so we can definitely get deeper into those statistics and report back to you. But I don't think we're prepared to have that information for you today.
Okay.
So several strategies were reviewed by the subcommittee, and preliminary projections were developed to estimate the impact each could have on the average daily jail population. This slide highlights the potential reductions associated with the recommended strategies. One of the most direct ways to reduce jail use is by expanding access to treatment and mental health beds for individuals who are awaiting placement. A small portion of the jail population consists of people who have already been sentenced but cannot be released until a treatment bed becomes available, whether for substance use treatment, crisis residential care, or a locked mental health facility. While they wait, they remain in custody, which increases both their length of stay and overall jail utilization. These cases fall under what we call release on bed availability, or RBA orders. In fiscal year 24-25, 109 people waited an average of 30 days in custody for placement into a substance use treatment program. If these individuals had been placed directly into treatment rather than remaining in custody, there would be 9 fewer people in jail on a given day. These figures highlight that expanding access to treatment and mental health beds remains one of the most direct ways to reduce the average daily jail population while ensuring people receive the services they need. The second key strategy is the expansion of the reentry, early access, and diversion for you or READY program. READY provides early assessment, service connection, and legal representation for individuals booked into our county's jail. The goal is simple but powerful: to reduce time in custody by identifying needs early and resolving cases more efficiently. An analysis by Mike Wilson found that READY has already reduced the population at the Northern Branch Jail by 14 individuals. Expansion of the program to the South County Jail is projected to reduce the jail population by an additional 10 individuals on an average day. An updated analysis is currently underway by Mike Wilson and will include refined estimates in the coming months. Overall, READY illustrates how early, proactive engagement through needs assessment, service connection, and timely representation can make a measurable difference in the jail population. The third strategy focuses on reducing overall length of stay. While factors such as offense severity and crime type influence how long an individual remains in custody, even small reductions can have a significant impact. In fiscal year 25, the jail recorded nearly 11,900 bookings, with an average length of stay of 22 days. Reducing that average by just 1 day could lower the daily jail population by roughly 33 individuals. Larger reductions would have proportionally greater effects. For example, a 2-day reduction could reduce the average daily jail population by about 65 individuals. These kinds of reductions can be achieved through strategies such as accelerating discovery, reducing continuances, or more broadly, implementing diversion and early resolution programs. Even modest improvements in system efficiency can produce measurable results in managing both jail population and resources.
So I'm going to cover some progress to date that we have completed. While a variety of these recommendations came out of the subcommittee's work, one of the clear positive outcomes was a commitment to the continuing enhancement of existing strategies. The collaboration has already stimulated updated data collection, dashboards, and communication between the justice partners. As Manager Milligan reviewed, the subcommittee honed in on the release of bed availability for sentenced individuals. When we first started looking at this population, there was a clear need for more organized data. The Public Defender's Office and Behavioral Wellness immediately started working on gathering more data and have since begun to closely monitor those who are awaiting placement. The Public Defender's Office also created an internal dashboard to track the numbers and data. For the strategic planning, there is currently work being done to understand the countywide diversion efforts. The CCP approved funding last fiscal year for a process evaluation of available diversion programs and 2 post-conviction specialty court programs, which was completed this past spring. The CCP has also funded a broader diversion strategic planning initiative to establish long-term system-wide goals and priorities. This effort is currently underway and being led by Resource Development Associates. All of the work being done by the Data Jail Subcommittee will help inform the diversion strategic plan. To gather input from community stakeholders, public forums have been held throughout the county, and there will be additional community events in February which will be announced and advertised using local media. As you heard, the READY program has demonstrated early positive results. The key to this program is early representation, and by early, that means individuals are connected to representation within the first 48 hours of incarceration. The goal is to reduce the harm of pretrial incarceration, as that we know even brief periods of incarceration can have detrimental impacts. The 3-year pilot for the READY program will come to a conclusion in June of next year, and the Public Defender has submitted a request for an additional 3 years of funding through the Community Corrections Partnership. As you have heard on the potential jail reduction, this program expansion can have a clear impact on an individual's length of stay. The Sheriff's Department is working with the Public Defender's Office to implement enhancements to the interview process, and also the Public Defender's Office is taking steps to expand their ability to conduct intakes and assessments serving a larger portion of recently booked individuals. Alternative sentencing remains an option for those who are sentenced individuals and serving time in custody. This program allows for individuals to participate in home detention program for all or portion of their sentence in lieu of confinement in the county jail. Some of the recent advancements of this program surrounds access improvements. For example, the program application is now available on inmate tablets. Barriers such as lack of communication and cell phone access have been addressed, and we're currently providing temporary cell phones to those who need them. And the exclusion criteria has been updated. Based on a question raised by your board during a previous alternative sentencing presentation, the Sheriff's Office implemented a survey that now asks individuals the reasons why they're declining to participate in the program, as it is voluntary. And then lastly, one of the existing alternatives to incarceration is the use of the sobering centers. This is a voluntary service, which is a great option for individuals who have been arrested for alcohol or drug-related offenses. Law enforcement can transport detained individuals to the sobering center rather than booking them into jail. This approach can reduce unnecessary jail admissions, particularly for those low-level offenses involving substance abuse who get released shortly after they're booked. This service has been underutilized. To increase awareness, the Department of Behavioral Wellness has recently educated local law enforcement agencies on the alternative to booking an individual in the jail. There are sobering centers in the Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, and Good Samaritan is working on bringing a sobering center to the city of Lompoc.
Thank you, Chief Cross. Brad Welch, Law Chief, Chair Capps, and members of the board, thank you for having me. As documented in the jail analysis report, and as you heard today, the CCP has identified areas that can directly impact the jail population. In order to carry out these actions, the CCP supported the recommendation for the establishment of an advisory entity to monitor progress and ensure initiatives are advanced. Under the leadership of the Chief Probation Officer and the Sheriff, all of the justice-involved agencies agreed to be part of a jail population review and advisory team, also known as the JPRAT. We are pleased to advise that this group has already been formed and is meeting next week. This team includes members from the Superior Court, the Sheriff's Office, the Probation Department, Behavioral Wellness, Office of the Public Defender, and the District Attorney's Office. This team will examine the jail population and monitor the status of individuals or groups of individuals who may be eligible for release from further incarceration. For example, the regular review of the release on bed availability orders. The other area of immediate focus will include the jail's population average length of stay. This could include those who were not able to be interviewed by READY or those who have had sentencing delayed. This team will have to explore individual cases and review decision points that will allow for the advancement of the recommendations found within the jail analysis report. In summary, the JPRAT will monitor progress, guided by regular data refreshes on the jail population, and ultimately set benchmarks that are created in relation to other counties as well as statewide standards.
So today we ask your board to receive and file this report, and that concludes our presentation. And we're also available for any questions, as we do also have members from different departments here to answer specific questions.
Great. Thank you so much for that report and for all the work that's gone into this so far. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I don't know that we've ever asked the Community Corrections Partnership to do something like this, and I really am encouraged by how much I've learned from the report that you did. Of course, it raises more questions, and we have more, but you've created a structure to deal with that. So I'm really pleased with what you've done. From my perspective up here, we have the new jail units that are coming on board, and I guess I'm thinking, what is it we need in terms of design, and what have we learned from your work to date? And I guess that raises questions about, for example, the READY program. Does that require a certain amount of room, and do we have it at North County? Do we have it at South County? And mental health beds, what does that require? How many? So I'm not sure that we're there yet, but those are questions that are sort of the next generation, I think, for what you're doing. But I'm really grateful for how much effort you put into this and how much people work together and in a productive way to create something that I think is really a first step and really valuable.
Yeah, thank you. I agree, Supervisor Hartman. This is, I mean, just to know the collaboration that's gone into this work, it's been a big task, and to see that from my vantage point on the CCP, and to know that this is the end product, or not even the end product, but just really the start of a of the analysis. And so I do have a question for Chief Benton on, I know that there's analysis happening with the diversion program evaluation. I'm just curious if you could give us an update and how that analysis might be presented to the board.
I can. I'm going to let Karen speak a little bit to it as well, because
great.
she has been helping to coordinate RDA's work in this area, and we are heading into the strategic planning phase of that. So I'll let her update, and then I'll answer directly your question.
Sure. So the CCP funded a strategic planning initiative for fiscal year 25-26, and that really was to create sort of a roadmap for an effective, data-driven, community-responsive adult diversion in Santa Barbara County. That work started in the summer, and it was really seeded with all the information we already know about diversion in our county. So it started with a process and implementation evaluation that we contracted with RDA to look at the 8 diversion programs and 2 treatment courts in our county, looked at Mike Wilson's work, our work with California Policy Lab. All of that came together to really seed a conversation with the county partners around different strategic priorities and objectives and goals. That early work went back out to the community. We had a series of 4 community forums in Lompoc, Santa Maria, Santa Barbara. We had a virtual session, English, Spanish, to allow the community to provide their input on adult diversion in Santa Barbara County. From there, the county partners have gotten back together for a few refinement sessions. A draft of the strategic plan will be available in early February. We anticipate going back out to the community. It's looking like the 9th and 10th of February. Of course, we'll advertise that more broadly once those dates are firm, to get their input on the draft strategic plan, and then a final published plan will come back by May of 2026.
And that plan will go to the CCP for discussion, because CCP really commissioned and has shepherded that study, I would say. And once that process is complete, we can absolutely bring some information back to your board about next steps that we anticipate taking based on that plan.
Okay, so more to come on that.
More to come.
A lot more. Okay, great. And my second question had to do with, I was struck by that figure of just how much reducing the length of stay in the jail reduces the population. That makes sense. But I guess this would be a question for the DA or the public defender of just what opportunities there are to tackle the length of stay. Or I guess just what do you take from the data? I'm just looking for any kind of analysis from this data. I know it's a ton of information, and I'm just looking for what any of our partners are sort of looking at the data and saying, oh, wow, that tells me this conclusion.
Chair Capps, thank you for your question. I think more broadly, the way I would like to answer is in hearing your earlier questions about the percentage of unsentenced inmates in the jail and whether that was surprising. To me, it's not surprising at all. I think when you look at there are various off-ramps for people who are unsentenced to be released from the jail. And at that point, once someone has been determined by a court to remain in custody, so they didn't, there's not a bail opportunity, there's not a release with conditions or release in their own recognizance or release into a program, then those people stay in the jail until their cases are adjudicated. Now, the length of time that takes can vary depending on the type of charges that exist. We have a very limited number of trial courtrooms in the county, and so there's going to be, and I can't say off the top of my head how long it would take a misdemeanor case to be adjudicated and a felony case to be adjudicated, but a year would be a short amount of time. So in looking at those numbers, they're not surprising to me. For many, many years, as the CEO mentioned, that's been pretty much the statewide average. As your question relates to what other opportunities there are to reduce the average length of stay, I think some of our diversion programs are, speaking to that. There are a number of state laws that are now in place, whether it's mental health diversion, various things like that, where certain classes of crimes and certain classes of defendants are able to leave the jail.
Like enter into a program, as you mentioned, or something to that
Correct.
effect. Yeah.
But then those people who then remain in the jail, unfortunately, they need, for public safety reasons, they need to be there.
Sure.
But maybe the public defender's office wants to comment on that further.
Sure. Hi, I'm Leah Villegas. I'm the Assistant Public Defender. A couple of things struck me about this particular report. One, the unsentenced population, which is the vast majority of people in the jail. There's also this sort of very steady, stagnant number of people who are in the jail. Despite the number of admissions and releases that we have kind of rotating through, there's this number, about 750 or so, that doesn't really seem to go up or go down and is really impacting this average length of stay. When we're looking at who those people are, we have a great number of people who are in there on very serious cases, felony cases, violent cases. While I appreciate all the effort that is done on, trying to address sort of the low-hanging fruit, these low-level offenses, trying to get people into diversion programs, try to get them out into alternatives to incarceration programs, a lot of these clients are not going to be diverted out of the system. They're not eligible for a substance use disorder bed, even if we had 200 of them available in the community. Many of these cases are cases that have no other option but to go through the traditional litigation process, negotiation, investigation, getting out to trial. One of the things that this report had brought up was this idea of the continuances and how continuances add to this population. As a lawyer who's requested their fair share of continuances, I can tell you there are a lot of different reasons for that. And it all comes down to needing more time to talk to your client, time to convey an offer, time to investigate a case, time to prepare for a motion. We have 33 trial lawyers in our department handling the thousands of cases that are coming through. We don't have all the time in the world. When we have limited amount of time and a limited amount of resources, we're compelled to have to go into court to request those continuances. When we do that, it's not a decision that's done lightly. We are waiving our clients' rights to a speedy trial so that we can be effective in providing counsel. And it's a balance. And so if you really want to talk about moving this population, if you really want to talk about impacting those cases, those clients who are in on very serious cases, who are waiting 2 years to get to trial, who are looking at potential penalties that could have them sitting in a state prison for the rest of their lives, we need more resources. I mean, it's not a CCP thing, this isn't a CCP thing, but we need more lawyers. We need more investigators. We need more people who have the time that it takes to invest in providing effective assistance of counsel. I'm not going to go in there and just plead somebody out guilty to a crime that I haven't fully investigated, because that violates my ethical duties. And so, I think it's wonderful that we are doing the work that we need to do to identify those people, the low-hanging fruit, that we can divert out, that we can get into a program, that we can, provide that rehabilitation to. But I know it's a much harder conversation to have when we're talking about people who are in there on very serious crimes. And they're crimes that, and these are, it impacts everybody in the community, from the people who are facing these accusations, who are presumed innocent, many of whom are, to the people who have made these accusations, many of whom are victims sitting and waiting for their cases to be adjudicated. So I don't know if that's the answer you were looking for, but
no, that's helpful.
At the risk of being frank,
yeah, thank you for
the
that.
reality.
Thank you. Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Capps, and thank you, Leah, because I think that was really helpful, because, I mean, there is that duty to a speedy trial, and that, you know, the asking for the continuance is not on the public defender, as well as the time waivers, and there's a lot that goes into this, and it's not an exact science, and each case is a little bit different. But I think the totality of the work going into this is good work, and I hope that the advocates out there see that the time and effort and the priority that the entire county operations is putting into trying to figure this out. One additional question I had on the length of stay and that 1 day number. Is that driven in part by some people only have 1 day in there, and so maybe they shouldn't be in there in the first place? Is that driving that? Is that, you know, what some people are only in there for 2 or 3 days, right? There's some kind of flashing incarcerations, or is that for people there that are longer for, you know, multiple days?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, most of the individuals that come in for only 1 day are what we consider site release. They're on an offense such as DUI, public intoxication, simple battery, crimes that just resulted in a booking and then a subsequent release. And what we looked at was the average was about 9 hours until they get released from custody. There are some individuals that get arrested on, you know, more serious crimes that would be staying, but go to court on day 2 or day 3, and that case gets dismissed, or they get released for whatever reason, as well as people that post their own bail to bail bond out of jail, as well as the pretrial services recommends them for release. A judge ultimately authorizes their release and their release. So there's a lot of short stay, whether that's 1 day, portion of a day, or 2-3 days.
But that 1 day, we can't just lessen everybody's sentence by a single day, because a lot of that 1 day, there's a lot of things going on for a lot of people in that first day. And that 33 number, I mean, I guess the question is it really practical to say, hey, we're just going to knock every sentence off by a day? Because I think it seems like that many of these people are under that day period that are part of those numbers in the first place. So I hate to chase that as a goal, because I think if we just hypothetically reduced it by that number, we'd still have some of the same that need to be still cited and released. And a lot of people that get arrested on a Friday can't be in court till Monday or Tuesday if there's a holiday, and that's kind of extends some of these things. Do I understand that correctly?
Supervisor Nelson, I think somewhat. I think there's still going to be a lot of people that only come in for 1, 2, or 3 days. I think what we really want to focus on, and what our committee really started to focus on towards the middle and later parts of it, was focusing on those long-term stays. If we can cut them by 1 day, 5 days, 10, 20, we're going to get a lot of bang for buck as far as resources that we're putting in, money that the county is spending on housing them, potentially building additional jail capacity. You know, if we can really hone in on that's where the best bang for the buck is. But back to Ms. Duncan and Ms. Villegas' point, it is a very complex situation, a very complex task to be able to reduce the average length of stay for everyone by 5 days or 10 days or whatever target we put. But I think it's meaningful work that we're happy to try to address.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor,
Chief Sullivan.
Could I just add to that, if that
Yeah,
would be
please.
okay? So for the purposes of the report and for this presentation, we quantified it by day, right? Reducing the length of stay by 1 day, we could reduce the average daily jail population by 33. Another way to think of that's a 5% decrease. So if we did a 5% decrease across the board, whether you were there for 8 hours and we decreased that by 5%, or whether you were there for 2 years and we decreased your length of stay by 5%, the cumulative effect on the daily jail population would be 33 individuals on an average day. And then we go in the report and we do that by 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, right? So the percentage is really what is, just for the presentation, it made more sense to do by day, but we could apply the same percentage across the board and realize those same reductions.
That makes sense, but this is my concern. Is there's some fixed amount of time for some of them, right?
Yes.
I mean, some of them got to be there 8 hours no matter what. That's just the basic, you know, you got booked, you got cited, you got released. You can't reduce that by 5% and have some type of, that's going to happen no matter what. It's really the 5% above that initial fixed stay that would really drive that?
It's a 5% reduction across the board in anyone's length of stay, correct?
All right, thank you.
Interesting. Supervisor Hartman, do you have another question?
I did notice the sobering centers being underused. The city of Santa Barbara is making some progress there. The county has also invested a lot in the crisis stabilization units. And so I guess my question is, how do we encourage greater use by other law enforcement of those facilities?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I can only speak for the sheriff's office, but we have over the last 12 months, visited each squad in the South and the North County and really encouraged them to use the sobering center and went over, the miscellaneous crimes that we could utilize that facility for. We have seen an increase in use of the sobering centers. I'm encouraged by it, but it's just going to continue to have to be a proven concept for more buy-in.
And what are the barriers from law enforcement perspective?
Yeah, not to get into the weeds too much, but the previous iteration of the sobering centers had some bumps in the road, and it very quickly eroded the trust in law enforcement to use the facilities. But the new team that's running it and some of the changed rules for being able to use those facilities has made it a great option for our sheriff's deputies. It's just trying to walk that fine line of who we can drop off there and who we still have to drop into the county jail.
And what about the CSUs?
The CSUs also, I'm also encouraged to see the increase in the use of those as well. I think month by month we'll see those rates go up.
And then suggestions for other law enforcement jurisdictions?
Yeah, I mean, I think, follow our lead. The sobering centers and CSUs are a great option. As long as, again, you walk that fine line between maintaining public safety and what's in the best interest of the individual that you have in custody.
Okay. Maybe let's see if we have comments from the public.
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 10 requests to speak from the public on this item. We are going to Zoom with Robert Ornstein to be followed by LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt. Robert?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. I'm going to direct my comments to the letter that the Criminal Justice Work Group, composed of CLUE and Legal Women Voters of Santa Barbara, submitted to the Board of Supervisors, and direct my comments specifically to our fourth recommendation: ensure accountability and public participation. Public participation specifically in the jail population reduction team. We appreciate Chief Benton commenting on the value, the quality of the contribution that the public advocates who participated in the subcommittee made. And we think that this is something that is really vital and crucial to continue to have access on the part of the public to the work that the JRPT is doing. Significantly, the bylaws of the CCP have several references to the fact that the Brown Act applies to its meetings. And that was the case with regard to the subcommittee that participated in this study. As I said, the public participation was of significant value and in our view really enhanced the evaluation, the study, the analysis. So as I said, the CCP laws do require these meetings of this new group to be open to the public. Unless there are exceptions to the Brown Act, such as pending litigation, personnel issue matters, or gatherings where no government business is discussed. Unless the CCP has demonstrated a need for secrecy that comes within the limited exceptions to the Brown Act, all JRPT meetings must comply with the Brown Act requirement that its meetings be open to the public. With regard to a possible demonstrated need for secrecy, that might involve the identity of specific inmates and their situation and what's being discussed. That's easily handled or approached by redacting the names of those individuals or any other information that would identify them. You don't need to exclude the public in order to maintain the ability to keep confidentiality of identities of people preserved. So we strongly advise that the jail analysis data subcommittee, the JRPT be expanded to permit the participation, the involvement of the public, as was the case with the subcommittee and as is required by the very bylaws of the CCP. Thank you.
We will now go to Lawanda Lyons Pruitt to be followed by Jenny Sparks. Lawanda?
Good afternoon, Chair Caps and members of the board. LaWanda Lyons Pruitt, President of the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the NAACP and representing the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the NAACP. I would like to begin by thanking the Probation Department, Deputy Chief Cross, for leading and facilitating the ad hoc committee. I learned a lot. I've been gone almost 10 years next month, and so I did learn a lot about what is happening with respect to criminal justice. There is a correction in the report on page 9. The NAACP branch that participated was the Santa Maria Lompoc branch and not the Santa Barbara branch. With respect to the report, we fully support the report's recommendation and are in agreement with the letters submitted by CLUE, League of Women Voters, NAMI, and Family Act. With this report and the data noted within, as well as the county facing significant revenue shortfalls, we ask that you revisit your decision to add 1.5 housing units to the North County Branch Jail. As by the time it is constructed, population in the jail can and should be down so that only one housing unit would be needed. We believe that with an estimated cost of $44 million for 128 beds, it would be wiser to use this money to look at evidence-based alternatives that safely reduce the jail population as outlined in the CLUE League of Women Voters letter. Additionally, but perhaps not based upon what Chief Assistant Public Defender Viega said, so I probably won't add those comments. But I would ask that that a space in the North Jail be allocated to the READY program so that they're ready at all times to interview those clients and to speak with them and get the ball rolling. We would also ask that you allocate more funding to the Public Defender's Office. They need more lawyers. They need more social workers, administrative staff, and investigators. Nothing is ever going to change if they can't do their job. And I can attest to that. And it's one reason that I am retired right now. And then lastly, I don't see any reason why there would not be community-based organizations on the JPRAT committee. I think that is offensive to the community organizations who have participated, gone to the 7 meetings, are always at the CCP work group and the CCP meetings. And
Thank you, Lawanda. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Jenny Sparks to be followed by Margaret Bernal. Jenny?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Jeannie Sparks, Co-Executive Director of Santa Barbara County Action Network. SBCAN urges you to reduce the jail expansion to only one pod and to increase programs and practices that reduce the jail population. We support the report and agree with the position taken by Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice and the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara in their December 7th letter to you. They state that data demonstrates that jail expansion can be limited by taking actions in 5 areas: end incarcerating people who do not belong in jail, expand programs that reduce the jail population, improve practices that drive high jail admissions, ensure accountability and public participation, and improve technology to speed case resolution. These actions can reduce the need to expand the jail by 1/2 pod, saving the county $44 million and reducing harm to people caught in the jail system. We also agree with the LaWanda Lyons Pruitt that funding for the Public Defender's Office should be increased. Thank you for your consideration.
We will now go to Margaret Bernal, to be followed by Pamela Wilkinson. Margaret?
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. My name is Margaret J. Bernal. I am the NAMI Santa Barbara County Secretary. I'm also the parent of a young man conserved under the Latterman-Petrus Short Act. Across our community, we're seeing a growing crisis of individuals with serious mental illness, repeatedly cycling through ERs, jails, and short-term programs. Without access to sustained treatment they need, my son is one of them. After 2 years of relative stability, he has recently required extensive intervention, crisis intervention team, Be-Well crisis response, cottage ER, and longer hospital stays. It is not a failure of effort, it is a failure of capacity. We simply do not have enough in-county high-level treatment beds for people with serious mental illness. Our community pays twice, once financially and again through the human cost of instability, relapse, and repeat crisis episodes. When local beds are unavailable, our loved ones are transferred out of our county at a much higher cost to the county, and with worse continuity of care for the patient. I am asking you to prioritize expanding in-county treatment beds at higher levels of care. This investment will reduce ER overcrowding, reduce jail utilization, and create stability for families like mine who are trying everything to advocate for their loved ones. Thank you for your consideration and your commitment to improving the mental health care in our community. Thank you.
We will now go to Pamela Wilkinson, then we will return here in Santa Barbara with Cheryl Smith. Pamela?
Good afternoon. I respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors recommend a formal assessment of the Adult Full Service Partnership Program, the FSP, within Santa Barbara County Behavioral Wellness to ensure that treatment capacity and staffing levels are adequate to meet current and future community needs. This review should reference successful evidence-based models from other California counties. Full service partnerships are intensive 24/7, whatever it takes outpatient programs for individuals with the most serious mental illness, those at the highest risk for hospitalization, incarceration, and homelessness. The evidence-based staffing standard is 10 clients to 1 staff member. With the transition to the Behavioral Health Services Act, counties are now required to dedicate at least 35% of funding to FSPs. Yet in Santa Barbara County, referrals are increasing while staffing has not kept pace. Current ratios exceed 20 clients to 1 staff, double the recommended level. The evidence-based FSP model is the assertive community treatment. NAMI supports behavioral wellness's stated intention to restore this model. Given our severe shortage of higher-level treatment beds, strong outpatient programs are essential, especially for individuals released from jail. The adult FSP program urgently needs additional staffing to meet clinical standards and protect patient stability. The current staffing imbalance undermines the effectiveness of the program and places clients at risk. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the mental health of our community.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Cheryl Smith, to be followed by Maureen Earls. Cheryl?
Good afternoon, Chairman Capps and Board of Supervisors.
I'm here to speak to item D2, as we're talking, by sharing a personal story that illustrates a central point in the RDA report, namely that 47% of individuals in the Santa Barbara County Jail with a serious mental illness have been incarcerated 10 or more times. My 41-year-old son is one of them. He has schizophrenia and has been incarcerated over 20 times in the last 3 years. Schizophrenia involves anosognosia, a neurological inability, not an unwillingness, to recognize one's own illness. This lack of insight explains both the behaviors that lead to repeated arrests and the inability to voluntarily accept mental health or substance abuse treatment. It is a disability, not a choice. Yet our systems often miss the negative symptoms of the illness: disorganized thinking, impaired judgment, and cognitive decline. These symptoms are just as disabling as hallucinations, but far less visible. When they're missed, the consequences are predictable. My son is routinely placed in the general population rather than a behavioral health unit, and in most cases, he has managed to waive his public defender. In 4 cases, he was representing himself. Conviction under those conditions was a foregone conclusion. This is not the fault of individual departments. It reflects the absence of a long-term subacute level of care in our county, the very population for whom incarceration becomes the default when the treatment beds do not exist. Other California counties have successfully used state behavioral health infrastructure funds to build these long-term secured treatment settings. Research consistently shows that when communities invest in this level of care, jail populations and the recidivism decline, especially among people with SMI, who are chronically homeless and justice involved. These investments work in concert with exactly the kind of system alignment the board has asked the CCP subgroup to identify as alternatives to expanding our jail. People like my son will cost the county regardless, through repeated incarceration or through appropriate treatment. Only one of these options leads to recovery, stability, and greater public safety. I urge you to continue directing resources toward treatment infrastructure, not more jail capacity. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Maureen Earls, to be followed by Lynn Gibbs. Maureen?
Good afternoon, Supervisor, or Chair Caps and Supervisors. I'm Maureen Earls, speaking on behalf of CLU Santa Barbara and the League of Women Voters. We participated actively in the CCP Jail Data Subcommittee. The report is good news. The data is clear. The Santa Barbara County can safely reduce the jail population, and therefore can and must reduce the jail size and cost of the planned North Branch jail expansion. Reducing by the extra half jail unit, 128 beds, saves $44 million. I will quickly highlight 4 recommendations in our board letter. First, the report data shows too many people in our jail who don't belong there. The practice called release on bed availability left 44 people in jail on a single day in September and 109 across recent snapshots. People court-ordered to community treatment who remained locked up simply because a community program bed was unavailable. So we asked the board to end RBA by ensuring and tracking increased resources and outcomes. Second, early representation works. The data in this report shows the READY program has already reduced the jail population by 14 average daily population. Expanding the READY program in North County and launching it in South County, funded with the CCP funding, is budgeted to reduce another 24 average daily population. The Public Defender's Department also is severely understaffed, according to a recent state workload report, which you have all received. And that delays cases in the court, which we've referred to in this meeting, and increases jail stays. Therefore, we urge the board to prioritize public defender staffing this year. Third, our county arrest rate remains 32% higher than the statewide average, and a third of bookings end in cite and release. The district attorney rejects charging 33% of the arrest misdemeanors. That should make us question what's going on. We must reduce excessive arrest admissions to the jail.
Thank you, Maureen. That is your time. We will now go to Lynn Gibbs, to be followed by George Kaufman.
And I'm going to close public comment for this item.
Lynn?
Thank you, Chair Capps and Supervisors. I'm a member of NAMI Santa Barbara County and Families Act. We understand that we can sustainably reduce the jail population once we improve behavioral health diversion to reduce our astoundingly high rate of recidivism. We feel we have something valuable to contribute to the strategic planning process. Thanks to your support over the years, NAMI has successfully advocated for programs like assisted outpatient treatment and co-response, two of our most effective mental health programs, as we partner with behavioral wellness. We've shared and posted our written recommendations for jail reduction, which we don't have time to detail here. We'd also like to share them with the strategic planning group once we can find out how to do that. And we hope they'll be seriously considered. We've put a lot of thought and attention into them. We support the subcommittee recommendations and those of the Criminal Justice Group. The report references the Sobering Center, but there's no mention of the South County Crisis Stabilization Unit, which you referenced, Supervisor Hartman. The CSU has an 8-bed capacity, but as of a month ago, the average daily census remained at 2 due to excessive gatekeeping and an unwieldy admission procedure on the part of Crestwood, who runs it. In October, only 1 person was able to be placed from the Cottage ER, whereas 27 persons on 5150 holds were released from the ER with safety plans, and then they returned to the community at increased risk. CSUs serve as a point of triage and redirection from potential arrest. We have an investment of ours, and we hope increased use will be successfully addressed with a plan for making that happen. Thank you.
We will now go to George Kaufman, to be followed by Gail Osherenko. George?
Supervisor Capps, Supervisors, or Chair Capps, Supervisors. I'm George Kaufman, also with NAMI. Today, I want to talk about 2 of our most successful programs that Lynn alluded to that actually could be in jeopardy. There's few programs that actually have already decreased incarceration and increased the level of diversion than the crisis co-response teams that currently exist, as well as the CIT training programs. Since these programs were implemented here in Santa Barbara, our families across our county who were once reluctant to call for help in mental health emergencies now feel comfortable doing so. That's a huge step forward. Knowing that a CIT trained officer and usually a co-response team would secure the scene, de-escalate the crisis, and that their ill loved one would not go to jail, be injured, or worse. And, you know, the need for these programs is not going to go away. We've been tracking since the beginning of the year, for example, 911 calls, which are usually made by families and community members that want a law enforcement response to mental health crises. And these numbers are down only marginally from 2024, despite the advent of the behavioral wellness mobile crisis benefit program, the response without law enforcement. So, you know, the community is sort of voting that so far at least, that, and I think it's going to continue, that there's always going to be a need for law enforcement and a clinician together. With the crisis co-response teams, you know, if they go away, I think we can expect a return to maybe less community trust and perhaps greater incarcerations and the need for more jail beds. We don't want to go, none of us want to go in that direction, and I know you don't either. So the other thing that we're seeing is that even on the cases that are currently, the responses that are currently being done by the new mobile crisis behavioral wellness staff, about 2/3 of the time so far, law enforcement needs to be involved at some point anyhow. So I guess our argument is that if there's going to be a continued need for law enforcement, let's use the very best evidence-based practice we can, which is the co-response teams trained by the National Standard of Crisis Intervention Team Training, the 40-hour program. So to summarize, co-response teams produce the best outcomes, the most effective, in the most cost-effective manner in emergencies, especially when there's a danger to self or others or when the scene is dangerous. We recognize that this coming year is going to be a challenge fiscally. There's no getting around that. We don't envy your task, but any strategy that's designed to decrease the need for jail beds and increase diversion has to include crisis intervention team training and co-response teams. Thank you very much for your attention.
We will now go to Gail Osherenko, to be followed by Ethan Bertrand. Gail?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Chair Capps, members of the board. I'm speaking today as an individual. I did participate in most of the meetings of the subcommittee that brought this really excellent report, and that I think demonstrates that we can reduce the numbers in the jail and get people more help in different ways. I just have quick comments on 4 areas. The READY program. My understanding is that the READY program is ready to see twice as many clients as they do now in the North Branch Jail. That's not mentioned in the report. What's mentioned is we could reduce the population more by getting them into the South County Jail. I think the obstacle has to do with the configuration of the North Branch Jail. And I think what you should be digging into, and you have Commander Sullivan, whom I have great respect for, and you have public defender representatives here today who maybe can explain to you why there isn't an efficient system to bring those clients quickly to the attorneys and staff that are waiting in the public defender to see their clients, you know, within 48 hours before their arraignment. That could really help us a lot. Also, staffing. What they're talking about staffing is that the attorneys in the public defender's office are carrying this huge, unwieldy number of cases. And the little bit we've been able to dig into the courts, who do not want to talk to us, but have given us some data, is that the courts are not meeting the standards of the state for speedy trials. Obviously, lawyers need to ask for contingencies when they do. There are other things the court could do to be more efficient, but digging into that would also help. The public defender needs another $1 million. And, you know, to spend the kind of money you're trying to amass to build an extra half housing unit at the jail could much more effectively be spent to lower the number of days that people are in the jail. Yes, I recognize these people many of them are likely to be sentenced to prison. We want them to be in prison sooner. There are more services there. There are more things to help them rehabilitate than we have in our jails and that we can't even afford. So please take action on that and on all the things that NAMI and Families Act have brought to you today. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Ethan Bertrand to be followed by Mike Glick on Zoom, who is our final speaker. Ethan?
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and supervisors and colleagues from the justice agencies. I'm here because this has been a long-term interest for Assemblymember Hart, both when he was your colleague here as a supervisor and in Sacramento. With this report, there's really key questions of what interventions will prevent someone from ending up back in jail. For some, and especially when public safety demands it, those interventions are in jail and will need to be done in custody. But for many, those interventions can be done outside of jail, and within this report and the other work happening at the CCP, there are many viable opportunities there. Additionally, when we focus this attention on higher risk offenders, as we are taking resources and having off-ramps for folks who are lower risk, what additional work that's meaningful can we do with those folks who are committing more serious crimes? In the legislature, Assemblymember Hart has focused on a lot of these issues. We have passed bills to increase diversion eligibility for people with serious mental illness, to prevent driver license suspensions for unpaid fees, which eventually result in low-level arrests that bring people to jail, to advance language access for justice-involved individuals who don't speak English, and as you know, most recently, to require independent medical investigations when tragic deaths do occur in custody. Assemblymember Hart's going to continue to work on this and really wants to commend you all for what you're doing. As we meet with counties across the state, what's happening here is unique. Each supervisor has a different interest in this, but everyone's rowing in the same direction, and really want to commend you all for that. So thank you.
We will now go to our final speaker, Mike Glick. Mike?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Great. Thank you. I'll keep this brief. I have a loved one that's been through this system here and ultimately finally ended up in diversion, dual diagnosis, mental health issues, and substance use disorder. And thankfully is doing really well. But it took so long to get to this point. And the in and out of law enforcement, jail, back out, emergency room, jail, arrest, more emergency room. It's over and over and over. And, people with these it's a medical problem. It's not a law enforcement problem. Although, for safety reasons, sometimes law enforcement has to be involved, but they have to get into medical care sooner. And, even if you don't care about the inhumanity, I had a loved one that was in jail for, I think, close to a year before they actually were able to get through the court system and get help, medical help. And now they're doing great. But it took way too long and way too many arrests and way too many, I'm talking like 8 years, 10 years of in and out of jail, in and out of the emergency room. If you don't even care about the inhumanity of it, just care about the money involved. This could have all been taken care of so long ago. The mental health diversion and stuff is so important, but there has to be follow through. There has to be a warm handoff between all these agencies and getting these people into medical facilities where they can get help as soon as possible. It's even if you don't care about the inhumanity of it, it's just cheaper to take care of it right away. Thank you so much.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you to the members of the public for speaking. Any other questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
I did want to follow up on Ms. Osherenko's, actually Dr. Osherenko, or lawyer, attorney, many things. Her question about the READY program in the North County Jail and whether there's enough space to accommodate the needs of the public defenders and attorneys.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I think Leah Vegas may be more educated on that matter than I, so I will pass to her.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. So access to clients through READY in North Branch Jail is part staffing, part resources. The Sheriff's Office has been extremely generous in allotting us an office space and an interview room actually embedded in one of our units there. The problem is that we've got one lawyer assigned to that program. She can only interview one person at a time. So even if we had, 4 lawyers available to interview people, we're still limited in being able to do those face-to-face interviews. We've been working with the sheriff to be creative in ways that we can access more people, trying to leverage Zoom, and see if we could do simultaneous interviews with people in different units if we were to bring on additional staffing, but there are some hiccups there because we find ourselves a lot of times jockeying with experts and other lawyers, also trying to access the same Zoom rooms, sometimes courtrooms. So it has been an issue, but it's an issue that we've been working very closely with the sheriff to remedy. And as I said, they've been extremely accommodating, and as we look to expand in South County, we're going to try to we're anticipating some of these issues so that we can work on them, so that they're not an issue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the report and all the time and energy that the committee was involved in. There's some great things to kind of comb through. But I just encourage everybody to come back next week, because next week we're looking at our 5-year forecast. And I know everybody, we want more mental health beds, we want more co-response, we want more diversion, we want more staffing at the public defender's office, we need more probation officers, jail staffing could be enhanced. In the Sheriff's Department, we don't have a real robust rural crimes department that's top of our list out in Santa Maria. County health and social services are both under attack at the federal level. Not to mention the fact that folks that aren't involved in the justice system are really focused on, they want better roads, better parks, better libraries. So I went back and looked, and just so you know we're making progress. Just so you know we're making progress. In 2011, there were 61 FTEs in the public defender's office, and the jail population at the time was about 1,200. Now we have 121 full-time employees. The jail is about 750. And just saying we are making progress. I would hate to be in jail and not have access to a great attorney. I think that's just, that's a shame, and we've got to figure out how to right-size people's caseloads. But I just always want to kind of bring it back to that there's a lot of great progress that's been done here in the last 10 years in this area of our work. We've got the district attorney's office and the public defender working together as probably has never happened before. Our advocates are bringing forward programs that they're realizing that they see elsewhere that they're bringing to us, and people are actually listening and trying to figure out what's happening. But there is no magic that we're going to be able to say, hey, we'd love to give 10 more public defenders, and we've got all these new money for beds. And I know, people are going to say, well, you shouldn't build the 1.5 units. You only build the 1 unit, and we're looking at that. But it was that kind of short-sightedness on building the right size facility kind of got us into the position that we're in now, because we didn't build what we needed to 20 years ago or 30 years ago. So we do have to right size our construction, and yeah, it's going to put us in a financial pinch. But if we don't, and you don't make the hard decision up here to do something that's really a tough pill to swallow, all we're doing is kicking the can, and we're going to be 20 years, a Board of Supervisors is going to be up here doing the same thing, talking about the same stuff. And I, for one, don't want that to be a legacy. That, you know, the fact that we built the North County Jail was a huge step in the right direction, and I think we do have to right size it. I'm not sure what that right size is still, based on, you know, we'll continue to take a look at that. But it's strange to me, too, that I look and I think, if you look at the jail population, whether it's 750, 800, it's less than 2% of our entire population, 2% of the entire population of the county. And it takes up a huge percentage when you think about all the people that are associated with those folks. It is a tremendous drain for the other 98.2% of the folks. Obviously, everything that we're doing, we need to be doing. I do totally agree that co-response has been a huge success, and we need to keep doing whatever we can to expand that. But I want to be the realist and just say tomorrow, next week is going to be an eye-opener for the public, I think, is that when we look out at that 5-year forecast, it's not going to be pretty. So we've known that. Our department heads have known that. We're trying to prepare ourselves for the future. But you know, it's going to be a rough road. So appreciate everybody that was here today that talked, because I take everything that everybody says to heart and trying to make it better. I just want to keep the focus on the fact that I think we are making progress and we're moving in the right direction.
Anything else?
Well, where do we go from here with the CCP and the JPRAT? How will any of this come back to the board? I can't overemphasize how grateful I am for the work that you've done. And I'm so glad that you've decided among yourselves that it's worth continuing. I guess we have heard a question from the public that they would like to be involved. I know that you're eager to do more case level work, but I think we have to answer that question. We have some very sophisticated advocates who've really invested a lot of time and effort, and I think we want to find something where we can continue to engage them, and I'm not sure I see it with the JPRAT. So I guess I'll start with that.
Supervisor, through the chair. So the subcommittee's work is done. The subcommittee has been dissolved, and I think at this point, the CCP's portion of this is complete. And now we're down to departmental level work. It really is the digging in, rolling up your sleeves, digging in, really digging down into some of the additional questions that have been asked and looking even deeper at the data on an individual level. I think that, you know, your board could request reports back if you would like. And I think maybe our sheriff's partners could speak to that because that is the sheriff's advisory team. But I think, you know, there is a way to maintain transparency and to be talking about these issues openly, but yet permit the departments to allow, you know, to do the work that is the deeper work that has to be done, because it really is a deep dive that has to happen on truly an individual case level to really understand the levers that have to be pulled for those cases.
And could you help me better understand what your work will be going forward, what questions you'll be trying to answer?
I can give some examples, Supervisor, through the chair, just for a kind of a top level example. So let's take, for instance, those folks that come to the jail and are booked in and go immediately into a safety cell. Why was that person booked into the jail? Is there another option that could have happened? Could they have been hospitalized? Could they have gone to the sobering center? What are the specific factors in that case that resulted in them being booked and staying in the jail? Alternative sentencing clients. If we have a list of 10 alternative sentencing clients that for whatever reason were excluded or did not end up placed on alternative sentencing, what additional corrections can we make? What additional enhancements to the program can be made based on what we know about those specific cases? So it really is looking a little bit more closely at what's happening with those cases. It allows a deeper dive into the release on bed availability issue. What types of beds are we needing and why don't we have those? And is it a capacity issue? So it is, a much more focused discussion. It's not the broad discussion that has been had to this point.
And so, how often, I'm just curious, how often you'll be meeting and whether this will be kind of I think of people, enhanced care management or doctors and healthcare teams sort of focused around an individual. Do you imagine it to be something like that, where the people who are, you'll have a group and try to figure out what better strategies are there? Or it seems pretty vague still in my mind, and I'm perfectly happy. I think you've done a great enough job, but I'm curious nonetheless what you're thinking.
So I think there is opportunity to layer in a great deal of what you just said into the work that they do. There's no reason that they cannot involve medical professionals in this. Behavioral wellness is already sitting at the table as part of this process and can speak to the individual level data. I think probably the partners who are involved are going to need an MOU in the future, and there's going to be a great deal of information sharing taking place as part of this. But there's nothing that prevents our additional partners that have protected information from coming to the table to discuss it. And I actually would like to give our sheriff's partners a chance to talk about it since it is their advisory team.
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman, I would just add that, I think our purpose of this is to try to identify departmental strategies that can really affect the rates of incarceration, the length of stay, things of that nature.
And recidivism.
Recidivism, absolutely. And I think we have a great collaborative group, which we talked about earlier, that is going to be part of this team, that if you give us the space and the time to set up the meeting cadence, the frequency, our goals, I think we're going to have a very collaborative approach to this, and we can really dive in deep on some of the details of why those levers weren't pulled, or why was the person arrested to begin with? Why was the person then booked into jail? Why were they not released at court? Why were they not released pretrial? And I think once we start examining some of those cases, we can start to develop strategies to address the larger population that might fit in those buckets.
Would it make sense to just let us know in 6 months how it's going?
I think that may be appropriate.
Okay.
That'd be great. I concur. I just had one. Would like to put Assistant CEO Tanya Heitman, our award recipient, on the spot because she has a vantage point on all these different departments. If you could just provide any comments you had about this work and this data.
Thank you, Chair Capps. I would like to speak a little bit more to the Jail Population Review Advisory Group. I forget the exact acronym. It's new to all of us. I think that this really is a big step in the right direction. We've been talking about a lot of different efforts, diversion efforts, alternative sentencing approaches, that when we talk about it in a broad sense, it sounds great, it sounds like it's going to work, but then when we go to implement, oftentimes it's not achieving the exact results we want. Ready program is a good example. Very good program, but it's not getting the reach that we would like. In order to understand why a program's not working, the departments really need to sit at the same table and talk much more specifically on the individual level about what they anticipated was going to happen versus what actually happened, and then be able to have a dialogue about course correction. Because we've been talking very broadly without getting into the specifics often, I think they walk away from the discussions with very different perceptions of why something's working or why it's not working. The level of collaboration, though, that we've built up over the years is so much stronger than it was before. They're having much more difficult conversations and coming to solutions together when they can really dive into the specifics. Ready program is a great example also of where we did dive into it to say, okay, well, we're only reaching half of the individuals at Northern Branch Jail that we were anticipating reaching. Why is that? When we looked at the very specific information, it became entirely clear. Part of it is the staffing. It's a grant-funded program. It's leveraging, different resources, but it's not a fully funded program where there is coverage. So the attorney goes on vacation, no one's going to get seen while she's gone. She's out sick, no one's going to get seen. That was not something that when we looked at the stats that we had factored in and realized, but when you looked at, well, who didn't get seen, what day, and what was the attorney's schedule that day, then it became more clear. And we don't have a solution necessarily, but we have a better idea of what the actual problem is and why that's happening. So I think that it is sometimes harder for everybody to understand why this is important, but I really think that this is going to make the next logical step in their collaboration to begin troubleshooting why are some of their programs not reaching the population that they anticipated. I also wanted to, if I could, speak a little bit to the earlier conversation about the pre-sentence data and the fact that we count an individual as pre-sentence if they have any case that they have not yet been sentenced on.
Sure.
We are doing that very specifically because in the past, we provided the data based on the opposite way. If they were sentenced on any case, we were counting them as a sentenced individual. And that was counter to how the state definition was devised, as well as to what other counties were doing across the state. And it put us in a position where we couldn't make any comparisons because our data was being counted differently, but it was also causing a lack of trust in the data that was being pushed out, because on the state's website, there was data that was counted differently, and people were questioning, well, why is the sheriff's data look different than this? So we've tried to get that consistency. I can certainly see why understanding the other component might be helpful to people, but we need to be cautious about how we do that so that we don't create the confusion again. That number as to whether it's good or it's bad really depends on your perspective and what programs you're rolling out. It's not necessarily a bad thing that we have primarily pre-sentenced individuals in the jail, because it can speak to the fact that our alternative sentencing programs are being effective, that we do have other alternatives for those sentenced individuals. It's really one of those metrics that it depends what perspective you're looking at it from and what program opportunities there are in your county. And we happen to have a lot of diversionary programs right now.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, I think that we are ready for a motion on this one. That would be, and I agree with Supervisor Hartman, if you want to add it to the motion to come back in 6 months with an update, just more information. I don't think, I understand that the subcommittee has broken up, but we can certainly keep the momentum going in terms of providing more information.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation A and B and to come back in 6 months for updated report.
And I'll second. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, we are way behind. I apologize to those who are here for other items. The clerk has set out some estimates, but why don't we, we'll be in touch, I think, particularly with our appeal. We should probably give those folks an update. And County Council, if you could provide us with information about closed session.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, we have one item of existing litigation, Bolt House Land Company LLC versus all persons claiming a right to extract or store groundwater in the Alma Valley Groundwater Basin, and that's a Los Angeles County Superior Court case, and public employee performance evaluation for county executive officer. And the time estimate is 30 to 45 minutes. So between 3:15 and 3:30, you can come back.
Sorry, I was distracted. What time?
I said between 3:15 and 3:30, 30 to 45 minutes.
Okay, so let's just say 3:30. And Madam Clerk, will you give an update?
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board. If we return around 3:30, that means we will be taking departmental item number 3 up around 3:30, and then we will go to the appeal around 4 o'clock, and that's departmental item number 4.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, great. So Chair Capps, members of the board, it sounds like the chair is going to be moving items around. So the first item up when we return from closed session is going to be departmental item number 4, the Sutar appeal of the Mission Isla Vista Partners LP housing development. So that'll be around 3:30, 3:15, 3:30.
Zoom meeting. We have a lot to cover at the end of the year here, so we're in closed session for our lengthy time. County Council, please give us your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 2 items: existing litigation, Bolthouse Land Company versus all persons claiming a right to extract or store groundwater in the Kiama Valley groundwater basin, and public employee performance for county executive officer, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, so we will move to departmental item number 4, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Sutar appeal of the County Planning Commission approval of the Mission Isla Vista Partners LP Housing Development, case number 25 APL 10 in the Goleta Community Plan area in the 2nd District.
Okay, let's first do ex parte before we get going here. Who would like to go first? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Just since the last hearing, I just had a brief conversation of about 15 minutes yesterday with Pagin Sutar, just about updates on the settlement discussions and different proposals that have taken place since our last hearing. And that's it.
Okay, Supervisor
I have none to
Ragnall.
report since last hearing.
Okay, Supervisor Hartman.
On Saturday at an event, I ran into Mark Shatillo, and then I met with John and Pagin Sutar yesterday.
Okay, Supervisor Lee.
Yeah, I met with the Sutars yesterday over Teams.
Okay, and I met with the Sutars on December 4th and December 5th, my team and I, and then Ms. Gartner and my staff met with the applicant yesterday. Okay, let's proceed with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As indicated, the last time we were before you was on September 9th with the Mission IV project, which is a 16-unit project in Isla Vista. And today I have Travis Stewards, the Deputy Director for the division, and Kathleen Volpe, the planner on the project. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Volpe for her to make the presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I'm Kathleen Volpe, and I will be presenting the Sutar appeal of the Mission Isla Vista Partners LP Housing Development Project. The appeal was initially heard by the Board of Supervisors on September 9th of this year. At that hearing, the board expressed concerns over the project and continued it to allow the applicant to respond. After considering the board's concerns, the applicant submitted a revised project on September 30th, 2025. Staff reviewed the project and scheduled its return to the board for December 9th today. As a reminder, this project is for 3 new 3-story multifamily buildings with 16 units and a total of 45 bedrooms. The applicant has proposed minor revisions to the project description and is requesting a 4th concession pursuant to state density bonus law. The project description has been updated to clarify the provisions provided to occupants of the affordable housing units. As the project includes 24 parking spaces, each affordable unit will include 1 designated parking space at no additional cost, and tenants of these units will be offered the first right of refusal to lease an additional parking space. Included with the revised project is a request for a 4th concession to remove the 80 square foot bedroom area per occupant requirement pursuant to Coastal Land Use Policy 222. Approval of this concession would allow for the possibility of multiple occupants per bedroom. As previously described, the proposed project is being processed under the Housing Accountability Act, Senate Bill 330, the State Density Bonus Law, and Assembly Bill 2097. In summary, the project before you today is a residential housing development being processed under, again, the Housing Accountability Act and SB 330. It is subject to the State Density Bonus Law and AB 2097 provisions. Today's hearing is the 5th hearing under HAA. With the allowed density bonus and the requested concessions permitted under State Density Bonus Law, the project is consistent with all applicable policies and development standards in the comprehensive plan, including the Coastal Land Use Plan, the Goleta Community Plan, and Article 2. As revised, the project continues to meet all requirements for the statutory CEQA exemption for residential development. Staff recommends that your board deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval of the project, including CEQA findings, determine the project is exempt from CEQA, and approve the project subject to the conditions included in the staff memorandum. Thank you, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the staff at this point? Okay, we'll move to the appellant, excuse me, Supervisor Hartman, you have a question?
I did have a question about concessions. Can you just run through the different areas where you're allowed to ask for a concession? And that's totally up to the developer, and we have no discretion. So it's setbacks and parking and...
Supervisor Hartman, thanks. Yes, there are concessions and waivers, and you can take some for relief from development standards, or you can take relief if it makes your project infeasible to construct. And the onus is on us to the county to say that we can't grant these. The law is pretty strong in favor of granting these concessions and waivers to projects. And the types of things they can grant, yeah. The things that they can't ask for are relief from public health and safety type standards, so like a flood control issue or, a road standard.
Yes, well, you probably know what I'm going to say in terms of occupancy, and that is, I think, in IV, a matter of health and safety and mental well-being, but yeah, okay.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to the appellant's presentation, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Welcome.
All right. Hello, my name is Peggy Sutar, Madam Chair and members of the board. We appreciate the time and effort your board and staff have put into review of this appeal. Development in Isla Vista is complicated, and we want to get it right. Isla Vista is unique in that our community is already suffering from the problems created by unchecked growth and variances. Adding additional development without the infrastructure to support it will only exacerbate the health and safety issues we are already facing. The Planning Commission approved project should be denied to open the door for a new project that will not endanger our community. John and I support the revision that we worked on with Lonnie and the applicant. We could not negotiate a decrease in density, but 50% additional parking makes the revised project better for the community than the initial proposal in front of you today. We thank you for your time and for your support of Isla Vista.
Thank you, Peg. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mark Chatillo, and let's see, I'll try and get our PowerPoint up here. At your last hearing, there was a considerable discussion and evidence, and I'm waiting for our materials to come up. Considerable discussion. It does not look.
We can give you a few seconds back.
I think we
10,
got it.
15.
Thanks.
Okay.
We should be okay. So, as you heard back in September, there's a lot of evidence about the health and safety impact associated with parking congestion in Isla Vista.
Yes.
And we really appreciate the consideration that your board gave, and I want to acknowledge the work of the applicant here in getting creative and trying to come up with a solution that maybe could lessen the significance of those impacts. Unfortunately, for logistical reasons, we can't have that proposal before you. It is, now I'm lost it again. It is a revised site plan that
Mr. Chatillo, let's just stop for the technical delays here. And we'll start the clock over again while we get the right presentation for you.
Yeah, that's Lonnie's presentation.
Nope. I was having a hard time finding my place on that.
Yes.
Dang.
Yes, that's it.
There we go. We got the pretty clouds.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay.
Okay. I'll carry on.
Take two.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, there's The first slide here, this is the revised project that was discussed, the first revision. There's been a further one. We actually think this one is probably the one that should go to the Planning Commission for approval after your board denies the project that's before you. Because it's the fifth hearing, there's limited options for revisions, and the challenges of trying to get a different project approved and getting the departmental approvals and so forth is challenging. But the appeal was filed because of the significant impacts of the project that's before you. And it is those impacts and that the overall inconsistency with the general plan standards and the threats that it poses to other communities that gives your board the discretion and the authority to deny this project. And as we view it, it's imperative that this project be denied. That would open the door to allow a future project, perhaps one that looks a lot like this second slide here, to be considered by your Planning Commission. And Ms. Sutar, Mr. and Ms. Sutar have, in discussion with the applicant, have worked to come up with a project that will be worthy of their support. But today, you have two decisions. You have a choice. It's either approve the project that's before you that you were uncomfortable with back in September, or deny that project and allow that to go forward. So I want to talk to you briefly about the authority that's before you and the evidence that's before you to support a denial. And we did take the opportunity to prepare findings and share them with County Council and the County Council's office yesterday. So they have an understanding of our thinking and I think the legal basis. So we know that Isla Vista is a very vulnerable community, as is UCSB. Added to the record at this hearing is the multi-jurisdictional hazard abatement or hazard mitigation plan adopted by your board in 2023, a collaboration of all of the jurisdictions in the county to look at hazards associated with everything from wildfire to civil unrest and tornadoes and flooding. Many of the things have all been experienced in Isla Vista. And in that plan, there's ample evidence to support the conclusion that there would be significant impacts associated with this project moving forward. In addition, the county authorized the preparation of a traffic evacuation modeling study by the consulting firm KLD, and I put up some excerpts of that into the record as well. So what do these show? They show what we know, that there is extensive congestion, parking congestions, and difficulty in evacuation for Isla Vista. And as a result of the cumulative impacts, it's going to be very, very significant, very difficult to evacuate the area, and the project will have impacts. That's the basis for your finding that there are cumulative impacts. Moving to CEQA, trying to keep this as brief as I can. CEQA authorizes denial of the project. Actually, it does not allow you to approve it if there are cumulative impacts. You can't use the exemption. You've got to do environmental review. Secondly, if there are unusual circumstances that cause the project to cause significant impact, you cannot approve the project without complying with CEQA. You cannot rely on the exemption. And we think that you've seen considerable evidence about that, and those both provide a basis for your board to deny the project. Under the Housing Accountability Act, you can only deny when you have a public health and safety justification for that, and that is why we felt that the evacuation issues would be important for your board's consideration to include as a basis for denial, to include both the oversupply of cars as well as the inability to evacuate the area. So in conclusion, despite the goodwill that all parties have shown, we don't have an approvable project before you today. We think that there will be a basis for an expedited review from the staff later on. In the meantime, there's ample evidence to support a denial of the project. So that is the action that we encourage your board to take. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chillo. Just point of privilege, I'm going to ask the first question of the appellant, Ms. Sutar, if you wouldn't mind coming back up. Mr. Sotillo, I think, was quaint in his description of the board's last hearing on this when he said we were uncomfortable with the project. And we really were hopeful that there could be some compromising and some potential discussion going on between you, the appellant, and the applicant. And so I just wanted, I'm quite familiar with what has happened because I'm here. You live in my district, and so I just was hoping you might share with everybody, how many meetings have you had, and could you discuss sort of the nature of the discussions, how they've gone?
Yes, yes. Our original meeting, we met with our neighbors and Holly and Jason, and we talked about things, and we talked about concerns, and, we just shared how we were all feeling.
Yeah.
And then moving on from there, we met with county council in a facilitated situation, John and I and Mark and Lonnie. And John and I and Mark John and I laid out what we were hoping for, in a decrease in density, thus there being more parking, and changes in the bedroom. We were trying to get bedrooms large enough to fit 2 people in with 80 square feet each. And it was a really congenial conversation. And we took that experience with county council, and we met 2 more times at Rocky Nook Park, and had in the council meeting with the council, he suggested, well, why don't we move things forward? Let's move the building forward. Let's try a different design. I suggested a courtyard design because there's a lot of places in Isla Vista with courtyard designs, and that would give room for more parking. And the plans were great, and we were excited about it. We talked about maybe a few tweaks here and there. We met again, and then things kind of died in the water because there was concern that it would have to go through the entire review process. And so I think that's where we kind of hit a snag. But we did meet one more time at the site with Lonnie, and I threw out some ideas, and we had a couple of more versions that we've been playing with, but it was not giving us as much parking. So the version we have now is 50% more. So we're going from 24 to 36, which is a significant amount. And
Yeah.
that makes a difference to the impact that this development will have on Isla Vista.
Sure.
So at this point, I wish there was a magic wand and we could have one more meeting, and we could, figure out a way to get this to pass now. But that's not possible. So what I'm hoping is maybe if there's a way to expedite it, that might be something that's favorable for the applicant. But we're good with that plan. It's good. I think it's a nice fit for Isla Vista. I think, again, the parking is really important. But it's been a very amicable and even fun sometimes conversation. So I hope something happens good here.
I mean, thank you
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, I mean, thanks for describing it that way. I mean, it's been music to my ears that I don't think that this was expected, that this process would result in such cordial and amicable deliberations and concession back and forth. So I really thank both parties. And we do have an alternative plan on the table. So stay up here, please, because I wanted to just ask you, with the revisions of this, what's on the table now in terms of a plan, I know it's not before us now, and per our rules, we can't vote on the alternative plan. We have to vote on the plan that's agendized. But does that address your major concerns?
It does address our major concerns. The one piece we put that Mark had in his letter, and I think it may have also been a concern of county planning, was it's a little close to the street there.
Yeah.
If there was a way to shift it a little bit back and make it, not so quite hovering over the road, that would be great. But I don't want to slow things down or stop things.
Sure.
And I again, other than that, I mean, and there was a piece that might, if things shifted a little bit, there might preclude future ADUs. But even the original plan had the ability to put ADUs inside of it. So ADUs are just a big concern in Isla Vista right now.
Sure.
A big concern. And I don't know, the idea was how can we design the ADU potential out? And we tried, and didn't quite come up with it, but maybe there's still a world. But I don't want to complicate things. So again, John and I are supportive of the plan in front of you. And, with just a few tweaks, I think it would be really fabulous.
That's great. And so I know, and you are quite a leader in Isla Vista and have been really speaking for a lot of your neighbors. You do also, I can't speak for everybody, but you anticipate that your neighbors feel the same similarly?
We showed it to some of our neighbors, and they
Sure.
were fine with it. We have one neighbor who was there's such a bigger picture right now. You know, the idea that there's paid parking, that it's still so dense, that it's still so different than the rest of the neighborhood. I mean, you can't make everyone happy.
Sure.
And they're also concerned about where are people going to park moving forward. We need an off-site parking area with a safe shuttle. We need better mass transit. I mean, those are the kinds of things I heard from at least one neighbor when I showed him the plans. But I was just trying to explain, I can't do everything. This is what's in front of us, and this is, you know, it's baby steps.
Yeah.
Or big steps, really. It's big steps, but there's a lot to do. But I do think that the changes will be good.
So last question for you at this point. If the board does reject the plan before us and this alternative plan moves forward, would you not anticipate appealing it?
We will not appeal it.
Okay.
No. We will stand with the applicants and be, yeah, let's do this. Let's get something. It is an infill area. We need something there. We need housing in Isla Vista. We need affordable housing in Isla Vista, but we need housing that isn't detrimental in the long run. So I think that this is really a good move in the right direction. And I think hopefully it sets a precedent from some of the other, at the end of that slideshow, are 3 new projects coming down the pike that don't have any parking at all. And so I think it's important that we look ahead also as to what is happening and hope that, you know, we can look holistically. We talked about that at the very beginning, looking holistically at everything that's happening in Isla Vista right now.
Well, I'm not surprised that the conversations have gone so well, because I'll get to talk to applicant Mr. Roy in a minute and express my same gratitude. But you have been such a reasonable participant in this, and just understanding that we do need housing in Isla Vista, and this is a good site for it, even though it's your neighborhood, and it'll change it dramatically.
It'll change
and
it.
so I appreciate so much your attitude and
Thank
coming
you.
to the table with such a positive, constructive point of view.
Thank you. And, you know, the Lomelinos have been our neighbors for years.
I know.
And I care about them.
Thank you.
So I want something good to come from this.
Okay, stay up, because I think there's more questions. Supervisor Hartman.
You tried to run away.
I had a question really for staff, and that's really before the applicant comes up.
Okay.
And it seems like we're in a procedural, that we do have some agreement with the parties, but we're in kind of a procedural pickle. And I wondered if it's possible, if the applicant wanted to waive the 5 hearing and come back for a 6th hearing, could the board approve it in that context, or how could we expedite? What are strategies if indeed there were a willingness on the part of the applicant to go with this modified project?
So Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, there are a couple of options if the applicant is willing, and I don't know that they are, but one, they could, you know, toll or agree to have a 6th hearing. The other is to withdraw the current application that they have and submit a new one.
Which would be that would take a lot of time to go back to the Planning Commission and come back.
No matter what, we have to go back to the Planning Commission. So we're going to have a completely different plan in front of the team. The team is all the departments are going to have to look at it to verify that it meets the standards. We've talked to a couple of the different departments about trying to expedite something, and we think we can move it. Probably about 4 months is what it would take for us to get through it, but we've got to go back to the Planning Commission because it's a brand-new project. A new design, all of that.
Okay, I wonder where you make the cut between modified and new, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a significantly new design, and they have added tandem parking, and so it's a new project. It has, I don't even know what the unit count is at this point, but we will do our best to move it as quickly as we possibly can.
Okay. County Council.
Supervisor Capps and members of the board, I just recommend that we go ahead and hear from the applicant and maybe
Sure.
allow a little extra time.
Okay,
to ask
sounds good.
questions.
So we will hear from the applicant. Mr. Roy.
Okey-doke. Thank you for hearing the project again. Lonnie Roy, I am the applicant for this project. So I will quickly jump into it, and my presentation should also be pretty brief. So I just wanted to recap the project that's kind of been put before you and the 2 revisions that have been, that staff discussed. So reiterating that the zoning designation for this area is medium density. I know looks like a single family neighborhood, but the county has zoned this medium density. So through that zoning, that is the vision for this neighborhood, not single family residential. We are proposing 16 dwelling units. If we wanted to maximize state density bonus, we could have proposed 24 units. Parking, we are proposing 24 parking spaces, which is consistent with the parking ratios as part of state density bonus. So even if this wasn't in a 0 parking radius area, we could have proposed this project, and there have been many projects approved previously in Isla Vista that utilize this parking ratio. Affordable housing, we're providing 2 very low income and 2 moderate. We could have used a concession on the 2 moderate if we wanted to, so we are providing more affordable housing than other projects that were recently approved have provided. Height is 1 story above what the code allows, which similarly there have been recent projects that have been approved that's been a concession that has been granted and has been approved by the county. So the 2 revisions, as staff has already noted, was including 1 parking space as part of the rent for the inclusionary units, and the right of first refusal to purchase a 2nd space, as well as the 4th concession on the bedroom area. And I briefly wanted to touch on the revised potential project that we were working with Pegeen, John, and Mark on, and reiterate everything that's been said. It's been a pleasant experience. I've really enjoyed working with them. So just kind of, again, recapping that. So, we went through the county facilitation process, and the requests made, there just wasn't a way to kind of bridge that gap on the prior project. It would have cut the density by more than half, and it just didn't work for the property owners. So we took I would say the spirit of what they were requesting and tried to see how a compromise could be built off of that. So as was mentioned, this is kind of the project or the potential project that we kind of came to, which was a courtyard development with the building pushed to the street. Regarding the density from a programmatic standpoint, it's essentially the same from a building standpoint. It's 16 units, 3 2-bedroom, 13 3-bedroom. Square footage is almost identical. The main difference is that the parking is all pushed to the rear. We have a tandem configuration, which, as Peggy noted, so we're at 36 spaces under this scenario. Yeah, and then from a massing standpoint, 3 stories is located along the north, along the street, and then along the west. There's 2-story elements that are located along the park, and that was a request of Pegeen and John. So it pushes impacts around, but I think it's a compromise that we were willing to work with, and Pegeen and John were willing to work with. And yeah, likewise, I think we were okay going with this alternative if the processing could have worked. Unfortunately, there's just been so much time that has been taken with these appeals, 8 months just going through this appeal process, and there wasn't really a quick route to get this alternative project approved. There's a lot of risks associated with withdrawing this application and applying for a new one. There's no guarantees that the water allocations would still be available. And I know Pegeen and John will not appeal, but there's no guarantee that no one else in the community would appeal, especially seeing how successful this was in delaying the project 8 months. These could have been 16 housing units that could have been built for this upcoming school year, which are no longer going to be there. So now, even if this is approved, it's 1 year out from when it could have happened. So there's just too much risk associated with trying to push this alternative project. If there was a way for you to have approved this project at this hearing, or if more work could have been done to get it to a more detailed level, we would have been happy to submit that project and have that project be approved. Unfortunately, as we've kind of been saying, just process-wise, it just didn't work out.
Okay, thank you. That's your time. So questions. Again, I just want to thank you so much for coming to the table of the facilitation, first with council, but also then just on your own at multiple meetings, 5, 6 meetings, and being really creative with providing an alternative plan. I understand your hesitation about that, but I also just hope there could be some willingness here. I guess I do have a little bit of questions about the process. I didn't realize if there could be a 6th hearing. Is that what I've just heard you say, Director Plowman? No.
Madam Chair, the applicant would basically have to consent to adding a hearing because we have a 5-hearing limit.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
And just to clarify, if that were the case, we could analyze the revised project pursuant to our codes, and Public Works could analyze it, Fire could analyze it, and we would go back to a Planning Commission hearing, and presumably that would be the last hearing because there would be no appeal. It doesn't have to come back to the board as long as there is no appeal from the Planning Commission. That could be the 6th hearing.
On the revised proposal.
Correct. If the applicant was willing to do that. But we think it'll take us roughly, I mean, we've talked to the other departments about 4 months to get that through the process and get it docketed for the PC. So that's what we can do on P&D's and the other departments' end.
I see. Supervisor Hartman.
Is there any incentive that we could offer the developer? I mean, here we are in a position where we've got, I think, a much better project with a courtyard, with parking, with people working together and coming up with something. And I think the developer deserves a lot of kudos. And I just wonder, is there any incentive? Is there any anything we can offer to make it attractive to go through this 6th hearing? And do we have to actually deny this appeal today? I mean, could we continue it? I mean, they're worried about closing this off.
Right. County Council wanted to weigh in here.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if we could just have a 5-minute break, I want to just make sure that we're all on the same page procedurally. So this is an unusual modifying in the midst of an appeal, and I just want to make sure that we consult with planning and make sure we're on the same page. So if we could take a short break. Just
okay.
5
We
minutes.
will get this right and take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Okay. We're reconvening. Back to this item. I've lost count. County Council.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the short break.
Okay, quiet, please.
So what we were talking about procedurally is if the item were to be continued and the parties agreed, then I think it would come back to the board rather than go back to the Planning Commission. But before we get to that issue, I think just procedurally what we should do is, I mean, we need to take public comment and then rebuttal, and then we could hear from the parties on kind of that concept at that time, and
Okay.
then come back and hear from the board to see where we're at before we decide what we're going to do for next steps.
Okay. So that would leave us at, so we've heard from the appellant, we've heard from the applicant. Any other questions for the applicant? No. So then we go to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item?
Chair Capps and members of the board, yes, we have 3 requests to speak on this item, and 2 of the requests to speak are the applicants. So we are going to provide 6 minutes to the appellant, although the appellant has indicated he will not need that time, but in case they do need it, they have 6 additional minutes. So we will begin with Holly Lomolino, to be followed by Jason Lomolino. Holly?
Good afternoon, almost evening. So obviously we have an interesting situation before us here. And I did not know exactly what I wanted to say, but I think one thing I do want to bring before you all is that we have been waiting for 7 years to develop this property. It was actually December 7th, 2018, the escrow closed on this property. It has been a wild ride. I will spare you all the details, but as you guys heard last time, our heart is for Isla Vista, for students. I think you guys are clear on that. We don't have a certain design that we are trying to push forward, but I do really believe that the delay needs to stop and that we really do need to see this project move forward. And it does feel like the risk is very large to continue to deny it or postpone it. And the other thing that has just been, I've felt very passionate and strong about is that it feels like this project is being unjustly and unfairly singled out. It's come to our attention that there have been many projects in IV approved, even of late, with no appeals, no delays, 5 votes, less parking, more housing, and here we are, months and months of delay after years of delay in the first place. Obviously, that was a whole different issue with the water and stuff. But so I just, you know, when I read the documents, that is what staff recommends. It feels legally like it's very clear that this project should be being approved. And, you know, I'm not a lawyer, I don't understand it all, but I have taken the time to read these documents, and every single thing that is being brought up in the appeal, they have addressed. They have said that it is, like staff recommends that, yes, these things are not reasons to deny this project, that there are no good, strong reasons to deny this project. And I assume you guys have read that and you've seen that. And so these are also our county staff people, right? Why are we not listening to their recommendations? I've been incredibly confused by that this whole time. I understand that parking is an issue in Isla Vista. Obviously, none of us would deny that, but to single this project out that is providing 24 parking spaces and is doing all of these things to actually address a parking issue, just again, it feels very unjust and unfair to me. So I am asking that you guys would allow this project to move forward today. Thank you.
We will now go to Jason Lomolino, to be followed by Rachel Bowman, who's our final speaker. Jason?
Good afternoon. Let me lift that. Good afternoon, Chair and Board. Thank you for having us again, and appreciate the kind words to our daughter Joanna last time. Wanted to say that. My wife pretty much said what I wanted to say, and so I just kind of want to reiterate just that desire for us to just be there in Isla Vista. I mean, we've been there for 25 years, loving a city, serving a city. I've been in the trenches with people and suicide, mental health, across the board. You know, we've had people live with us, people eating dinner with us. We love students and we love IV. No matter what happens with this project, we're not going anywhere. You know, we're here to serve that city. Our heart, though, is to continue to grow a healthier community, though, and just continue to provide whatever Isla Vista needs. And so, yeah, I think it's just hard for us when we know so many projects are coming through right now. I think 40, I don't know, I had some numbers, 40 new projects, over 400 bedrooms. I mean, it's a lot, and ours is, you know, one of those pieces. And so, yeah, our desire is, you know, to see this project be voted through today. So thank you, appreciate all you guys are doing. Take care.
We will now go to Rachel Bowman. Rachel?
Hello, good afternoon. I have known Jason and Holly Lomolino for 5 years, and I am one of the parents of 2 young people that are in their 20s, and my daughter lives in one of the community houses that is reached by Mission Isla Vista. And it is tremendous what these 2 people, Holly and Jason, have done in this city for over 24 years to reach young adults. And it breaks my heart for them to see this delayed any longer. And I see them manage these 7 community houses so well, and I help out too as a mom, and I see how they have great impact in the city. And to bring this project all the way back to the beginning, potentially at risk of it not happening, doesn't seem like something they should have to do after 7 years of waiting and risk of a water moratorium happening again. We're in California, we know how drought can happen. And so I highly recommend that Mission Isla Vista, along with the developer who is their partner, gets to move forward with this project. I have hands-on seen people's lives change in a beautiful way. Students feeling like they're part of community and not feeling isolated like many college students do. And I have seen young people just be embraced by the Lomolino family. And I also, last thing before I finish, I've also been in the Lomolinos' over 100-year-old home that is falling apart, filled with mold. And I really believe for the health of this family that this should not be delayed any longer for them either, because this is going to provide a residence for the Lomolino family and their children, Jason and Holly. So it would be wonderful to see this not delayed any longer. Thank you so much.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay. And, you know, I'm sorry, I need to go back to ex parte. I was remiss. I did meet with Jason Lomolino right after the last hearing, and I just was remiss to not include that at the beginning. So, ex parte. Okay. So now we go to oh, yes, appellant rebuttal. Thank you for that. Mr. Chatello.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mark Chatillo for the appellant. I think our goal here is unified of all the people in the room. We want to have a safe and sustainable project. This is the way development review happens in Santa Barbara. This is a project that's subject to a development plan. So this is in the scheme of our zoning ordinance, it's a bigger project than an ADU, which is approved as a ministerial project, or a land use permit, or coastal development permit, which doesn't have any findings of neighborhood compatibility or public health and safety, only findings of compatibility with the general plan. So in the scale of things, we land use wonks know that this is a bigger project, and as you've been advised by council, you know that the findings that you have to make to approve a project with a development plan are substantially greater than for smaller projects. So it's important to have an apples to apples comparison, and I can certainly appreciate the Loma Lino's concern that this has taken a long time and why are we being singled out? And they're not. This is a different project. It's a bigger project. And because it's a bigger project, it also has the potential for bigger impacts. And so this is the right kind of process that accompanies a development of this size and scale. So I don't think that there's a basis for saying that there's been an unfair or unjust kind of treatment or selection of this process or this project or the applicants. I think we all recognize that they are storied and valued members of the Isla Vista community that have offered a lot of support and help. And I think what you've heard from the Sutars is that they want to support that as well. I want to touch on the water moratorium because that was also mentioned, and that's a factor here. Goleta Water District has an ordinance that delineates how many new hookups are allowed and how much new water is allowed each year. And each year, developers don't have certainty until the water district approves their allotment for the next year. If we had had no rain and if we were looking at the multiple years of drought as our history, that would be a more significant concern, I think, for purposes of the developer's risk and the uncertainties associated with denying this project and sending it back for additional review. Because we've had some rain, a significant amount of rain, and we're early in the season, additional rain will provide the resources to Kachuma. Should we get that rain? We don't know, but additional rain in this season filling Kachuma will provide Goleta Water District with the requirement that they continue to issue additional allotments and entitlements. So I think it's substantially likely that this project in 2026 will be able to qualify for Goleta Water service. And that's a factor for the applicant we're sensitive to, but I don't think it's going to be a problem because we are in a water situation where it's highly likely that Goleta is going to issue additional 2026 allotments. So I'd like to now just talk about the paths forward from here that your board has. One that's been discussed is to continue the project and to allow a sixth hearing. I strongly disfavor that because the Housing Accountability Act imposes that requirement that projects be approved in 5 hearings. And it doesn't give overtly the ability for all the parties to agree to have a 6th hearing. Legally, it would be we would be vulnerable. And we did hear Ms. Lomolino mention the deemed approved, and that's what happens under law. And in Santa Barbara, when the city of Santa Barbara went too far and had too many hearings for a project subject to the Housing Accountability Act, city attorney pulled the plug mid-hearing and said, we can't have any more hearings. This project has been deemed approved after 5 hearings. So it's a real concern. There's no good case law that says, well, if you have a 6th hearing, that's not allowable. But the weight of the authority, and I've talked to county council earlier this week about this, is that at 5 hearings, a third party could file litigation against the county and secure a writ directing that the action that the project be deemed approved after 5 hearings. So I would strongly urge that we do not pursue a continuance and the risk of a 5 hearing. We would not be able to support that at this time. So the other alternative, second alternative, is to approve the first project. You're going to get a project that we know is going to have significant impacts to the community and is avoidable. Those impacts are avoidable. There's a litigation risk and the time that's associated with that, but the net cumulative time of denying the project and having it reviewed by the Planning Commission, even in 6 months, there's a 9-month review period for construction plans, 4-month construction period. We're still at the September 2027 occupancy date. So the time that is associated with your board denying it and then sending it, and then allowing the Planning Commission to consider a revised project after staff and the departments have had their review is actually the most expedited path to actually getting the project occupied and providing the housing that the community needs. And the advantage also of denial is that you get a better project. You get a better project for the community. So we think, as I mentioned earlier, there is a substantial basis for that denial. As Mr. Lomolino mentioned, there's 40 other projects. That's significant for cumulative impacts, and you can't approve this project on an exemption if there is evidence of a significant cumulative effect. And I think there is substantial evidence to support that. As I mentioned, because these are development plan findings, you do have the discretion clearly to be able to deny the project, and so that is our request of you, respectfully. And with the understanding that we share an interest in getting to the expedited approval of the right project for this site. The path requires that the board deny this project as it is currently before you. And we will, as you heard from Ms. Sutar, stand with the applicant to get this project approved as quickly as possible and to supply the needs of our communities. So thank you very much for the opportunity to explain this. And if you have any questions, Peg and I are both here. Otherwise, we'll look forward to your deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Sotelo. Okay, we'll go to the applicant rebuttal.
So we are here before you to ask that you just deny the appeal and approve the current project. Submitting a new application has too many risks associated with it. Again, there's nothing to stop someone else from appealing this project. This appeal caused 8 months of delay. Even if staff expedited it, and I have no concern about P&D, but every project hits a stumble block here or there from one department or the other that causes a little bit more time to be added to the process. So 4 months is very optimistic. I can't really see a project be processing in 4 months. And even then, pushing it to meet the target school year for occupancy, it gets really tight, and we wouldn't really see that as a possibility. So it would push the project out 1 more year, if we would even get a project at the end of it, because again, it could get appealed at that point. Staff has adequately reviewed the project that has been applied for, been submitted. The impacts that Mark has presented, that would be an impact to any project in Isla Vista. So if those are significant adverse impacts, then essentially there's a moratorium on any project that requires a development plan in Isla Vista, because you're saying you need to do a cumulative EIR and study all of that. This project is actually better than a lot of the other projects that are coming before the county because it does provide parking. The basis for denial is in the event of an evacuation. It was noted at the prior hearing that if this project was in a high-density zoning district in Isla Vista, then it could be approvable. Well, there's no difference in an evacuation from the medium density to a high density. You exit the same ways out of Isla Vista. So that doesn't hold water specifically for this project. So again, you'd be saying there's no housing in Isla Vista until you can do an EIR and come up with whatever recommendations from that. We know the county needs housing. We want to provide this housing. We want to provide safe housing for the property owners. And we just don't believe that there's been enough evidence submitted here that this project would have an adverse impact. So we're requesting that the current project submitted be approved and the appeal be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any staff comments based on the rebuttals? Or anything else?
Madam Chair, we do not have any comments.
Okay. Okay, now it's to the board. Any further questions or deliberation? Well, yeah, I mean, you know, as I stated at the beginning, I mean, the board I was really impressed with the concern for Isla Vista, the fact that really the number one concern at the last hearing was the lack of parking. We denied the project at the last hearing, and really I was not that optimistic that the deliberations between the two parties would produce much, and to our surprise, they did. And in fact, there's an alternative plan here that, as stated, provides 50% more parking, which was the number one concern of the majority of the board here for safety reasons. And so now we have a process problem. We've up at the max of our hearings, and I hope that, you know, if there's a will, there's a way, because I want to believe that we can get to a good project and one that is not going to be appealed. I have faith that when the Sutars say that they won't appeal it, and they certainly know their neighborhood, they've lived there for, what, 30 years? How many? 42. So when this notion that, oh, any project could be appealed, no, I don't think that that is the case. If a new project is put forward, as has been stated, I believe it will be accepted, and it wouldn't be this delay that's being touted. So I think we should hold strong. I'm planning on holding strong for a project that is supported by all your neighbors, because that's who I represent, all the neighbors. And we can have a good project that I think would be less time than an alternative route, which could mean litigation, which is a long time, much longer than, as is described here optimistically, as potentially just 4 months. So that's certainly where I am, because again, this produced what this board hoped could happen, and we often hope would happen. When we sit here and we have two opposing parties, we have an appeals process that most oftentimes, does not end with two parties meeting in a park, Rocky Nook Park, amicably coming up with creative solutions and coming to consensus. And we didn't quite get there. They didn't quite get there because of process, but not because of intention or consensus. So I say let's have consensus win out here over process, and I'm willing to vote for that. And I think it's a minor risk, and I'm willing to deny the project. So that's where I am. Supervisor Hartman.
So I guess I'm back to staff or county council. What's the very best we can do to make this attractive to the developer?
Honestly, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I think we have put that on the table already.
4 months coming back to the board.
We'll be lucky if we can make that, yeah. I mean, we can do the best we can, but I don't want to make a commitment that we can't keep.
And are there any other inducements that we have available?
I can't think of any off the top of my head that wouldn't cost the county money.
Supervisor Lavenille.
Well, this really stinks. And this is what happens when you have the state kind of dictating what our rules are going to be. Because this is kind of ridiculous, is that we have two people agreeing and we can't do what we want to do and what we all know would be a good thing. But personally, it's not my district, but personally, putting myself in the developer's shoes, I know that the Sutars would not challenge this. their friends might not do it, but what is a appeal cost? $667? I mean, okay. I think, well, we're moving it up. We're moving it up, yeah. Maybe that's what we do today. An appeal is now $40,000 now. But what do I say to him if he waits and he gets appealed and then he misses another year? I almost feel, you know, and it does meet the required findings for approval. So the reason why I voted against it last time is because I wanted to force a decision. I wanted to force them coming together to try to find a better plan, not knowing that even if we found it, we were still going to be, you know, behind the 8 ball. So, I mean, I'm inclined to go with the staff recommendation, but this is probably the craziest situation that I've found myself in all of this time, that I can't put him at risk with a project that meets all the requirements. I know he wanted to go above and beyond and meet what you wanted to do, which would have been great. And I think we all know that that would be a better project, but I just don't see a way around this. This is kind of the problems when we meddle, we didn't, but when our process gets
But if I can just,
hijacked.
thank you. If I can just weigh in though on I appreciate the threat of someone else coming forth and appealing, I don't see as a legitimate one. I just, knowing the neighborhood.
Could I add something here? I mean, if it comes directly to the board instead of going to the planning commission, what's an appeal?
And
I thought it had to go to the planning commission first.
We're hearing from county council that it may not.
So,
Okay.
so this is a very tricky situation, right? So you'd have to get the applicant has to be willing to go along with a delay.
Correct.
And if they said yes, and still there are questions about the legality of that, I would say, then it would come back, if the board continued it to a date certain, let's say at the beginning of May, it would come back, and we would bypass the PC because we're going to still be under the umbrella of the appeal. And then the board would see both projects. Essentially, you'd
Okay.
see the alternative project. But what I haven't heard a willingness for the applicant to go through that process.
But just on the point of another party emerging, because we really fleshed this out, some other neighbors were here last hearing and spoke in favor of the project.
Right.
And they're just,
And that's what I have a problem with appeals. It doesn't need to be a neighbor. That's what bothers me with appeals. It could be somebody in freaking Cuyama that for some reason.
okay.
And no, it happens. Believe me. Believe me, I was here on it was in Supervisor Hartman's district, and that's what got me in trouble is I was complaining that the person that was appealing had no nexus. They lived 45 miles away. So it does happen here. But if it came back to the Board of Supervisors, look, I'm not married to this. It's just we just don't have another way to go. I don't.
Okay. There's a lot of hypotheticals. I don't see that as one. Honestly, I mean, I just see, again, I see consensus right before us, and litigation. I mean, how long do cases generally take? Year and a half? 2 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
So.
I'm fine sitting this one out. I just can't. I can't get. I just think we're asking somebody to do something that's putting. Well, I already stated my case. I'm not going to prolong it. I don't mind sitting it out either. So.
I have a question.
Yes.
Back for staff for a moment here. So if we did continue it to first meeting in May, where would that appeal come from? Because all we're doing is continuing the existing item under the existing appeal. So I guess I'm trying to understand where that new appeal pops up between now and then.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, you're correct. There wouldn't be another appeal. There would just be a delay in timeframe.
Because
Because we have to review the other project and then determine its consistency with the code and then bring it back.
The appeal risk is gone.
Yeah, the appeal risk.
The two risks
under that scenario. But the applicant has to waive that hearing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Two risks at that point is that it takes too long with our county staff because there's going to be things that pop up, right? And the water are the two risks going from now to beginning of May, versus the other alternative, if it does get denied today, litigation, new plan. Okay, just wanted to kind of clarify that a little bit. So there's no new appeal here. It's rather they agree to move forward with a sixth hearing, both sides saying yes, that's a good idea, even though neither one of them like it. But that actually might get them where they want to sooner. There is risk involved, but there's also risk for them not to do that as well, is what I see. So I'm just trying to play this out to a place that might land, possibly. I don't know if it does or not, but that seems like that would be the place that gets to a decision and to a project sooner. I really like, just for the record, I really like what was been proposed. They did get more parking there. Parking is a huge issue in Isla Vista. I'm deeply concerned about this issue, not just in Isla Vista, but in Santa Maria. The parking issues that we're having all over the place because the state of California continues to take away local control and shoves these types of projects down our throat, where we don't have any type of control or any mechanism to ask for more. And so those things are troubling to me. I do like where this got over the last couple months, and I hope that we can still land this plane. So it's still my hope that the parties agree to a sixth hearing, and that's where I'm at right now.
Okay, can I ask the applicant a question? Sir, okay, so what I was most worried about is sending back to Planning Commission, gets appealed by who knows who. If you don't have that and it comes back to the Board of Supervisors, and you have the five of us holding the department's feet to the fire that we get something back to us in 4 months, your other risk is the water, that's it. Weighing against the other risk is possible litigation. So are we getting close?
We just feel uncomfortable with that. Again,
us too.
P&D has always been great to work with. There's just always technical elements and regulations with projects that have to be worked through, and you never really figure those out until you're in the process. And we thought this project was processed pretty quickly, and even that is still 9 months to a year. It's just the time it takes.
But it seems like you're facing litigation if we move forward by reading the tea leaves. So that just doesn't happen overnight either.
Correct. But again, I think we have shown even more throughout this process, but even through the process that was before this, we strongly believe that the project that was initially submitted was a moderated project that took in the concerns of the neighborhood and provided a lot more than it was obligated to do. We did give a lot, we see the county as a partner in this. We want to try to make everyone happy. So even in the Planning Commission hearings, we took their concerns to heart, and from an architectural standpoint, completely redesigned the project. We went to Board of Architectural Review, and we did voluntarily reduce some of the density through that, and then made additional reworks before it got to Planning Commission. So we've already done quite a bit because we do see the county as partners on this, and we want to try to make the project as good as possible. And I do agree, I think we did get to a place where everyone could have been happy with this rework project. Like you said, we just run into the process. We were ready to gear it up and develop a more detailed iteration of this if it could have been approved at this hearing.
Right.
But that just there wasn't a road there.
But can I just interrupt for a sec? So, because we are kind of getting pretty late, we still got 3 more items to go today. But what I don't understand on your end is the part I'm trying to understand is, yeah, I think you have solid points. You did make it better, blah, blah, blah. But you're going to have to argue that. I mean, that has to get scheduled in a hearing. You're going to have litigation to face that those don't get docketed overnight. Isn't there a balance between that and waiting the 4 months for us to get back? But I mean, that's your call.
Yeah,
so,
again, we're just.
That's what I'm trying to get through my
Yeah, we're
head.
just uncomfortable with this
Okay.
process and how it actually conforms with state law.
So just to clarify, when you put forward an alternative plan, it was with the notion that it would be approved today? And that was it, time-wise?
Initially, yes. So, we worked pretty early on with Peggy, John, and Mark on this. And at that time, we were gearing up or willing to develop that more to a development plan level than the current iteration that you see. That's, site plan and, first pass at elevations and floor plan sketches. But there wasn't a process to get that version approvable at this hearing. So that's why that sort of stopped, and that's why we're here now. It just didn't seem like under the current regulations that there was a process to get us there.
And we've exhausted this with county council. There's no way to put in the motion anything if there's a denial with any trailer language associated with it. We asked you that ahead of the meeting, so I just am.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm not sure what you mean by trailer language, but
like a denial, but with some sort of guarantee. So he's just uncomfortable. So I'm just trying to get like a level of comfort that if there is a majority of the board that is willing to deny this current project, but with assurance that it's coming back by May 1st, so that there is something in writing as a board motion for the applicant. Is that legal?
Madam Chair, if the board takes action to deny, then the project is no longer before the board. So the only way that it would come back to your board in that time is if it were continued. And so that's where we're getting in the tricky part about the Housing Accountability Act and the 5 hearings.
I'm going to throw something wild out there for a second, just outside the box. I'm kind of a historian. I've been gone through the records on a lot of approved projects over the years, things that are much older than this, and I've seen less drawings that are approved projects than what we have today. So I know it's not our typical process, but do we have the ability to approve the project that has been put out there? I mean, I know it's not vetted to every level at the county, but can we approve that project? I mean, I've seen some scribbles in the planning record for projects that are approved right now. So, we did it with a lot less a long time ago. And so I know it's not our practice, but is it legally possible to approve the compromised project from the board, from the dais today?
Madam Chair and members of the board, Supervisor Nelson, the challenge I'm having, usually when we make modifications in a hearing, we have some kind of project description.
Mm-hmm.
And here we have a revised site plan, but without a revised project description. So I think it could be possible if we were to get some kind of revised project description, then maybe we could do that. That's what we would normally have.
Can we trail the item?
I have a question about that, Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson. I don't know how could make the findings that it complies with the code if we haven't even had a chance to analyze it?
I'm the one that's going to make the findings, along with 4 other people up here, and I feel comfortable making the findings that I'll need to.
I appreciate it.
Can I
Okay, Supervisor Lee.
So can we approve the project and amend it later on within that timeframe of 5 months? Is that something that could work? Saying we like the project now, but we like it later more, and you can make those changes that the compromise is made. Do you think that works? And within the 5 months, we'll promise that? Saying we deny it, the appeal, but we amend it later on to include the project that is being agreed on?
Yeah, if this project got approved and we're all in agreement, we're moving forward with the revised project, we start construction documents on that and submit an amendment for this entitlement, we would be totally fine with that.
Okay, so you basically flipped what he was saying. So we approve the existing project on the table, and then they revise it.
Within that timeframe? And then we go streamline it, prioritize it, everybody gets what they want? Do you think that would work?
I mean, we can do it from a planning department's perspective. There's a process for that.
So yeah, is it yes?
Yes.
What do you think?
I mean, I appreciate it. This is amazing creativity and teamwork up here.
Trying to get to yes, it's not easy.
You know what? I don't like process getting in the way of good results, and here we are. I'm just, let's, I don't know if we're not getting potentially good response here from our appellant.
Talk and think a little bit about this, but it's very risky. I mean, there's nothing to really
Sure.
guarantee that we're going to get the better project. You're going to approve a project, and they're going to walk out with entitlements to go ahead and proceed with that project.
Right.
And it's, so the hazards, I suppose, I mean, we could concoct, so we file a lawsuit, and then if they approve, then we don't pursue the lawsuit, and we like build it, bind it all up on that. That seems, I mean, that's, I think, just off the top of my head, what I would have to do to counsel my client how to protect their interests in doing something like that. And so, to me, I think the denial path is the better one, I just have to say.
Sure.
Because it does get us the project we want.
And you personally are going to indemnify the county, right?
For,
right? For any lawsuit that comes for us denying this, right?
If you deny it, I think it's defensible. I'm not,
Okay, but you'll indemnify us, right?
Well,
Yeah,
if
thanks.
you want us to intervene and be a participant, we're not in a position to deny or to indemnify the county for their costs. But
And I guess that's a question for county council. It's an optimistic question. Is there anything in a motion that we could make for denying the, I'm sorry, I'm getting myself mixed up. If we say yes to the project as is there anything we could put in the language that would be binding of making the proposed modifications?
Madam Chair, members of the board, there's a risk in every single scenario that we've talked about, right?
Yeah.
Because we have the 5 hearing limit, we have the approval and denial and what happens next. So I think you have a path that's not without risk, but where you have an applicant saying they are going to modify and there is a path to do that. So I do think that that's an option for moving forward. And another, I'm trying to think of what the litigation path would be and the timing, but we might be able to move
the timing out of the litigation for the appellants, so it would give a little bit more time.
How long does it take to get a project description that we could approve?
Supervisor Hartman, I'm not sure. I'm not aware of us doing it. We've made modifications in the hearing. I'm not familiar with us, doing a whole new one. So I guess I would defer to planning on how long that would take.
Can we trail this item to the end of the meeting, see if the project description and some findings can be put together?
That'd be great.
All right.
Yeah.
I guess it's not really a motion, but Chair, do you mind if we, as the vice chair, can we trail this item and see if the parties can get together with staff to find a revised project description and some findings that we can adopt by the end of today?
I mean, they've done a lot of work together already. Is everyone else okay with that?
And if we can't get to there, then maybe we just approve it and then work towards the modification scenario that Supervisor Lee had suggested. But
I'm not sure I'm there, but we can, yeah,
Okay.
let's try.
Okay. Trying to land this, guys. So.
Yeah.
Right, we're so close. Can Mr. Roy to Roy, can you call Mr. S.A. George and just ask him if he's okay with this? Yeah, and if he is, then yes, we're so close. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to trail this. We don't need a motion for that, correct?
Madam Chair, that's correct. So the options that staff is considering looking at while we're trailing is whether the project description be modified to address the revised project, or approving the project with the concept that we would come back. And actually, there's already findings for approval, so that would be set up to do today. Where approve the project where the applicant would then later apply for a modification. So that was what Supervisor Lee had suggested. So those are the two things we're looking at. Is that correct?
Say the first part again, please.
The first part was to see whether it's possible to modify the project description for the revised project that the parties agree on, and then you would take action on that today. I don't know how realistic that is because it's updating the findings as well, but that's what we'll be looking at. We do have 3 more items, so.
Okay. Great.
Take a 5-minute break and then go to the next item? Or?
Let's just keep going.
Okay.
We'll go to the next item. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're trying. We're working. Okay, we're going to go back to departmental item number 3.
Chair Capps, members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the probation department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding community corrections partnerships, warrant analysis, and strategies.
Chair Capps and Supervisors, in June of this year, your board made a request of the CCP that it examine over 9,000 active warrants in Santa Barbara County and report back on what those warrants represent. A CCP workgroup subcommittee was formed to tackle that project and was expertly led by Deputy Chief Maria Story. It included representatives of the Sheriff's Office, DA, Public Defender, and the Superior Court. Our presenters today are Deputy Chief Maria Story, Assistant District Attorney Kelly Duncan, and Commander Eric Rainey from the Sheriff's Office, and I'll turn it over to them for the presentation.
Good evening, Chair Capps and members of the board. I am Deputy Chief Probation Officer Maria Story. To give you an overview, our subcommittee met with 3 primary areas of focus: to analyze the warrant data, to strategize ways to mitigate the warrant backlog, and to explore protocols, including pre-existing ones, to properly maintain the warrant inventory. The warrant data we reviewed came from the Sheriff's Office Wanda database. I will walk through our warrant inventory analysis and then turn it over to my partners to discuss our warrant clearing protocols and efforts.
Sorry, there's a lot of background chatter. Can we just give respect, please, to the next presentation? Thank you.
A look at year-end warrant inventory from 2010 through 2025 year-to-date revealed a consistent decline in year-end warrant inventory, culminating in a current all-time low, which was one of our key takeaways. As of yesterday, our warrant inventory numbered 9,670, which reflects a decline of just over 300 warrants since the count was initially reported to the board in June. On average, just over 11,000 warrants are cleared each year. A focal point of the analysis was determining how many of the warrants represented crimes that posed a significant risk to public safety. In categorizing them, close to 80% of the active warrants are for less serious misdemeanor crimes, just over 20% are felony crimes, and the remainder are civil or infraction warrants. Further review revealed only approximately 4% of all warrants to be for strike offenses, the most serious and violent of the felony class, which was another of our key takeaways. Of those strike offense warrants, only 6 are for murder, all of which were issued between 1983 and 1997, reflecting that the subjects of those warrants are now quite a bit older than they were when the warrants were issued. The ages of those with the most serious and violent felony warrants were looked at, as both Federal Bureau of Investigation and National Institute of Justice studies show that people are most likely to be arrested for violent crimes before age 24, and rates drop after that age. 87% of the individuals with serious and violent felony warrants were found to currently be age 30 or over, reflecting they are less likely to commit a new violent crime. Finally, the warrants were sorted geographically by court of origin, which showed that approximately 2/3 of all active warrants were issued in the North County and the remaining 1/3 in the South County. In analyzing the breakdown of felony warrants, 5% were issued from the Lompoc Court, 42% from the Santa Barbara courts, and 53% from the Santa Maria courts. In analyzing the breakdown of strike offense warrants, they were more equitably split between Santa Barbara and Santa Maria at 45% and 51% respectively. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Assistant District Attorney Kelly Duncan.
Good evening, Chair Capps, members of the board. So I'd like to discuss the different strategies by various departments in addressing the warrant backlog. And I'll get to the district attorney's, our office's process in a moment. But so the Superior Court has a plan to review outstanding warrants and to create a process to review the older, less serious technical violations. Those would include things such as bench warrants, things of that nature. The probation department continues to focus on serving felony warrants on people who are currently under probation supervision. And the probation department and the sheriff's department are teamed up in the compliance response teams, and they continue to focus on finding and arresting those realigned offenders that the compliance teams focus on who have active warrants. Then the sheriff's department, as you're all aware of, that has a felony fugitive detective. Commander Rainey will talk in more detail about that. That felony fugitive detective creates these warrant hot sheets and disseminates them to all law enforcement agencies. That detective conducts warrant investigations, focusing on the most serious wanted warrants. With respect to the district attorney's office, so our protocol for the last several years has been the following. We focus, well, let me explain it in this way. Warrants, whether felony or misdemeanor warrants, have expiration dates. And upon those expiration dates, they're sent to us by the Sheriff's Department for review, whether or not we want to continue those warrants or whether we are willing to seek dismissal of those warrants. So our process for the past several years has been the following. So on misdemeanor warrants that are 10 years or older, all of those misdemeanor warrants are dismissed. In addition, all warranted misdemeanor probation violations are terminated. So then we move to the next category, which are those misdemeanor warrants that are greater than 3 years old but less than 10 years old. And our attorneys work on those on a case-by-case basis, generally speaking, that they're all dismissed, notwithstanding domestic violence, child abuse, elder abuse, sex crimes, and DUIs. Those categories of crimes representing the most serious concerns with public safety. So those will not be warranted. And then in that time frame, all warranted misdemeanor probation violations are terminated. Then on misdemeanor cases that are less than 3 years old, when those come up to our office, those are litigated on a case-by-case basis. So our attorneys have to make calls on those as to whether or not it's a warrant that needs to remain. So in addition to this protocol that we have in place, what we've been doing since the CCP work group has been working on this is we've decided to take a look at all of the 9,000 plus warrants and identify those less serious cases for which we could seek batch dismissal of. And so we have done that. In fact, our first round, we focused on all vehicle code violations that did not include any alcohol or impaired driving offenses. And our first batch we submitted to the court included 272 warrants for dismissal. In our second batch, we took all open warranted misdemeanor cases that were greater than 3 years old. And so long as those individuals did not have open felony cases, we will be submitting batch dismissals to the court. And that totals a little over 2,000 warranted cases. So I've been talking a lot about the misdemeanor warrants because we do want to take a more conservative approach with the felony warrants. But as you can see from the numbers that we've identified, the great majority of the outstanding warrants are for misdemeanor cases, and there's a smaller amount of felonies. So I will turn the presentation over to Commander Eric Rainey.
Thank you, members of the board. I wanted to take this opportunity, since we're bringing this warrant data to you, to just share with the board a general update on our new warrant detective position that you funded with the reorganization of our cannabis tax revenue. The position's been operational for about 5 months now, and organizationally, the detective is assigned to our Special Investigations Bureau. And in that bureau, the detectives there focus on narcotics investigations, human trafficking, intelligence and threat assessment, cannabis compliance, and now the warrants. The detectives assigned to these specialties are divided into a north team and a south team, and the warrant detective is assigned to the north team. In the first several months since the creation of the position, the detective focused on basically just understanding what was on that list of active warrants and developing priorities and strategies. We worked with our data unit to develop automated reports to sort those priorities, and we created hot sheets of individuals sorted by area and disseminated those out to our patrol stations and allied agencies. And then the detective also just settled into the work of investigating the whereabouts of those high-priority individuals. As the detective settled into the work, the management team developed key performance indicators to help measure the success of the position. And these measures are geared towards our priorities of both reducing the overall number of active warrants in the system and apprehending those individuals who have warrants for the most serious and violent felonies. Our plan is to share these quarterly at our department's operational review meetings. Some of these performance indicators that we've developed still require some data reports to be developed in order for us to accurately gauge where we're at with them, and others are supported by our existing systems. So on the screen, if you could back up, Kelly, these are the performance measures, and I just want to briefly go over them and just share where we're at to date with them. The first performance measure is to achieve a 20% increase in individuals with warrants being booked into our county jails. And so for last fiscal year, we saw an average of 363 warrants per month being booked. And for the first quarter of this fiscal year, we're averaging 443, or a 22% increase. Next is to apprehend at least 25% of individuals with new warrants that have new warrants for serious or violent felonies within the first 90 days of their warrants being issued. And we're currently working on the data points to be able to track that accurately. Next is to achieve an overall 20% decrease in the number of active serious and felony warrants in the system. So we've used this date when we started this discussion during the budget hearings of June 12th as kind of a point-in-time snapshot, and we've been using that for a lot of our analysis. And so on that day, there were 405 of these types of warrants in the system, so our target is to have that number hover closer to 325, understanding that these individuals and those warrants come and go from the system on a daily basis. Next is to conduct, at minimum, 2 intelligence-led warrant operations per quarter, and this would entail work from the detective, such as surveillance, writing additional warrants for information to track these individuals and help locate them. And in the first quarter, we conducted 6 of these types of operations. Our next performance measure is targeted at successfully bringing fugitives apprehended out of state back into Santa Barbara County to face the charges or the consequences that they absconded from. In the first quarter, we had 8 of those subjects, and we were successful in bringing all 8 back to Santa Barbara County. And then the last couple of performance measures reflect our efforts just to provide the patrol deputies and our allied agencies with, and the public with, up-to-date hot sheets sorted by geographical area so that we can get those out and make it easy for the folks on the streets to track down these individuals. And we distributed 29 of those in our first quarter to our patrol stations and our allied agencies. The warrant detective is only one individual, and I just wanted to share with you kind of how they work in this system. So his sole focus is on locating and coordinating the apprehension of the most serious and violent offenders who are actively working to avoid the criminal justice system. And while that detective does go out and take part in apprehensions, he's not simply going out as a solo deputy knocking on doors and putting handcuffs on warranted individuals. Once his investigation reveals the location of a wanted subject, he's coordinating with the appropriate resources to get that person into custody. And that can range from just notifying additional patrol resources that may be on duty. It may be collaborating with the other detectives in our Special Investigations Bureau or our compliance response team. And we've even had a couple that have required a full tactical team response where the subject was barricaded and armed, and we had to deploy our SWAT team to safely bring that person into custody. So it all just depends on the individual that we're seeking, what the intelligence is, and the circumstances around that arrest. And so I get the pleasure of just wrapping this up for everybody. The key takeaways that the group that we put together to look at the warrant data, the things that we wanted to share with you. The strike offense warrants, and these are what we call serious and violent felonies. These are statutorily defined. Of the 9,978 warrants on that benchmark day, June 12th, only 4% of them were for those most serious crimes. So most all active warrants are for less serious offenses. We're seeing a decline in our warrant inventory over the last 15 years, and we are at a 15-year low, which is good news. Our warrant purge protocol that the district attorney's office undertakes is a strong system, and we're clearing out those lower-level misdemeanor warrants, and we're going to apply those same strategies to older warrants as well. Clearing a lot of those vehicle code violation warrants in kind of a batch format. And then finally, we're focusing on those most scary of individuals that we've referred to with our felony fugitive detective and our compliance response teams, and actively seeking those people with those more serious and violent offenses. So we're all available to answer any questions if you still have the energy.
We do. Thank you so much. Any questions from the staff? Yeah, Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have, well, I guess I do have a question. So can you tell a little bit about the 6 operations? I mean, I think right off the bat, right after, is it Detective Ross?
Yes.
Is that his name? Okay. I haven't met him, but big shout out to him and your whole team. Yeah. No, oh yeah, we got to keep it on the DL. Okay. So I think right after we started talking about is we had the barricaded situation right there in Santa Maria, and it kind of brought a lot of attention to the situation. So can you just kind of talk about the operations and kind of what's occurred?
Sure. Well, and again, it's case by case.
Right.
But when he does his detective work, he's going in and looking at those, identifying first those individuals that are high priority. And I think in that case in Santa Maria, this was an individual who was continuing to offend and was continuing to cause havoc in the community. So we took a specific interest in that person, knowing that they did have an active felony warrant. And so the work is using the intelligence that's out there in the community to track down where they are, write additional warrants for things like cell phone data, bank records, anything that we have reasonable access to gain information to kind of get an idea of where this individual is, and then doing surveillance on locations and tracking them down to the point where we can pinpoint where they're at and then put that appropriate response together. So those are what we call the intelligence-led operations. It's that type of work. And those are the ones that, we were able to put together 6 of them, identify 6 high-profile targets that we started doing that type of work to track and apprehend. And then the rest of them, it's really just organizing and getting the information out to patrol deputies, checking addresses, what's the most recent address we have on file in any of the databases we have access to, and then sending the appropriate teams out to knock on the doors.
Great. I mean, I support all this as far as getting rid of a lot of these. I think that's part of the focus, was trying to really figure out who we were looking for, and clearing out this entire backlog, I think is a great idea. I like the idea too of the community-facing top 20 type of thing. I mean, a lot of us know more about who's in the neighborhood than some other folks. So I like the fact that we're down to, this core of 400, kind of 300-400 that we can actually work on. I'll tell you what, my community appreciates it, so I appreciate all the work that went into this. And I think getting now to where we are, all kind of focused on the same part of it, I really appreciate it, and looking forward to hearing more updates.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Capps. And of course, you like the idea. Wasn't it your idea? No. But actually, no, I definitely want to give kudos to Supervisor Lavin, because I don't know if it was your idea, but I think you definitely highlighted it and put it on the top of mind, at least for myself and I think some of my colleagues. And so I just think, 15-year low in warrants is a pretty big deal. So, I mean, I think that's something to celebrate. And I just think that the credit goes to, the 3 organizations that are represented at that table, especially I think the DA's office, not that I'm singling you guys out as being the most important, but, the DA has a lot of discretion. And, he made a decision on the things that he's going to let go and things that he's not on behalf of the people of Santa Barbara County. And that doesn't come without risk or responsibility. And I understand that. And so I want to just shout out to the DA for taking that level of leadership. And thank you, Kelly, to finishing this right up to the end. Yeah, run through the tape for sure. So thank you for that. Just one kind of off the wall kind of question about this. How does somebody actually know if their warrant is now expunged? I guess because that's one of the things I think about is that people that do have warrants out there and the potential burden that is on them, right? I mean that they're hiding essentially from the law, and they know that they have that that guilt. They know that they're having to be very careful of where they are and what they do and how that affects their employment and their lives altogether. So, again, when do they find out that they no longer have that, or they have to check? Because, I mean, I know we all know about it, but I don't bet you 95% of the residents of Santa Barbara County have no idea what we're doing on this level. And probably most of the people who have these warrants that are probably being expunged don't know as well. So can you expand on that?
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. I want to caution first that by us, particularly from the DA's office, submitting requests for dismissal of warrants to the court does not necessarily mean that they have been actually dismissed yet.
Okay.
So this is a huge undertaking for the court, who is quite understaffed. It's my understanding that they are trying to work on this, and that's in our batch number 1.
Okay.
And so they haven't even gotten around to the next batches we've
enough.
submitted. So, but presumably at some point they will. And we have had discussions with the Public Defender's Office about could we provide a list of names of people whose warrants now have been dismissed. Now, it doesn't mean the public defender represents all of those people, but at least it's a start. Otherwise, a person would have to check themselves. One of the drawbacks of having an active warrant means, you either need to take care of that or continue to commit a crime of having an outstanding warrant. So there's a little give and take there.
Yeah, right.
But we have discussed providing a list of names once we can confirm with the courts that those dismissals have actually gone through.
Yeah. And again, I think we got to be careful here because, again, these people are actively committing crime right now. And so, it's that balancing act there. So it's a definitely something to think about. It has potential to change some lives potentially, as well as, clear out the resources that we need to actually deal with the most difficult cases that we have in the system. So again, just want to give you guys kudos, give Supervisor Levin kudos, and for the work you guys did. Appreciate it.
Other questions? Let's see if we have public comment on this item.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we did have one request to speak from the public earlier in the day, but they are not on Zoom, so we have no request to speak on this item.
Well, I'll just share that what I was also very impressed when I read this report. It's just impressive that you are working these strategies to reduce the backlog while upholding public safety, and I know that's challenging. So thank you for the work, and thank you for presenting the data in such a clear way. Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion of staff recommendation, receive and file, and A and B.
And I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, motion carries. Okay, then
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we go to department item number 5.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Public Works Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the adoption of a proposed transportation impact mitigation fee ordinance for the Public Works Department services.
All right, Director Snedden, when you're ready, or whoever is going to kick us off.
All right, good evening, Chair Capps, members of the board. We have a short presentation for you today on the proposed fee ordinance to update the transportation impact mitigation fees for the Goleta and Orchid planning areas. I wanted to start with just a quick overview, and then I'll kick it over to Will Robertson to talk more about this. But there's 3 kind of context points I wanted to make before we get started here. The first is that this is simply an administrative update to our existing Orchid Transportation Improvement Plans, or OTIP, and Goleta Transportation Improvement Plans, or GTIP. And what that means is that it is simply updating the project list to reflect the current condition of the transportation network. So projects that have been completed or are no longer applicable are crossed off. You do not have the opportunity to add new projects with an administrative update. It's simply updating the list of projects and then looking at the future build horizon and including that analysis. The second thing I wanted to note was that with this update, the fees in the OTIP area will go down by approximately 16%, and in the GTIP area would be going down about 1%. And then the third thing I wanted to note was, while this is an administrative update and simply updating those things I mentioned, we are going through the plan of a much more comprehensive update now that the housing element is complete. And that process consists of updating the circulation element, and as part of that, we'll be running a new traffic model. And that traffic model will identify areas that are impacted due to the changes with the housing element and current building plans. And then using that information, we can update these tips again. And really, that's when we have opportunity to look at, do we have the right list of projects? Is it time to change the composition or add or subtract projects in these areas? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Will Robertson to walk you through the process of this update.
Members of the board, thank you. Members of the board, thank you. Public Works today is presenting you with an update to the transportation impact mitigation fee schedules, as Mr. Sneddon identified. The transportation impact fees are used to finance transportation, transit, and pedestrian infrastructure improvements within all planning areas in the county of Santa Barbara. They're used to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the traveling public, and the fees, although required by law to be posted, they provide clarity to developers when they are required to pay their fees. It makes it clear what those transportation fees actually are, and there's no guess at the time of payment. Those fees are also used to develop and maintain target levels of service within each of our community plans, as well as the general plan. So what staff did is we basically, under this administrative update, we revised all of the remaining projects within both of the TIPs. Reason we did that is to keep up with current construction costs, as well as if the adopted CPI adjustments did not cover the costs of those improvements. We also worked with planning and development to look at all parcels within the county to develop new trip rates. And from that, we generated a base trip fee. Another aspect of this is that both the 98 and 99 OTIP and GTIP were based off of different trip generation rates. So one of the main goals of this update was to align both the OTIP and the GTIP under similar trip generation rates. Those trip generation rates per land use category are then used to find the new fee per land use category. So in summary, staff is simply bringing an administrative update to the board that for the OTIP and the GTIP. This update, again, is going to be used to support operational and financial needs of the division to generate revenue and build out the remaining projects within the OTIP and GTIP. And by completing those projects in both TIPs, it'll address the congestion for the future residents of the community as well as existing. Thank you. Oh.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? I met with Director Sneddon already and asked all my questions, so I'm good. Supervisor Hartman? Oh. Let's see if there's public comment.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we did have one request to speak from the public on that item, and they are no longer with us on Zoom.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I just want to make some comments, and I'll make a motion to move forward. It took me a while to wrap my brain around this administrative process, in part because I want to, make everything as accurate and as current as possible, but I understand that's not the process we're in today. But we should think about for the development community and the taxpayers in the county that might be using this fees are going down, and that's something that we rarely say, especially in the Orchid area there, where it's going down 16%, so that's a huge win. And so I'm going to support this action today. I'll make the motion here in a moment. But also, I do look forward to an update where we can actually start to modernize this. When that was done in 1998, I was a freshman in college. So, a few things have changed since then. And my daughter's graduating college next week. So, things have changed. So it's time for us to update those things. But I know that we need to go through this administrative process to keep current. And I think that we're doing a good job at that. I think you guys were tactful in the way that you guys moved projects around and updated the cost, as well as verify that they're still necessary. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Now, I'd just like to add, for anyone who is watching this and is in Goleta, we're getting a lot of constituent questions about all of the development plan for Goleta, and this directly relates to those big development projects and the fees that developers will pay that will then help plan for the excess and the new transportation traffic implications. So that's the connection. Anyway, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. We will go to more fees.
Fees, glorious fees, much more than asked
Chair
for.
We're now to the singing portion of the evening.
We'll get punchy out there.
It's 6:15.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a proposed fee ordinance update for the Planning and Development Department.
Okay. Director Plowman is, sure, we'll take a 5-minute break. Okay. Back to item 7. 6, excuse me.
I'm sorry, did you already read it into the record?
Chair Capps and members of the board, to reread this item into the record, we are going to departmental item number 6 from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a proposed fee ordinance update for the Planning and Development Department.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Madam Chair, members of the board, we are here today regarding the update to our current fee ordinance and program that Planning and Development has. I want to introduce the members of my team that are here today. I have Drew Rasura, who's the Deputy Director for the Admin Division, Elise Dale, Assistant Director, and then I have Cindy Sconce and Jeff Wakefield from Government Consulting Partners. They're our consulting team that work with us on the fee study. I also wanted to mention, it's not in our slide presentation, about some of the public outreach that we did. We met with our Building Industry Association group that we meet with on a regular basis twice. We spoke with reps in that process from the Home Builders Association, and we also met with the American Institute of Architects to talk to them about the updates to the fee study. So today we're going to talk to you a little bit about the legal framework, the goals and methodology, the planning and building fee schedule changes, our hourly rate changes, surcharges, and recommendations.
I just had a respectful request. I know that you met with each supervisor, is that correct? Maybe some of the presentation, I believe it's quite lengthy, maybe we could go kind of.
We're going to go as, we're
go
going
to, or go to the crux of the fee
Yep.
changes, and maybe not some of the context we can
That
skip.
sounds good. So I'm going to go all the way to slide 8, please. One more. So proposed increase, so we are talking about some changes that will, in some cases, reduce permit fees for smaller projects because we've discovered efficiencies in our process and realized that we don't need to take as much time. And then there will be fees that are increased for our larger projects. Overall, we're going to improve our cost recovery. We have not been hitting the target of close to 100%. That's part of the board's policy. So with these recommended changes, we would improve that by 15% and bring in $2.1 million. And then on our surcharges, we would bring in almost about $950,000. But I did want to just take a minute to talk a little bit about some of the work that the department's been doing. We understand that as fees go up, people have concerns about the process and what is the department able to do to try and adjust the process to make it go more quickly. So just a couple of things. I have a long list, but I'm not going to go through all of that. But what I would say is that we implemented the online permitting through Acela, which is improving communications between the departments, and we're still working on making sure that we can make further improvements in that process. We have taken a number of steps to streamline things like the creation of the objective design standards for multifamily housing, which means they don't have to go to hearings for BAR and saves time and money. As part of the housing element update, we rezoned sites and we created a by right process. And so that projects that used to take 2 years plus now take 10 months because the PEIR covered that analysis and they don't go through design review and they don't go to a public hearing. That's a huge time savings and cost savings. We're going to have pre-approved ADU plans that will help reduce plan check costs for people who are interested in using those pre-approved plans. And we have on-demand building permits so that for smaller things like re-roofs and water heaters and things like that, solar, so that when people, they can submit their application online, they get their permit online and they only are subject to inspections. So that improves timing. And then we're, of course, looking at, we have a package that's going to be coming to the board that has a bunch of elements that will streamline the process and downshift different decision-making steps. Lastly, we're looking at ways to integrate AI into our process to simplify things and hopefully make our work more efficient. That's my goal. And so with that, I'm going to give it to Ms. Dale, and she will move through the process quickly, the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm going to begin with...
No, you're on. You just have to, there you go.
I'm going to begin with slide 12. We did three things with this fee study. We looked at our fee schedule, we looked at our hourly rate, and we looked at surcharges. So I'm going to just briefly talk about our fee schedules. The planning fee schedule, we do not have any significant changes to the structure of the fee schedule. Since 2017, the CPI increases have not been keeping up with our costs. We are looking to make improvements due to efficiencies, and that includes creating more fixed fees and reducing deposits for some types of cases. The next slide. The next slide shows you a list of the project types where the fees will go down on the planning side. Those include things like guest houses, fences and walls, and minor alterations and additions to commercial industrial projects. We are recommending an increase to the currently subsidized, general fund subsidized fee for appeals. Our fee is currently $667. We are recommending an increase to $1,500. This is good. We're on slide 14. We did an analysis of our appeal costs, and we found that on average, an appeal costs $19,000. 70% of our appeals are denied, 20% are withdrawn after significant cost incurred by staff. So we're making a recommendation for an increase that will still be accessible, but will recover some general fund costs. Part of this table that you're seeing shows that our current cost is lower than all other jurisdictions that we compared to. The proposal that we're making will result in an increase from 88% to 96% in cost recovery for planning fees. On the building side, we're recommending some more significant changes. Our building fee schedule is actually quite complex. We have over 300 fees at this time, and they include a lot of factors that increase permit costs for many different types of construction. And we are simplifying so that we're going to have just a single line cost where currently we have a whole lot of factors. One of the proposals that we are maintaining, however, is to preserve the health and safety subsidy for hot water heaters and for furnaces. This slide shows you some of the costs that are going to be going down. We're looking at fee reductions from efficiencies for things like smaller residential additions. And there are a few fees that are going up very slightly, but as Lisa stated, we have some greater fee increases for larger projects. We have a couple of tables that show some examples. I'm going to go to slide 21 and just note that the changes that we're proposing will increase our current recovery rate from 82% to 99%. The second thing that we looked at was hourly rate. Our proposed planning hourly rate is $299, down from $302. The reason that you're seeing that decrease is largely due to the removal of a technology and record maintenance charge that is currently embedded in the hourly rate. Our proposed building hourly rate is $303. Currently, we have two hourly rates for building and safety, $337 for plan check and $287 for inspection. those rates were merging, and our consultant recommended that we go with a single hourly rate. We are also recommending that we remove charges that are currently embedded in this fee and significantly removing the general plan maintenance charge that is currently only embedded in the building and safety hourly rate. As Lisa mentioned, we met with some building community, some members of the building community, excuse me, and many of them asked for a comparison of our hourly rates. We prepared this in response to their requests, but I do want to point out that other agencies subsidize their hourly rates, their costs vary, their operations vary, and their recovery rates vary. Further, none of them are 100% cost recovery, and our consultants inform us that many of them are, or many agencies across the state are now looking to follow our model due to the high budget deficits that many jurisdictions across the state are incurring. We currently have charges embedded in hourly rates that, again, I've stated we want to remove from those hourly rates to improve transparency. Those are the technology and record maintenance surcharge, which we are proposing be 6%. That will pay for continued improvements in online permit process and also serve as a vehicle for continued improvements such as leveraging AI to assist applicants in the future. This chart shows that we are recommending a 6% surcharge, and you can see other agencies and what they charge. For our general plan maintenance surcharge, we are proposing that it be removed from building hourly rates and then apply a 3.7% surcharge to most planning permits and building permits for new construction, however, not charging it on minor building projects such as minor alterations, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and roofing. And this slide shows that we are proposing a 3.7% surcharge, and most of the other jurisdictions that we compared to have a higher surcharge for general plan maintenance. This one. You there? Okay. In summary, our proposed changes right-size fees. Since 2017, our costs have outpaced our increases that have been put into place by the CPI adjustments. These efficiencies, we still have efficiencies that have resulted in lower fees in this proposal, and but we are seeing increases proposed for larger, complex projects where we haven't been collecting the full cost of our services. We are recommending modernizing and simplifying the structure of our fees, increasing transparency, updating our hourly rates, and separating those surcharges. This will result in improved cost recovery, and that will be a 15% improvement in our cost recovery, approximately $2 million for a fiscal year. Thank you very much, and we're happy to take your questions.
Thank you, appreciate it. Questions from the board? Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. Interested about the CSB TV fee, if we could talk about that for just a second. That's the one that is kind of bringing everybody out of the woodwork, and honestly, I can kind of understand it. It seems like it's more of a, instead of the applicant paying it, it seems more like it's more for the public's benefit that it's broadcast, and I just wondered if you guys had taken a second look at that, or what, if anything, we can do with that.
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. That is a relatively new fee that had been assessed to the department, and it's certainly the board's prerogative to remove that from the fee structure and have the general fund cover that, the cost for CSB TV. So we get a bill from CSB TV that we have to pay, and so we either have to pay that with fees or we have to pay it out of our general fund.
Do you know how much that is? Kind of ballparky?
$82,000.
Oh, okay.
A year. Yeah.
All right. Well, quite frankly, I mean, I know the general fund's under attack as well, but I just don't it feels weird to me to have an applicant pay for that. So I would, in this, is to move that back into the general fund.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Got a couple of questions for the consultant about just the way that we do it versus maybe other jurisdictions. You might be able to speak to, it seems like we're spreading all the costs across all 100%, of the county. Are there other jurisdictions might do it like kind of on incremental, like the fixed cost versus the variable cost of these projects? Do you guys ever, in your fee studies, look at it from that perspective that, a county has certain fixed costs of just having a planning and development department, and that those fees, or that wouldn't be absorbed by all the applicants, but that's a basic function of governance? Is that how that's done in other jurisdictions?
Well, we look at direct costs and
Right.
we look at indirect costs, and or we look at direct costs and non-direct costs. And in the realm of non-direct costs, you have indirect costs, also called overhead costs, and then you have some costs that could perhaps be neither. And we've identified those in the study, and
I'm just curious what other jurisdictions are doing. I'm not really.
Yes, okay, yes. As was said earlier, we have seen almost no jurisdiction which covers all of its planning costs. So there's always, in every study that we've done over a few decades, we've never seen a planning department that's recovering 100% of its costs, whether that's intentional or not. Okay.
And just to add something, Supervisor Nelson, there are things that are not covered by these fees, like the public counter, enforcement. So we do get general fund to cover some of the services that we provide.
What percentage of your budget is general fund?
I think we get 1.2 million in general fund. Is that correct, Elise?
It's 1.9 million.
Oh, 1.9, okay.
And last year, did you guys have any reserves?
I'm sorry?
Do you
Did
guys
we have
any
reserves?
reserves in the department?
Did not.
We did not.
So you have 0 reserves in the department?
We dipped into our reserves for 4 of the last 5 years.
So we're now at 0.
I don't know where we're sitting right now.
At the end of this fiscal year, we will likely be at 0.
Okay. And how were those reserves built up? Because we've been on a similar program for the last cost recovery for the last few years. So what's gone on? What's gone different in these last few years where even though we've had a lower rate, that we're not recovering like we had in the past?
Yeah. Well, Supervisor Nelson, you just said it. We haven't been recovering all of our operating costs, and we haven't been keeping up with even the costs of our salary and benefits for the services that we provide. So if you look back at the 1 year where we did put some money back into reserves, that was because we did an extraordinary effort to collect on back due invoices. So we have not been collecting what we need to collect to meet our obligation to be 100% fee recovery.
Okay. All right. That answers my questions about those, and I'll have some comments when we make a motion.
Other questions down here?
I think I got most of my questions answered in the one-on-one meetings.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I know you led with this a bit, and even though I was encouraging you to go fast, but you're going to talk next week, I believe, at the hearing about some streamlining efforts that are also happening in the department in terms of permitting.
Madam Chair, that it is currently scheduled for the 16th, and yes, there are a number of elements in that package that do make it easier for people in the process. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, because I'm certainly interested in having things take less time so that they cost less for people to go through the process. But at the risk of getting too complicated, I was a little confused in our meeting yesterday about solar and whether or not our fees are going up. I think some fees are going down, but certainly I know there's some state laws related to solar, but I certainly want us as a county to be encouraging people to be putting solar on their roofs. And I hope that we're not increasing fees.
We are not.
Okay.
Solar fees actually, good. Solar fees are set by the state, and we are maintaining the fee that is set by the state, and there is not an increase, nor will there be a surcharge charged on solar fees.
Okay, so I think, okay. All right, thanks for confirming that. Okay, let's see if there's any public comment.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson, did you want to make some comments?
Yeah, won't be surprised that I'm not supporting this. I often have believed that fees need to be shared by the general public as well with an applicant, that, you know, the whole idea behind zoning is that it's to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the general public. Obviously, there's a variable cost that's involved, and that's why we do charge fees, because there's also some benefit and value that's derived from the applicant. And so it's fair that they pay for this process, and it's not just bared upon the taxpayers. Now, I understand that we're in a very difficult budget situation, so that makes it even more difficult that where general fund is scarce. But again, this has been a long time position that I've had, and I'll continue to have that. And I also just the awareness that our consultants said that we're the only ones that are doing this. And I know that we're hearing that there's other jurisdictions that are looking to do what we're doing. And of course they are. I mean, every jurisdiction, every governmental agency wants to find more revenue. But I do think that's part of the chilling effect that we have on development in our county. You know, our process is so expensive, and I'm hopeful that it gets more efficient in the future. I know that's what Chair Capps has been championing as well, but our planning process is so expensive, it is not available to those people that are just trying to move up the economic ladder. And it does drive the cost of our housing and development in our community. And it's something that I aspire as a supervisor to try to crack that nut. And it's been difficult, and I'll continue to work on it, but I can't support these fees. And so, like I said, that would be no surprise to anybody.
Anyone else like to speak? Yeah, I mean, I also have some reluctance, but I'll probably come out in support. But as I expressed in our meeting yesterday, I would feel much more comfortable supporting, you know, some increases. Some are going down, some are staying the same. With if it had been accompanied with, here's how we're making it faster for people to get through our process, and so. I recognize that that's coming next week, hopefully. That's what I'm eager to understand and for me to get a better handle on, because that's what we hear from constituents is, it took us, 9 months just to get a no, and it costs this much. And certainly we hear good things. We just heard from our applicant of how great it is to work with you. So of course, we tend to just get the complaints. So I want to provide that context. But I believe that if we are raising fees, it should be because things are actually moving faster. And so it takes less time to get through the process. Ventura County just passed a permitting reform. Director Plowman, you say that we're doing a lot of the things that they just passed. I would love to learn that. I'd love to understand more. It would give me much more comfort to support what you put forward today. Again, in hindsight, I just wish that as chair, I'd understood the sequencing of timing, because I would have strongly encouraged for a flip, for you to come forward with those streamlining proposals first, and then look at fees second, so that we understand what the consumer, what our constituents are facing.
Yeah.
So that's my editorial comment. But given our deficit, I mean, given our budget constraints, I'm probably going to end up supporting what we need to do. Supervisor
So
Hartman.
I'm prepared to make a motion,
Okay.
A through C, staff recommendation.
Sounds good.
I'll second.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
And Chair Capps?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, now what's left is the trailed item. Let's see where we are, and sir? Yeah, let's see, well, not everybody's back in the room, so we'll take a minute here. Yes, please. Let's take a minute here as they reconvene. What's that? Sure.
Chair Capps and members of
Well,
the
let's just
board.
wait till they get back in. Okay, we are back once again, and we have to go back to item number 6 real quick to make a amendment to the motion.
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board, and just to remind the public, departmental item number 6 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a proposed fee ordinance update for the Planning and Development Department.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move A through C of staff recommendation with the addition that we move to the general fund payment for the public television.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor? No, we need to do roll call again. No, we don't have to.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson.
No.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Aye.
And Chair Capps.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay. Are we ready?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So do we need to read back number 4? Okay, so she'll read number 4, and then I'm going to go over a couple of things.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we are returning to departmental item number 4 from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the SUTAR appeal of the Planning Commission approval of the Mission Isla Vista Partners LP Housing Development Case Number 25 APL 10 in the Glida Community Plan Area, 2nd District.
Okay, there's compromises being made before our eyes here in the board hearing room. County Council.
Madam Chair, members of the board, so my understanding is that there is a revised project description that has been distributed, and my recommendation would be to just hear from the applicant that they are agreeable to this, since this is their project description, that they're agreeable to the changes that have been proposed, and it's in a red line. I don't know if planning would like to add anything on the details.
Okay, so if, as I understand it, this is from it's amazing. It's amazing to watch this. Honestly, it's amazing. So, yeah. So my understanding that if this is from the applicant, then this is something that we could vote on today.
Yes, that's accurate, Madam Chair. So it would be approval of the revised project. But again, before the board does that, I'd like to hear from the applicant that they're agreeable to this revised project description.
Okay, Mr. Roy.
We are agreeable to this revised project description, and, I think as we were talking, it's a big leap of faith for everyone here, but we're happy to take that leap with everyone.
Wow. Beautiful. In the spirit of Isla Vista, we're taking... it's a Okay, so what's next, County Council?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I guess you could call for any other public comment, and if there is no public comment, then the board could make a motion.
I mean, should we have a description of this for any members of the public that are watching?
Madam Chair, it's posted online, and it's also posted on the screen, so it's been made public. But we could talk through it if you'd like.
That's okay. Maybe we should quit while we're ahead here. Okay, we're good. So we'll call for public comment on. I'll just call for public comment. Any public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll speak as the appellant.
Okay, please.
First, I want to acknowledge the extraordinary effort. This has probably never, ever been done like this. And so, kudos to everybody, and thanks for staff and the applicant for pitching in and making it together. I think we're on the right path. We want to make sure we're going to get as much parking as we can. We're going to make sure we have the process. We've had some discussions with staff, with the applicant about that. We also expect that we'll have access to be able to meet with staff as this process goes through. And we'll be working with the applicant's counsel and county counsel to make sure that this is going to be something that's going to accomplish what we're all trying to get to here. So thank you. And I think we can offer appellant support for the revised project description.
Okay, so we have support for the appellant, and this is so extraordinary that Supervisor Labanino, who's been here quite a long time, just took a picture of you all.
Madam,
working in the board hearing room on a compromise.
and Madam Chair, I do want to clarify, so there has been one change to what's handed out, what got deleted was the number of vehicle parking spots, which I think is key, and so I believe that's been revised and not officially online. Okay. So I believe it needs to read that the project includes 36 vehicle parking spots. And is that correct?
I think the agreement was that we would get as close as possible to that. And ensure that we can accommodate any issues raised by fire department and turnaround.
Okay, so we don't have.
So we could say approximately 36 parking spaces.
Okay.
And
we got
just
thumbs
to
up?
clarify again that the applicant is agreeable to that, do you mind stating it on the record? Thank you.
Yes, we are agreeable to that.
Okay, agreeable to approximately 36 parking spots, up from 24. Excellent. 50% increase, there we go. Okay, so Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to say how appreciative I am to everybody for this extraordinary effort, and I don't think county council's been recognized for the role in mediation. That was extraordinary. We don't usually get this kind of process coming out of it, so really grateful.
Supervisor Lee, did you have a comment? No. Yeah, this was stunning, and you all came through, you had perseverance. And again, I do think this is the spirit of Isla Vista that's carrying us through here. All those wonderful young people that we hold such high esteem for, and I know you all care about them, and we all do, and this board really does too. So with
And
that,
what a model.
I will move approval. I will move to deny the appeal. I believe that's the right motion. I just want to make sure.
Madam Chair, you can actually move staff recommendations.
I will move staff recommendations.
Which includes findings for approval, and we just want to clarify that it's the revised project.
Very much want to clarify
just-
that it's the revised
Thank you.
project. So I will move staff recommendation and approval of revised project description.
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Woo-hoo. Okay, with that, we will adjourn until next Tuesday morning in Santa Maria.